Welcome. So, some more Diablo 2. I want to try and sneak in as much Diablo 2 as I can before the Diablo 4 expansion hits. Plus, we're obviously going to have some more videos. Like, I'm sure there's going to be some sort of other campfire chat for Diablo 4 and stuff like that. So I plan to sneak in as much Diablo 2 as I can before the Diablo 4 apocalypse happens with the expansion pack. And, we start diving into that. So I need to completely finish my Necromancer today. I'm trying to get my Necromancer finished. I think I still need one more facet. We're going to work on that. Get some other things done. We shall see. Yes. All right, without further ado, let's get into it, shall we? Let me double check and see what I need for this character before we get started. Hey. What's up, Mad Max? How's it going? Don't forget that it's September on Twitch, so if you guys want to get a sub, I think they're super cheap. To give you guys an incentive so that you might want to pick up a sub. I do have the settings currently set up where if you are subscribed, you get no ads. I don't know where I can find that. I can show you guys. I think it's in like channel. I don't remember. It's been a little time. It's been a little while. Ah, here it is, right here. So September you get like heavily discounted subs. I actually get the full price for them, even though they're discounted. That's what they said anyway. And right here you can see allow subscribers to watch your content on your channel ad-free, which is basically just a perk of being a sub on Twitch. So for those of you who are interested in that, that is a thing. I believe they're going to be cheap all September long, by the way. We need to get some more doojanks. What do I need for doojanks? I need at least one more facet, if not two more facets. Let's go ahead and just cancel out all of our listings, because I'm pretty sure that none of these offers are going through. Cancel. Seller is unresponsive. Cancel. Seller is unresponsive. Cancel. Seller is unresponsive. Alright. Let's do a little searching, shall we? So first off, yet another attempt to see if we can get like a perfect bank songs, or at least, I don't know, it doesn't even have to be perfect. It just needs to be a 15 fire. That's what I'm really looking for. Just a 15 fire would be nice. I mean, there's an unidentified one right here, which I don't know what the hell that one is. I'm pretty sure I offered on this guy and he never responded, but this one right here, yeah, unidentified. Said he posted this 6 hours ago. Let's make him an offer. I mean, it could be garbage, it could be good. I'll offer him an Istern. He's willing to take that for an un-ID'd potential garbage item that could potentially be worse than anything. Ooh, there's a 15 for an Umrune. 15 fire. 12 lightning, 7 cold. It's actually a really good spread. Because I actually kind of don't want the cold. I mean, I don't have an Umrune, so... Let's see if he responds, though. Rainbow facets. I need a rainbow facets. I need 2, actually. I need the negative fire res, not the... let's add that. So, resistance, enemy fire resistance. It needs to be a minimum of 5. The other stats don't matter. An ist or a gull rune or 2 mal runes. That looks good. So let's offer him on that. That's a negative 5/4. That's perfect. Actually, what the hell did I even offer? I don't even know what the hell I offered. Oh, okay. So, an ist rune. Okay. Submit. Alright, I need one more than that. All these 5/5s. So there's that one that's not a 5/5. I don't have a mal rune, so I'm just going to offer him an ist rune. Alright. Offers out on some things. It can definitely make our character stronger. We shall see. I've been waiting for this moment my whole life. Oh, Lord. You gonna make a name for yourself? I don't know about my name for myself, Helm. That was Gambit. I was trying to die. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that accent. I can't do that. I can't do that. Lord, I'm gonna make a name for myself. It's like all one word. What the hell? It took like the wrong live stream? It did take the wrong live stream. Why would it take the wrong live stream? I just realized I'm streaming to the wrong live stream on YouTube. Okay, well, I guess it's just not going to take the one that actually what it was, and it's going to take the one that it wasn't. Alright, whatever. I guess I have to edit the settings on here. I gotta redo my pole and everything. I had a snazzy pole on the other one. Gosh, dang it. Bow, bow. There we go. Now we got a funny pole up. Bow, bow, bow. Apparently I gotta make a new thumbnail too. Roll with the punches, my friends. Roll with the punches. There. New thumbnail and everything. I guess I get to delete the old live stream. I don't know why the hell it did this. So embarrassing. How did my video, my live stream already get a limited tag on it? What the hell? That's weird. I don't even know. Maybe it's because of my Yo Mama jokes. Look, live stream only just went live. This live stream is limited. They're like, what the hell? I don't think I said anything dirty. What's up, Leon?
What's up? Maybe you gotta just start all over from scratch.
I mean, you want to limit my live stream before I even say anything? Like, you said poo poo. You said poo poo caca. Poo poo doo doo. Poo poo doo doo. That's what I heard. I swear sometimes when I'm playing Diablo, I think certain words in Diablo, like in the game Diablo, are like counting as advertiser unfriendly. You know, like for instance, if you're talking about a weapon and the weapon happened to be a bastard sword, like I don't think that they realize that that's not like an expletive. That's just what that's called.
I thought Skynet was smarter.
Seems not. A necro with a staff? Yes, a necro with a staff. Best in slot item, even. Best in slot. It was the forbidden accent that I attempted? Oh no.
I need mana.
What did I do? Not the forbidden accent.
I need mana.
I need to find a random barb, like crafted ammy or something. Some barb skill ammy. That's got to be cheap.
What are you trying to get?
It's like plus the barb skills, maybe resistance. Don't really need it, but I don't know what else. Like lifesteal, menasteel, like nothing crazy. That's all just really just plus the skills. Like everything else is just icing.
Icing on the cake. Cake on the icing.
Might turn this barb into concentrate instead of leak.
I mean, it's a good combination. Concentrate's fun.
I think leak just takes way too long for what you get out of it.
What do you get? What do you got? Come on over and get what you got. What do you get? Where do you go? What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Let's go kill Neelathak for a warm-up. Sounds like fun.
How much HP do you go for on barb before you just dump into strength, I guess, for damage?
I mean, honestly, once you're over 1500, usually it doesn't matter. Like, people love to brag about their barbarians having like 4,000 or 5,000 HP, but you really don't need it. You could even double the 1,500 to 3,000, and like you still have more than enough. And at that point, I mean, like, I think Bob actually had like a build with his Berserk Barbarian where he was talking about that. Said he like shot for like an exact amount of HP, and then kind of like just went all strength from there.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want like even more survivability, having massive amounts of HP doesn't hurt, but every point that you put in strength does give you like 1% off weapon enhanced damage. So it does add up to your total. And off weapon enhanced damage isn't really that powerful, but it's just another thing that you can add on top, you know, to get even more damage output. Alright, wait for messages on tradery. see if I can get a better Mang Songs too. I think I had a 15 on there, so that's what I'm looking for. Think about respecting this guy a little bit too, because now that I actually have all my stuff, I can get my HP a lot higher. Go for a min-max on strength. I can pull points from corpse explosion too, which doesn't really need to be level 28. I could probably end up pulling some points from lower resistance too, because it's probably overcapped. Considering maybe capping the skeletal mages, because I am an elemental damage character after all, and it does lean into the elemental side of things, even though they're not the most amazing. Maybe I could do some tests, and I can actually figure out what like the optimal setup is.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't necessarily think the mages are the most amazing things in the world, but one thing that I hadn't considered originally was that the Mang Songs, while it does have negative fire res, it also has negative other resistances too, which is interesting. So you can take advantage of the mages like that way as well. The revives, however, are more useful in the enchant side of things, even though they don't really last very long. Which is one of the big issues with them. I kind of lean toward the mages for the very reason of the fact that the revives are transient or inconsequential, or however you want to put it. Like, they're always going to be there. Like, I'll always have the revives no matter what. So the question is do I want more revives or do I want more mages? What's up, Irene? I don't know if it's crazy getting my ads turned off at the beginning of the live stream, though. That's really weird. I never had that happen before. I know you said it as a joke, but it kind of made me want to just restart the stream. I'm like, okay, well, I'll restart the stream then. Like, well, am I going to stream for 8 hours with no ads? They'll still put ads. Don't worry.
Just fluffy for you.
Resistances are so bad right now.
I love natural resistance on Barb. Yeah.
The Necromancer, you generally just kind of stay out of the combat. Like, that's your goal. You're just like, okay, I just won't be in the combat then. I have no resistances. Don't pay attention to the Necromancer behind the curtain. Speaking of bastard swords, there's one right there. I don't know. I'm thoroughly convinced that YouTube has no clue, like, when something is actually against YouTuber guidelines or not. I had one video one time. It was just a video. It was a really simple video. It was a unique item video. And they instituted this thing where they'll show you the location at which the detection happened. And then you know, you can request a manual review, and the manual review will come over and see if it's actually something that violated the guidelines or not, right? Because they don't have enough manpower to actually test this stuff. And I looked at the yellow part, and I watched like the whole 30 seconds before and the whole 30 seconds after, and there was not a single expletive whatsoever within the 30 seconds. And the manual reviewer totally greenlit it and was like, "Yeah, this is against advertiser guidelines." And I'm like, "How is this against advertiser guidelines?"
Wow.
I'm like, for like the full minute, 2 minutes, like in that time period that you highlighted, there was not a single bad thing said. I was talking about, I think in that particular video, I was talking about the preparation skill on the rogue. Like the preparation, you know, like passive.
Yep.
Afternoon.
It's like, okay. I ended up having to delete that video because I had to like re-upload an edited version, which didn't have anything to do with their thing, and it completely bypassed the automated detection the second time. Like, okay, whatever. Doesn't even make any sense. Greetings from Germany. Oh, well, hello, those of the Germanic tribe. Diablo, your time is nigh.
Not even death can save you from me.
I don't know, he got my merc. So rude. Good old Office Coil. An ethereal. Oh. It's terrible.
What do you need?
I've been seeing some articles pop up from here and there. People talking about how the Diablo 4 runewords are boring.
What do you
And it's funny too, because there's a pretty big split in the community. I think there's the people who actually saw the fun in them with the overflow system and like the magic runes, and then there's the people that only really looked at the legendary runes and that's all they saw. Because when I was looking at the comments of people talking about it, there was obviously like a split between the two. People who were like, "Oh man, these things are really fun," and then like in the other group that was like, "These things are so boring. All they are is like new multipliers."
And both are actually true statements.
Yes, yes, they are. The legendary ones are basically just like multipliers, and the blue ones are actually fun. I think the blue ones are the way they should push. I think they should push that direction, not the other.
You know, what's weird, I started watching a podcast they were doing, and someone said, I think it was Woody, you were saying that, like, preparation was activating off of the Petrify, which is,
Because
I didn't
it's an
test that.
ultimate.
Yeah, but that's really cool. If that interaction happens, that's pretty cool, I think. That's an interesting thing.
I mean, it is technically an ultimate, so.
Hey, get like a Reaper stall for the Merc or something. More damage.
Well, if you're going with a physical build, you generally want either to grab a fire amp. Amp is better, but harder to obtain.
Yeah. Lower like percent chance and stuff.
Well, there's just less good equipment that has amp on it. I mean, I found a couple really good pieces. I mean, I have one if you want it. It's an amp phase blade that I found, which is kind of neat. 5% chance to apply level 1 amp on striking, 68 maximum damage. It's not the most amazing thing in the world, but it's just something you can throw on like the offhand of like a barb merc. Or you could use a lawbringer. Lawbringer is pretty easy to make.
A lime or something.
It's not really that expensive. Barb merc, it works best when you throw it on a barb merc for the free decrepify that way. Best made in a phase blade so that you can get the speed, because obviously you want it to attack faster to get more procs. Which is why I think this phase blade might actually work really good too. It's double the damage, just a lower percentage of procking. Alright. Complete. Alright, that's one of the facets that I need. That guy will get back to me about that Mang songs. That would be great. You know what? Let's do this. Let's see if we can light a fire under Mr. Mang song. Let's light a fire under him. He wants an Umrune. I don't have an Umrune. All he wants is an Umrune. So let's do this. To expedite things, maybe it'll make him... Oh, he's got it set up where you can't offer him anything? Well, that's stupid. I was going to offer him higher than an Umrune.
I mean, you could offer, like, say, and then when the message comes out, you can say, I'll give you, like, ist or whatever. See if he takes it. That's your other choice.
Yeah, I can't message him until after he accepts the trade, so it's kind of wasted. Because once he accepts the trade, that's it. I mean, I've got his attention at that point. Man, there's some really bad ones up here. A 998. Yucky. Mm. 14 cold, 12 fire, 11 lightning. Like, all Mang Songs really needs is one resistance capped. The other things don't matter, because generally whenever you're looking at these, you're looking at them from a perspective of... for one specific character. That's it. This one is a 14, 14, 15. He posted it 16 hours ago. Unfortunately, the 14 is in fire, which, I mean, I'll offer him, like, the Omrune. I think I still have an Omrune anyway. I doubt he's going to trade it for an Omrune. It's not even perfect in the way that I need it to be perfect, which is unfortunate. But it does have pretty good stats on all the other ones, and it's 14 fire, which is close enough. This one by Jbright is the one that I just offered on, right? Yeah. Like, if I do a minimum fire resistance of 14, filter out all the crappy ones. Doesn't really leave a whole lot left. This Berg guy has one that's on 11.14.7. It's pretty terrible. This Carl guy doesn't have this. I'm like 99% sure he doesn't actually have this item. Some of these people just love to post items up here that don't exist. And then they always want something ridiculous for them, like a 20 life all res 5 charm or something stupid. That's what they always put as the trading for price. Anytime you see that, like, it's almost undeniably fake. Hey, what's up, walking dude? Alright, well, I put in my offers. At least I've got most of this running. Let me clear out my notifications from Tradery. I believe I tried to get this facet from this guy yesterday, and I don't know what happened, but, like, he accepted the offer, but then never got back to me. Which is kind of funny. And then said he accepted the offer from another person, and then reposted the same exact one, like, today. Which I then just bought from him, so.
Might be a little tipsy or something, you know. Doesn't know what's going on. Too many trades.
Why can't they solo self-found like replayers? I mean, heh. You ain't wrong. Solo self-found is definitely fun. Who is this? I was on the other screen, hold on. Oh, you got an Okay. If he does accept the offer, I guess I can give him an instead of an ist. Thank you. I don't even know if he's gonna accept the offer. A lot of these people just post the stuff up there and just never get back to you. Like, hey, I want the item that you got. He's like, okay, well, I don't want the item that you're given. Do not miss your chance to glow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Alright, I think I really need Amaras, actually. That might not be a bad item to grab right now. My resistances are trash in hell difficulty. Amaras would go a long way to fixing that.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see what Mara kaleidoscopes are going for right now. Let's put in like a minimum of all res. So like bare minimum of 20. I don't even remember what they roll. Isn't it 20 to... Is it 20 to 30? Or is it even lower than 20 to 30? I can't even remember. Mara's Kaleidoscope rolls between 20 to 30. Okay, so let's put in a minimum of 25 then. Let's see if we can get like a decent one. Or, you know what I could do? Instead of doing that and looking for Amaras, which are generally more valuable, what if I go here, do Necromancer, Necromancer skill. There we go. Let's do a +2 to Necromancer skill. Apply. And then we're going to do resistance to all resistances. And we're going to put a minimum of at least 15. And of course we got a bunch of torches coming up on the list. How can we filter out the torches? Oh. Ginger is being possessed by Lazarus? What? What am I doing? I don't want to be possessed by Lazarus. Minimum price should be 2 lows. That sounds scary. +2 necro, 25% MF, 17 all res. 15 mana, 7% faster cast. It's like a halfway decent caster craft. It's like moderately okay. It doesn't really have like the stats to make it amazing. but mine is currently a +2 necro with 8 all res and 6% magic find, so I guess it's technically better than mine. Let's put that on the back burner. +2, 10, 17. +2, 20. I don't need a 220. Those are just ridiculously expensive for no reasons anyway. And I don't think it's real, because again, it's another one of those people asking for freaking, like, ridiculous prices. It reminds me of the back in the day with, like, the auction houses, where you would just post something on the auction house for the most ridiculous price you could think of, just to show off the item.
Yeah.
Like, can you believe somebody's got a 220 something, blah, blah, blah. And like, he wants $10 trillion. Can you believe that? $10 trillion. My friends used to come to me all the time. They're like, can you believe how much that's worth? $10 trillion. $10 trillion. I'm like, dude, that's not a real price. They're like, what do you mean? It's totally up there for $10 trillion. And I'm like, bro, nobody's buying it for $10 trillion, okay? Nobody's buying it for $10 trillion. Calm down. Like, he put it up there to show off his fancy item for a price that he knew no one was going to pay, okay? Nobody's paying $10 trillion. You can select item type Amulet. Oh, interesting. Where's that at? Right here, item type Amulet. There we go. Sweet, look at that. Hey. Alright. So let's see if we can find like a halfway decent one that doesn't cost us an arm and a leg. This one's got a lot of mana, and I need the mana. This looks attractive, actually. I like this one. It's a 2+2 skills, 20 all res, 9% faster cast, which will make it less attractive for people that are looking for those 220s. But it has 16 to energy and 87 to mana. I need mana. My fire golem costs lots of mana to cast. Let's offer that boy an Istrin. I still got like a bunch of Istrins, right? How many more Istrins do I got? 1, 2, 3. Istrins are pretty easy to get your hands on, to be honest. Just takes a little bit of effort. I got 2 lums. I got a gull rune, or limbs. I got 2 limbs. Taking stock. I got 1 ohm. Oh, I got 2 ohms. Okay. That's because what's his face gave me 2 ohms the other day on stream. Zod. I got another Istrin right there. There we go. Okay, so we still got 4 Ists. 1 Vex, a Pole, Zod. I probably need that Pole for upgrading something. Can you believe our world trade had an interrupt because of COVID? Trading interrupted globally. I mean, COVID messed up a lot of things. I mean, it's like dominoes at a certain point. I mean, you have pipelines that are leading into other pipelines that are providing goods, and I mean, think about it like this, right? Let's say you're a clothing manufacturer. Well, what is clothing made out of? It's made out of cloth, right? Okay. Well, what if, you know, there's a bunch of people who are sick at the plant that creates the cloth? Well, then you have a problem, right? And then the clothing industry gets disrupted because the cloth isn't being delivered to the factory and the clothes aren't getting made. And it goes further than that. So, like, what is cloth made out of? Well, cloth is made out of, you know, like cotton, linen, you know, like various other materials, hemp, whatever other materials there could be. So imagine, you know, you have a big giant farm, and the guy who is supposed to be farming the cotton with his big giant machines and everything, he gets sick, and then he doesn't deliver the cotton to the cloth factory. The cloth doesn't deliver the cloth to the clothing factory. None of the clothes get made. The people at the cloth factory can't work because they don't have any cloth to make clothes. The people at the cloth factory can't work because they don't have any cotton to make the cloth. And of course, the person who's actually making the cotton isn't working because he's sick. It's like a big giant domino effect, which starts affecting everything. GGM ist runes are easy to get. Me constantly freaking out over where my single ist is while managing my inventory to make the cow portal. Thank you for the donation, Balthazar. I mean, you can trade ists for like p-gems, like if you want to. Like if you want to like consolidate your p-gems into ists, that's a pretty common thing. I think if you go on Tradery and you look, you can do like perfect gems. Let's just type in perfect. There we go. You go to like amethysts, right? And then let's go to recent trades. And you'll see, look, 75 perfect amethysts for Burr or Jaw accepted. 1 perfect amethyst for a random key. 8 perfect amethysts for an ist rune. So basically, think about it like this. You look at my inventory right now. How many ist runes do I have just sitting in my inventory right now? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 1 ist rune. 1, 2, 3. So I've got 3 more, which could be used for stuff, and I'm working on the rest. And then I've also got perfect rubies, which are also semi-valuable, but not as valuable as the amethysts, and so forth and so on. Right? So you see like 10 perfect amethysts for a Vex. 22 perfect amethysts for 5 ist runes, right there. Like, so basically when you're thinking about like ist runes and wealth, perfect amethysts have a pretty acceptable value. Ral runes also, believe it or not. If you take a look at Ral runes, so if we go to Ral runes and we go to recent trades, you'll see that somebody just traded 40 Ral runes for an ohm, 15 Ral runes for an ist, 12 Ral runes for an ist. The reason why you do this is because of the caster recipe. It's the same reason why the perfect amethysts are valuable is because people want to make caster amulets. The same thing that I currently just made an offer on is literally people crafting up caster amulets, and then they're taking the ones that didn't really turn out quite as good, and they're trying to get something for them, right? So this is some guy who took a Ral and a perfect amethyst, a random jewel, and an amulet that he gambled from the shop, transmuted it, he got himself a decent little amulet, now he's getting an ist rune for it. 1 perfect amethyst and 1 Ral rune is worth less than an ist rune. So he got an ist rune for something that was worth less than an ist rune, well, if he takes the offer anyway. He might hold out for more. I don't know. We'll see. It's not really the most amazing amulet in the world, but I could definitely use one. I'll tell you that much. Converting your gems and stuff like that into runes is actually a pretty easy way to start making some profit. I actually wanted to check this out real quick. I totally forgot about this. I got this phase blade. I want to see if this phase blade can do the infinite gold trick. Alright, so Phase Blade, Infinite Gold Trick Test. Of course, it takes more dexterity than I have, which I think I can temporarily fix this by putting on another Ravenfrost. There we go. Alright, so I just want to see how much this thing sells for and buys back for him. Alright, so in my 35,000, 35,000. It's 35,000 no matter what. That's okay, so that's no good. Alright, hold on. There's some other items I want to check too. So that one doesn't work. What about that blade? Arbalest? Didn't I have the Arbalest? Yeah, okay, let's check the Arbalest. Sells for 10k. Or, sorry, 23,236. 17k, yeah, that's not really very good. I've been hanging on to some of these items to kind of like get a feeling for if any of these rares could potentially be used in this infinite gold trick. And they just never really seem to quite have the right buy to sell value. There was another item though. Hold on. I had one more item. I think it's on my Necromancer. Posted the Shadowfang sword on WoW auction house for 1,500 gold because I didn't think it would sell, and it did. You should have put it higher, my friend. 21 to 30 as a barb was mind-numbing. 30 to 40 was a breeze. Blew out my eardrums. Hork, 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 hork. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, here's the other one I wanted to test. I wanted to test this one, the Skull Blade Quill. So the blade is a normal difficulty item, I think. I wanted to try and upgrade it and see what happens. Yeah, Barbarian can be really fun, Leon, in Diablo 2. It's just one of those classes that you just gotta lean heavily into a lot of the stuff that that you don't normally think is very powerful. Like, you need to lean into open wounds. Like, I'm gonna write it down in kinship chat. So, like, open wounds is really important because it stops regeneration, which is something that a lot of people just don't really realize is such a bad thing in Diablo. But having open wounds helps tremendously. Negative targets defense, which is on some very select items, is amazing and helps out a ton. Makes it so that you need a lot less attack rating, which means you can stack more strength, which means you can have more, obviously, more damage output. Crushing Blow, obviously, is really nice because it helps with the high HP monsters. Because it, you know, brings their high HP down to a more manageable level. And then, on top of that, you also have the Deadly Strike or Critical Strike, both of them, which just give you basically double damage, which is massive. And then another thing that a lot of people don't consider is speed versus damage as an equation to kill monsters quicker. So think about it like this, you know, like say you're in Diablo 4 and you have a, I don't know, let's say you have a character that's hitting for like 5 billion damage or something, right? You walk up, you hit a monster for 5 billion. But like, for 5 million, you could still one-shot the same monster, right? So, a lot of the times what happens in Diablo 2 is people focus so much on getting the damage of their Barbarian as high as they possibly can that they don't really realize that having a faster weapon that has lower damage can be a lot more effective, because if you're dealing one hit of damage, which way overkills a monster, that's not really effective. But if you're dealing like 4 or 5 hits in that same time period that do like a fraction of that damage, but you're still one-shotting the targets, then you're going to be a hell of a lot more effective in general than a character that's just doing massive amounts of hits. So like speed versus damage is a interesting equation. Like when I was planning out my Vengeance Paladin with the two-handed weapon, like I originally had thought of going with something slow, like a big giant pike or something, but then I realized, like, even with some of the really fast weapons, I was still one-shotting most targets, like, with relative ease. And that's when I settled on the Champion Axe, because the Champion Axe is so much faster, and I could hit more targets quicker. So I could just run around, just, you know, chop, 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 instead of these big giant, you know, like, chop, and, like, the monster just explodes into confetti. I don't know. It's definitely a balancing act with the melee characters to get them in the right, like, setup. What if you're a big beefy man that just wants to sing? Ah, so he's a ginger. I see. He's like me. Oh, it's a halloweto, it's a halloweto, the douche. Oh, it's a fandango. It's a very, very frightening me. 21796. Wow, 23217. Okay, well that's just not even going to work at all. Is it the enchant charges? I think it's the enchant charges. I think that's the problem. I wonder if we got rid of the enchant charges, would it change the equation? Probably not.
Not in town.
Nope. That's not worth it either. Yeah, we got a message on Tradery. Who summons me? Counter offer for the Mang Song's lesson. He wants a Vex rune. Which one is this one? This is the un-ID'd one. Counter offer for a Vex. Do I even have a Vex? I do have a Vex. Let's do it. Why not? Accept. Looks like we're about to do some gambling, boys. What the hell's going on? Oh no, is he on Xbox only? I might not be able to get it from him. I might not be able. What the hell is this one? I don't even know what this one is. I don't even think I'm going to be able to get this because he's on Xbox. I can't even message him. What is wrong with this website? Refresh the website. What's the name of the blasphemous website you keep trying to not solo self-found trade gear? What? Tradery? I can't friggin' do this. What is wrong with this thing? Can you just not, why is it not letting me contact this guy? What the hell is even going on? Let's try a different method, shall we? I don't think this one's gonna work because it doesn't look like he's on PC. And I don't have an Xbox unless one of you guys has an Xbox that can broker the trade. Unless one of you. Deep within that dirty city, there's a man and a man and a man or two. Oh Lord Jesus, it's all good. I don't know what to say about nothing new. Your mama deep fried it. That's right. All right. Well, not gonna write you a Mang songs. Oh man, you should totally write me a Mang songs, Balthazar. You can write me. Has opened the chat to talk with you. This is a lie. Boop. Is it gonna be a good one? Is it gonna be a bad one? I don't really know. It's un-ID'd. We may
Probably
have
15 across the board.
just full 15s.
Yep.
And then I link it in his face and then just be like, There's a big old ad in the way where so I can't see the frickin' messages. If I have it like this, look. There's a big old ad. Just in the way. Look at it. Can't see nothing. Time to delete the ad. You guys ready? Whoop. Inspect. I've done this a couple times just for fun. We cheat. We cheaters. We do the super cheat. Alright, I don't know what this guy's doing. Hey there. Self-wheeled infinity. A mang poom. I'm gonna be sad if it's not good. I need. Oh, okay. Well, while he's figuring that out, I'll be right back.
Load up, bunny hop. That's High Lord's going for.
I'm back.
From outer space.
Archon staff. Okay, an unID'd Archon staff. Good luck, he says. Is it a Vex rune down the drain? Or have we I don't know. It's not like my offer's not up there for some reason. It's really weird. Okay. And open 10, 13, 12. Fire is 12. Better than mine. It's not a 15, 15, 15. It's not a 15 fire. Unfortunately, I rolled pretty low on the fire, but mine was a -9 on the fire, which was a hell of a lot worse. What's up, Let Me Know? I have a question about the Grand Talisman's skillers. I'm looking for one for a Java. I know they are hidden. There's a hidden level of them. If I have a skiller for Paladin, does that mean it has level 85 level hidden, and then it's a possible Grand Talisman roll for a Java? What? What? What is even going on? What kind of hoodoo voodoo stuff is? What? What? What in the hoodoo voodoo? I don't even know what in the ham biscuit you just said. If you're talking about skillers, skillers start to roll at a very early level. They don't have a high level on them. In fact, I think skillers first start to roll at the end of Act 2 in Nightmare difficulty. And they start to really roll in Act 3 in Nightmare difficulty. So from Act 3 Nightmare, pretty much any Grand Charm can be a skiller from that point forward. And then after that, then it comes into play with the additional stats that you can get on them. So a lot of people don't like, you know, they don't want just like a plain +1 skiller. They want a skiller with like 45 life, and this is where things get complicated. So a skiller with 45 life is a relatively high level skiller. So that has to come from a level 93 monster, or actually I think it's 94 technically, monster or higher. And there are several monsters in the game that are level 94. So Diablo in Hell is level 94. There is also NiNi. NiNi has really good charms as well. And then Bale. These are your main sources for like really good +1 to 45 life skiller reroll charms. Then on top of that, terror zones were invented, and when terror zones were invented, you need to be at least level 93. Actually, I'm trying to remember it. Terror zones are +1 or +2?
+2 of your level.
+2 of your level. So you need to be at least level 92. So your C level needs to be at least 92, and that will make the terror zone 94. Which means that you will guarantee a possible chance, let's put it that way, a possible chance at +1 45 life. And it's honestly really just as easy as that. Like, it has to do with the monster level that's dropping the item, which creates a specific eye level on the piece of equipment, which is capable of getting those modifiers. Now, let's say you had one that was like 88 instead of, 90 or 92 or whatever, right? Well, if that was the case, then you might not get 45 life, but you might still get like 43 or 42 or something like that. It might not cap out at 45, but you could still potentially get a pretty nice one. I'm going to go ahead and add this Mang Songs up there, because this one does have a 15 cold on it. Somebody might want it for the cold. Ladder, PC, Americas. 82. It is a enemy cold 15. Enemy fire 9. Enemy lightning 11. Those are the only things that roll on this thing anyway. And then
Yeah, 85 Iron Sunder. Yeah.
But I had a cold one that I rolled earlier. Just reminded me. It was a 75 cold. I could post that up there too. Let's try and get some runes for it. I don't know what 75 colds are going for these days. 71 for an ist. Let's look at recent trades. 83 for a lem. That's a pretty terrible one. 73 for a pull. 72 for 3 perfect amethysts. 70 for 2 ist runes. So pretty cheap. Honestly, I wouldn't be sad at a pull. I need those for upgrading weapons. Let's do that. Let's do a pull rune. Pretty sure it's higher than that. I could be wrong. Neilthak is level 95 in hell difficulty. Diablo is level 94, I'm pretty sure. Although he has a stunted loot table for some reason. I always hate searching for Diablo's, like trying to find Diablo's stat sheet, because it always pulls up everything else other than his stat sheet, which is what I want to see. It's such a pain in the butt. Like, and it never, it just, ugh. Eeh. I can pull up every single other monster in Diablo, but because Diablo is the name of the game, like, it just never wants to pull them up. And then Bale, of course, is an option because he's really high level as well in hell difficulty. He's level, what is it, 90? I think he's 99, isn't he? Yeah, he's 99.
All I know is you can't hit him.
Yeah, he's ridiculously hard to hit. Alright.
I need
I think we need to do a respec on this guy and figure out what we want to do. Let me play around with like a respec calculator real quick just so I can... Alright, not a paladin. We want a different one. A necromancer. Alright, what level am I right now? 91. Go ahead and pull up a reset real quick. We're getting to the point where we can actually get this guy like min-maxed, so might as well. I just reset my character and all my equipment is still on. Everything. Everything is still on. Nothing has de-equipped whatsoever. That's hilarious. What if I take off my torch and my Annie? Am I still set? Okay, no. So I need at least, like, the Annie to be able to put on... Like, the Annie or the torch to actually be able to put on equipment, one or the other.
That's pretty good.
Well, this circlet that I got was a +2 necro with 30% faster run walk, and it has 2 sockets with 20 strength. So the 20 strength plus the strength that I'm getting from the Enigma. It gives me enough strength to put the Enigma on, and then once I put the Enigma on, I get a 68 strength from that. It looks like it just balloons into each other. That means that means this is going to be a 0 vitality build. So I'm at 465 stat points and 102 skill points. Let's take a quick look and see how I want to do this. 465, 102. Alright. So obviously we're going to max out Skeleton and Skeleton Mastery. We also have no choice but to 1.1 wonder all of these beautiful things, and we are also maxing out the Fire Golem because that's part of the build. What the hell? Okay. Stop accidentally maxing out things. No. Bad. Bad. I was like, where did all my skill points go? Okay, we definitely... It's so easy to hit that max button. God bless it. I don't want to hit the max button. Alright, 111. And we also need to go down here. I need to see it with the plus to skills. It's an issue. Alright, let's do this. Okay, can I import items? Bang Song's lesson. There we go. This one could just be a Harlequin crest. It doesn't matter, I just need the 2 plus to skills. Enigma. Mage plate. Oh, there's only an Archon plate in here. Mara's here, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to get the points set up right. Okay, there we go. Torch and Annie. I just want to see my actual plus to skills here. Alright, what am I running for? 1, 2, 3, 4 summoning charms. Alright. So that brings me to 22 revives, which isn't too bad at all. A 0 vitality build? What? I don't know. I don't want a 0 vitality build. That's terrible. Level 18 corpse explosion. That's not bad. Level 18 bone armor. Currently at level 18 lower res. Okay. Let's do some quick math on lower res and let's see what level we can get that to. Amazon Basin. They got all the skill levels all the way up to like 1 trillion, which is what I need. So it looks to me like severe diminishing returns start at about level 23 with 64%, and level 26, which is 65%, at which point it just ceases to go up at all, except for maybe by like 1% per point, per like every like 4 or 5 points that you put into the skill. But at its current level of level 18, that's way too low. Now, assuming we do eventually get another Soj, which I think is the plan, that's another +1 skill. What are we running in that right now? Just an all-res 10 ring. Of course, because we need the resistances. But we also need the plus the skills more. Alright, let's assume as if we have a second Soj. I think that's the best way to do this. So let's just go ahead and put a second Stone Ring of Jordan in the other slot. Alright, so that brings us up to 19. So how many points do we have to put in that to cap that out? We want at least level 23 by the looks of this chart. That's what we're looking at. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 points brings us up to essentially what is the maximum. if we have a Soch. Which we're going to assume that we do have a Soch, because I think that's important. Then we have 21 skill points remaining. So we can dump these somewhere. Question is where do we dump them? We were putting points in the corpse explosion, which is not a terrible option, because larger corpse explosions are good. But I was also thinking we could dump them into the raised skeletal mage for the effectiveness there. I mean, there's also a possibility we could throw more in golem mastery to beef up the fire golem even further. I mean, what does that really do for him, though? That just makes him, what, faster? And gives him more HP overall. Yeah, bonus life and run walk speed. I don't know. I figure we just dump everything left into the mages, get them capped out so we have like some halfway decent mages. And we got 2 skill points left. And then we could put them into the gold mastery or throw them into the revives. We'll get some more skill points as we level up, obviously, but... I mean, summon resistance with 1 point is already at level 24, which I don't think it's really very much better than that. Let's take a quick look at summon resistance and see if there's any actual benefit from going any higher than what we currently have. So at level 24, we're at 68%. And it looks like even with just, I don't know, like 7 more points or 6 more points, we could get maybe like 2% more resistance. I don't really know if that's worth it. I used to think that these little individual points weren't valuable, but then I started to realize that golems and minions can be immune to specific elements, and that the difference between being immune and the difference between not being immune is a pretty massive difference, to the point where, you know, like a minion can actually get even just 1 or 2% more might push them over the top into immunity, and once they're immune, they're just not taking any damage from those elements anymore. And that could be an interesting thing to look at as well, to see like how much resistances these monsters actually have. I mean, like my fire golem, for instance. Let's take a look at him. Let's see what his base resistances are. So my fire golem's base resistances are massive amounts of fire resistance. Apparently he has 175 minimum. So he should be always immune to fire. Which is odd, because he has fire absorption, which doesn't really like function together. Because if you're immune to fire completely, then you're not taking any fire damage, which means the fire absorption isn't actually doing anything. But it doesn't look like he has any resistances to any other elements. So according to this, he doesn't have any resistance to fire, lightning, ice, or poison. He's got nothing. Just fire resistance and nothing else. So that means that resistance that he's getting from summon resistance is the only resistance that he has. That's interesting. When you take a look at some of the other ones, like for instance the Iron Golem, the Iron Golem has base resistances. He has poison res of 100%, fire and lightning resistance 50%, and he has no cold or fire. No cold, fire, or magic. So he's just lightning and poison. The Clay Golem, I think, is cold resistant, if I remember correctly. Yes, 50% cold resistant, 20% lightning. I don't think my skeletons have any resistances at all. They don't start with any, anyway. Everything that they're getting is coming from the Summon Mastery. I mean, we could just leave those 2 points alone for now. Doesn't really matter. I could throw them into revives for some extra revives to summon. I could also throw them into Corpse Explosion for slightly larger Corpse Explosion radius. Putting them into life tip or low resistance is useless. I could also grab Dim Vision and Confuse just for utility purposes. I think that'll work out just fine. Okay, so let's copy this onto my character real quick. Alright, so cap raise skeleton, cap skeleton mastery, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Cap fire golem, 1, 1, make sure we get all our 1s in here. Okay, and then we need exactly... is that? We need exactly level 23 on lower res, but we're going to be 1 point shy because we don't have the Soj, so we're going to bring that to 22 without the Soj. So that brings us to... what is that? 18, 20, 12, 22... 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, that's like 5 hard points basically. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. But it's 4 hard points because I'm missing the Soj. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So base 5. And then we're going to cap out Skeletal Mage. Must have made my calculations wrong here, because it says I have 2 skill points. Oh yeah, no, I do have 2 skill points left, because I already have 1 point in Skeletal Mage. That's right. And then I just got 2 skill points left. So, I don't know what the hell to do with those. I mean, like I said, I could get a larger radius on Corpse Explosion. So it'd go from 8.3 to 8.6. I think radius on Corpse Explosion is my best bet. Because any more points in a lower resistance is wasted. Any more points into, like, Golem Mastery, Summon Resistance, these are just kind of useless. Like, 1 more Revive isn't really going to do me the best, like, the World of... It's just, it's not really, like, a super ridiculous option. I think the only thing that's really going to give me the most benefit is just stacking it in the Corpse Explosion to get more larger Corpse Explosions so that they're hitting more of the screen every single time my Corpse Explode. So I think that's the direction we're going to go. That'll bring us up to a 9-yard radius, which is not bad. And then from here, like, we have no problem whatsoever with strength, dex, nothing. Like, I don't... Oh, we got a tradery message. Wow, that's just the, it's nothing important. So we got 465 stat points, which is ridiculous. I think part of the issue here, though, is we can't cast our Fireball. I didn't say 0 vitality build. You shush. You shush. You know what I meant. You know what I meant. I'm thinking putting some points into energy, but... because I need mana to summon my golem. My ridiculous golem that costs way too much mana to summon. I even have a precast just for my golem at this point, which I can still wear just fine. What is this? 2 and 1 is 3. This one is 2 and 3, which is 5, so that's even better for the precast. Do I still have enough mana to actually summon my golem? That's the question. Unfortunately, without the Soj, it doesn't look like I do have enough mana to summon my golem.
Yes.
And my resistances are terrible. Oh yeah, and these to summon my golem even higher. So let's see, I'm currently at level 45 golem with a cost of 402 mana, which is just breaching over the top of the amount of mana that I currently have. How much mana does the Necromancer get per point? Kind of curious. Is it actually a good amount per point, or is he one of those? Okay, so he gets 2 per point. No, that's 2 per level up. 1 energy gives 2 points of mana. Okay, so he does get 2 per point. Let's do this. Let's start chugging in his vitality. I want to see how much HP he gets up to. I mean, he's getting into the acceptable range of HP, but I've only got like 50 stat points left. I mean, 1300 HP is pretty acceptable for a Necromancer, but I'd like to see that get up to 1500 if possible. I guess the mana's just gonna have to suffer. Plus, I don't have the Soge, so I think with the other Soge, that would definitely work out better. I guess let's go see if we can pick up a Soge. Stone of Jordan ring. What are they currently trading for? 5 ists or 2 ohm runes. 1 ohm rune. 5 ists. 1 low. 1 ohm. 4 mals. 5 stone rings of Jordan for a jaw or a burr. 22 perfect amethysts. 4 ist runes. Okay. Man, people got like a whole bunch of crazy options up here. Ohms, 3 ists, 16 minutes ago for 3 ists. Let's go. That sounds good. I got 3 ist runes. See if he takes it. I'm typing because he doesn't seem like he speaks English, so I'm trying to like let him auto-translate it. Hopefully. Hopefully he has auto-translate on and he can just translate that instead of trying to figure out what I'm saying. It must seem like my YouTube has just like completely stopped. Refreshing it. Alright, no response on the Soj. We'll have to keep our eyeballs on that. I think we're ready to go test this bad boy out, though. My horrible resistances that need to be fixed. Those are the nightmare resistances. My hell resistances are even worse. Thankfully, it doesn't matter too much when you're on a Necromancer. Alright, so we have to pre-cast our Fire Golem from the other set. We can't even cast it with the Mag Songs because it doesn't give us enough mana. That's unfortunate. But he is like, what is he, level 45 with the pre-cast setup, so that's not terrible. Alright, 15 mages, 15 skeletons. Look at that. Now let's go play with this. Halls of Bane. Actually, you know what? Let's go kill Shank and Eldritch real quick. Goodbye. Hey, I got a message back already. Probably about the Soj. Accepted my offer on the Soj. Asia server. Oh no. It's probably duped. You know what's one thing I am kind of worried about with the way they have things set up now? With Diablo 4? It's really short
What?
seasons. I feel like the seasons are going to be really short.
Yeah, 3 months?
People
Pretty
are,
normal.
no, I mean like people are going to be done with their characters like really fast.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was having arguments on the forums about that, then I just gave up.
You were arguing on the forums?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's like
There's legit people that think that someone who plays 2 hours a day should have the same gear and be in the same difficulty as someone who plays 12. They think it should be equivalent.
why? I mean, even if that was the case, why not set up like a rested EXP system? Why go with like the? I don't get it. I feel like a rested EXP system would be a hell of a lot better than the than what they currently have.
Thanks.
I feel like
At that point, we just want 2 different games. So I can't even talk to that guy anymore.
I have a guess on who you were talking to. There's a guy on there on those forums that I've literally fought with for hours, and the dude does not see reason to anything. This is like it's the same guy who wanted to like turn Diablo 2 into Diablo 3 basically when they were like redoing Diablo 2 Resurrected. Like the guy argued for hours on like basically trying to make Diablo 2 into Diablo 3, trying to get them to like just everything that he could possibly think of to just ruin the core of what made Diablo 2 special. He's like, you could just have different game modes for that then. Like, because we would always, like, come to an impasse, and he wanted to just, like, separate out the whole player base into, like 34 different player bases or, like, some crazy number. And I'm
It's
like...
kind of what they did.
And that's kind of what I said to him. I was like, you do realize that, like, separating out the player base into so many different difficulties and different things is just insane, especially when you consider the fact that Diablo has 4 different game modes. And then you multiply those difficulties by like 4 different game modes, and you're basically just separating out the player base into like 128 different sections. I was like, there won't even be anybody online to actually play together.
There's nothing that kills a game quicker than like a dead population or separation of the players. Like people are it's fun to play a game that's populated, that's popular. It's just playing a dead game is really bad. In a general sense.
Well, and that's the silly thing, is that we're not saying that Diablo 4 is a dead game, but that when you separate out the player base into a large number of difficulties, I mean, what is the number of difficulties that they currently have? I mean, they like, what do we got? We got what?
It's 8 now.
It's 8 difficulties, right? And then you've got multiply that by 2, because of course you have 2 completely different game modes. You've got softcore and hardcore, right? And then you actually multiply that by 4 because you have softcore, hardcore on seasonal, and then you have softcore, hardcore on eternal as well. So that's multiplying the 8 by 4, which is 32 different, basically, separations in the community at that point. And then the 32 separations are it's a lot. So you're taking your like community, like say you have, I don't know, let's say you've got like 1 million people playing the game, and then you divide that by 32. Now you only got 31,250 in each game mode. And then you take those 31,250 and you say like, well, you know, less than 50% of those are probably going to be online at any given time. And then on top of that, you could probably say less than 50% of those are going to be online at the same time. So you bring your like million people, you know, million freaking player count down to like 7,812. And then it's like, what's your active daily user count on like on a regular basis? Like, and then it starts to go down even lower, because active daily user count is like such an important stat for video games. Like you got to have an active daily user count of people that are online, so that there's always someone to interact with, and you want people to be online. So it's really silly. And they're kicking themselves in the balls. That's what they're doing.
The new progression system is just worse on all aspects to me. Like, it doesn't even fix the end game part where we're like, oh, we want everything to scale. It just doesn't.
My thing is that the new progression system would be amazing if you could choose which difficulty you wanted to be in at any given time and still play with your friends. If they made that change, I think the entire progression system now comes to life. Because then you have the guy who's, you know, like a noob playing in normal difficulty, who is playing with his friend who's in Torment 4. They're playing together in the same game. There's no separation between them. And at any time, any of you guys can change your difficulty to various other difficulties to, like, adjust your thing. Like, if the normal guy starts to get better at the game because of tips that the Torment 4 person has given him, then he can up his difficulty to Penitent or something like that. And he's still playing with his friend in the other difficulty. And I think if they did that and just deleted all the separations between difficulties, but instead turned it into a personal game difficulty preference, I think the entire system gets like flipped around 180, and now it's amazing.
Yeah, it's just, you don't need 4 leveling difficulties to start with. You can have an easy baby mode, and then you can have a hard mode, you know, whatever you want to call it. Just like 1 easy, 1 difficult. Done.
The easiest of baby modes?
4 leveling difficulties
Peaceful?
just is mind-boggling.
Peaceful mode? Why don't we just
Peaceful
have
mode.
let's just have a peaceful mode where there's no demons at all.
Brother.
That's the mode.
But the thing is, though, Torment 4 Gender does not fix the problems that World Tier 4 had. It just doesn't. Everything scales to pit 65, and then as soon as you start improving your character and you can do a pit 70, well, 5 levels in pit means a lot. Nothing else scales. So it's all 65. The more gear you upgrade, it's just like World Tier 4, basically. It becomes the same thing. They didn't fix it.
I mean, you don't really convince me. I know.
They literally just did not fix the problem.
I mean, honestly, I think the World Tier 4, which is where everybody gathered, was just a better... It was just a better system in general, because at least everybody was gathering in the same difficulty, and we were all doing content in the same difficulty.
And the capstones were good. If they want Penitent to be locked, just put it behind a capstone. Then you can do it at any level that you're capable. If you can, if you can achieve or defeat the challenge, the capstone, then you belong in the higher difficulty. Don't lock it behind a character level. That's just boring.
I mean, the silliest thing is Penitent. I think Penitent is like just World Tier 3 all over again. Because Penitent is, without a doubt, like right there on the edge of...
It's 10 levels.
It's 10 levels. Like, it's like, okay, you need level 50 to get here, and then for 10 levels you're in Penitent, and then you immediately leave Penitent and you never return. Like, nobody's going back to that difficulty. Like, you also made it so that there's specific penalties for going to any difficulty lower than Torment. Like, Torment is basically where the Ancestrals start dropping and all the good equipment starts dropping. So why do we want to be in the lower tiers where none of that stuff falls?
That same guy accused me. He's like, you didn't test this yourself. You didn't level a character. You just watch streamers do it. You didn't do it. I'm like, dude, I leveled through all of it.
Link him the stream, my friend. Link him the stream. Link it right to him.
I was like, I didn't put gems in my gear. I didn't upgrade my weapon from item power 300 all the way to Torment 3. I didn't use a glyph. I didn't use Paragon. Like, what are you talking about, man?
You know, and that's what confused me about Riker's video. Like, I think Riker even acknowledged the fact that, like, it was too easy. And then he said he, like, went through the process of, like, restricting his hands, so to speak. He said he didn't even use any aspects, which was, I think, the one thing that we didn't test was, like, you know, like, avoiding using the aspects that we had stored up.
Yeah, you didn't have to.
But you honestly didn't even have to use the aspects that you had stored up.
Most people didn't even use tempering. Like, they tested without even tempering. They didn't need to temper until they got to, like, level 60.
Torment 2, like, the beginning of Torment 3 was where I actually had to start tempering items. That was like, the point at which where I tempered and started actually doing stuff.
Tempering is literally double damage. Like, we're missing half our damage without tempering, and you still can do it. Like, you have to really not know what you're doing to struggle leveling in that game. And there's so many people on the forums saying that they're struggling, which is, I don't even know what to do anymore.
I'm telling you, it's the item power system. It's got to be the item power system. People are not understanding how the item power system works or how greatly it affects their character's damage output. It affects everything, from the damage of your character to the damage of the aspects that are on your character. Like, and also your armor value and the amount of, like, percentage of resistances that you're getting from pieces of equipment that have resistances on them. Like, it's everything. And the new players are just completely and utterly lost when it comes to the item power system, and they just don't understand it. It's gotta be the, like, I kind of want to just do, like, an entire video and just rant for, like, an hour about it, about how literally the only people that actually care about the item power system don't actually have to even think about it or care about it. And I've said it before, but it's so stupid to put the new players through all this, like, you know, jamboree, basically, of trying to upgrade their item power of their equipment every single time they level up. I mean, you got to understand that. And let's actually write this down, and let's kind of, like, do a little chart here. So let's pretend for a second that item power is spread out evenly over your levels, okay? So in 60 levels, if we divide 60 by 800, we end up with about 0.75 of an item level, and I might have done that in the wrong direction. Hold on, 800 divided by 60. We end up with 13.33 item power per level. Okay, so we can just round that up to 13.34. And you can actually write it down as a chart. So you can just simply say that level 1 is the equivalent of item power 13.33 or 13.34. And then level 2 is the equivalent of I power, like, you know, what is that, 26.68, right? And so forth and so on. And it just continues to double, or just adds that 13 all the way up to the top until eventually you hit level 60, which is the equivalent of 800 item power, right? So here's the issue with the players as they're leveling their characters. So what happens is I'm level 1, right? I find equipment. The equipment might be like 25 item power. So it's a piece of equipment that's in between like level 1 and level 2, which is appropriate for my level. I level relatively quickly. All of a sudden now I'm level 10. I haven't replaced my item power 25 item, right? But level 10 is an item power of, and you can very easily run this on the calculator by taking this and multiplying it by 10, which means that level 10 is an item power of 133. So I should be at 133 item power, but because I leveled up relatively quickly and I'm using a 25 item power item, I'm now struggling. And the leveling process is so fast that it goes by in a blink. Before you even realize what's going on, you can't, like, you literally cannot replace that weapon fast enough to put a better weapon in its slot before your character is like 10, maybe even 20 levels above where you found that weapon. And let's say you do find a 133 item power item, but now you are level 15. So at level 15, we take the same 13.33 and we multiply that by 15. And so now you need a 199.95, which we can just round up to 200. So now you need a 200 item power item to do the same job. Well, the monsters, and this is important, the monsters are scaling based on your level. And the monsters most likely have an item power 2 underneath of the surface. So they are item power equivalent, right? And if we say that they're item power equivalent to your level, then that means that whatever the item power is that your character is supposed to have is the item power that the monster has. Which means now, if you're level 15 and you're going up against a level 15 monster, then the level 15 monster is the equivalent of a 200 I power equipped piece of character, right? So he is essentially equivalent to you in that way, because he's now the same level as you are, and his gear is actually scaling, where yours is not. However, you're going up against him with that same crappy weapon that you haven't replaced. That's a 133 power weapon, and you're struggling against him. You kill him anyway, and you get EXP, and you level up, but you keep leveling, and you level up way too damn fast. And so what ends up happening is you constantly outscale the equipment that you're putting on your character. This wouldn't be such a big deal if the leveling process was slow, because if it was slow, then, you know, you would eventually find a better weapon long before you outscaled that weapon to a great degree. Like, for instance, when you're level 1 and you find that 25 item power item, and then literally 5 minutes later, you're level 10, that 25 item power item is literally garbage and needs to be thrown into the dirt, and the only reason you're still wearing it is because you haven't found a better weapon yet. Which is unfortunate because you're leveling up so quickly that trying to keep up with your weapon is a process by which you're just throwing the weapon on the ground. So every single time you find a new weapon, doesn't matter what it is. Is it white? Is it blue? Is it rare? Is it legendary? Doesn't matter. Does it have higher item power than what I'm currently wearing? Yes, then equip it. Because that's the only thing that you're worried about for the entire leveling process up to a certain point. Once the leveling process starts to slow down, then you're scaling your level less. So as your level scales less, your weapon becomes more important, and the stats on your weapon actually become important. So you're like, okay, now I can be a little bit, choosy mom's choose GIF over here, where you can sit there and you can actually like compare weapons and see what's actually better for your character. But for the entirety of like 1 to 50, you have no choice but to just simply put on the best weapon that you possibly can. So it's no wonder that they're struggling, because that's not what these games are about. These games are about looking at the equipment. They're about checking the stats. They're about seeing what's better. They're about looking and trying to find out what pieces of equipment is actually good for you. But then instead of that happening, something else entirely is happening, because the monsters are scaling with your level. And it's really stupid, too, because think about it like this. Let's use a practical example. We can just throw this away because I'm not really worried about it. So we're going to use a practical example. All right. Let's say I'm a level 1 character and I'm in the Bloodmoor. Right? So in Diablo 2, I run out here as a level 1 character, and I'm like, okay, all right, I'm gonna slay this monster, right? And so I run out here and I slay my first monster. Right? I'm level 1. The first couple monsters immediately levels me up to level 2. Now all the monsters are level 2. I'm still using the basic starter weapon, you know, that the game gave me, right? So my effective level is still level 1, despite the fact that I've leveled up to level 2, because I'm still using the starter weapon. I kill a couple more monsters in the Bloodmoor, and after killing a couple more monsters, now I'm level 3. But my effective level is still level 1. And the monsters are now getting stronger and stronger than me. Now the monsters are level 3. Now they're level 4. I still haven't found a weapon. Now they're 5. Now they're 6. I still haven't found a weapon. Now they're 8. Now they're 9. Now they're 10. I still haven't found a weapon. Now the monsters in the starter area of the game are now 10 levels higher than me, effectively, because I still have yet to find a weapon to put in my hand to actually kill them with, which raises my effective power to level 10. Then finally I find one. It's not quite my level. It's a level 8 effective weapon, but by this time, the monsters are now level 15. And you can start to see why the new characters are struggling in this environment, because the monsters are very quickly outpacing the power of the character instead of staying at the level that they're supposed to be. So in this particular case, in the Bloodmoor, the monsters are the lowest level monsters in the game. Right? So if I'm in the Bloodmoor with a low-level character and I'm thwacking them on the head with my club, they stay at level 1, basically, and they never rise above. And I continue to thwack them with the club. And so when I finally find my level 2 club, I see a significant increase in the speed in which I'm killing the monsters. But with Diablo 4, there is no increase in speed. There's only a decrease. You only ever have the monsters get harder than you instead of you getting more powerful than the monsters and then moving to a zone where the monsters are more powerful than you, which is the general formula of things, is that you're in an area, the monsters are stronger than you, you kill them until you're stronger than them, and then you move on to the next area. But because the monsters are literally getting stronger than you as you level, it's creating this weird paradox of difficulty that doesn't exist in any other game, where literally your character is just going, okay, I'm strong. And he's like, oh yeah, well, I'm equally as strong as you. Boop, boop, boop. Kill. He's dead. All right, now I'm stronger than you because you leveled up, but you didn't get a better weapon. So, smash your face in. And then you just keep leveling because you don't know what else to do. And every single time you level, the gap just gets wider and wider and wider until you finally get a piece of equipment to put in your hand. Poopies. Honestly, half the time the trader, like the little NPCs and stuff in D4 don't even have equipment to buy. Like you go in there and look and they've got like a pair of gloves, a hat, and like a ring, if you're lucky. I don't know. I just don't think that people should be punished for gaining power. I thought the entire point of these games was to feel strong as you gain power, right? Not to have the monsters just overwhelmingly like smash you into the dirt as you gain power. But then, like, this leads to a whole nother like syndrome, in my opinion, which is that as the players are trying to level up in this stupid environment, they're not learning, right? They're not looking at the pieces of equipment because they're gonna figure it out pretty quickly that, you know, like when they're looking at 2 weapons in a shop, and one of them looks like it's going to be like way better for the player, and the other one looks like it's going to be trash, they're going to look at that item power number and they're just going to immediately equip the item that has the highest item power, right? But in the process, they're not actually learning the game mechanics. They're not learning what pieces of equipment to actually put on their character, what mods are going to be the best for them, what aspects are going to be the best for them, and so forth and so on. And it's even to the point where it gets excruciatingly painful to actually go back to town and constantly upgrade your equipment, keeping the aspects in the correct configuration, making sure you have the right mods and the right tempers, because as you're leveling up, you're just replacing every single piece of equipment like that. Like, constantly. Like, there was a point at which when we were leveling up on the PTR, where we were like, you know, the level up process is, we're replacing equipment so much that I just don't really feel like it's even worth it. The monsters aren't getting more difficult for me because I'm you know, I actually know what I'm doing, and like, why would I even want to go back to town and replace my equipment? Why do I even want to bother like redoing my, you know, my aspects? Why am I going to bother like putting my gems in each piece of equipment that I'm replacing? Like, I'm just going to slap on whatever piece of equipment is slightly better than the last piece of equipment that I was wearing and just move on. It's almost like the item power system and the way that it's designed and the quick leveling up process promotes the player to not learn how to play the game by teaching them that spending time to min-max your equipment and figure out what's best for your character is pointless. Because you're better off just slapping on any piece of equipment that you can. Just slap-a-dap-a-ding-dong. We got Worldstone, boys. I talked my way right into a Worldstone. Might as well set up a walk for it. Let's go.
Oh, yeah.
What game am I on? 1? I'm just gonna go ahead and start walking it. Ginger sounds like a mathematician from Harvard sometimes. A mathematician on video games. Let's go. Alright, do we got glooms down here? Because I have no lightning res. I'm like negative in every res. At least I have life now. Zombies. Bats. Ooh, a cryptic axe. 5 socket, no. More swords not ethereal either. Barrel claws. Sockets, pooping. Grand Crown, pooping. I mean, yeah, your equipment should feel special. I mean, that's why I said that if they want to stay with the item power system, to be honest with you, they should probably just scale the item power up. Like, every single piece of equipment should just have a scaling item power up to a certain degree. I mean, obviously, I don't think that they should go up to 800 for the, you know, the technically the best in slot pieces of equipment, which is, you know, obviously what the ancestral gear is. But honestly, I would have no problem with the normal difficulty just scaling right up to 750. Like, I don't see anything wrong with it at all. I mean, the monsters auto-scale, have the equipment auto-scale too. Remove the item power as a consideration. That way, when the players are actually looking to see like what pieces of equipment they want to use, they might actually pay attention to the stats on the item and start to understand how the game works. I'm crit poisoned. I'm just gotta clear it real quick.
Good evening.
It's freaking nasty. Any idea if someone is spawning declone? You can always check and see in the Discord. There's a declone hunter channel, and on top of that, we also have a command in game you can type in /Uber Diablo, which will tell you whether or not he's spawning. At least it'll give you an idea of whether or not someone is trying to spawn him. Right now, it says Terror gazes on Sanctuary, which is the furthest from being spawned, so he has no activity whatsoever. So if somebody is planning on spawning him, then they're going to do it from the bare minimum, which is the 0 Sojas sold to the vendors. Grand Charm fell on the ground back here.
Of course, Worldstone.
Oh wow. +1 offensive auras, Pally with 36% extra gold from monsters. That's almost perfect. 40% would have been perfect.
I hope you guys find good stuff and look to join, but I have to be up at 5:30 in the morning.
I can barely hear you, Pete.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta be up at like 5:30 in the morning, so.
That sucks.
Yep. Yep.
That's terrible.
Get to travel an hour out, go have surgery, and then come home and sleep for a few hours and get on in game for 3 days. Just not all bad.
Surgerotombolus.
Yep. I will survive. Alright, Chance. I'll be on tomorrow.
Yeah.
See ya. It's 2 Wake of Inferno, +1 to Shadow Warrior, 1 to Mind Blast, 3 sockets, Wrist Sword. Follow D4 since early dev, nobody ever talk about item power. I mean, item power hasn't always been an issue, and I don't think it is an issue. Like, to put it as plainly as I can, item power is used in many video games to control loot and to, like in World of Warcraft, I think is where one of the first places it really started to get used for that specific purpose, was to force players to have to grind out new pieces of equipment.
So make the new raids relevant, because then they're like, you'll never replace your gear.
Yeah, so like say for instance in World of Warcraft, you did the new raid called the Scuzzlebutt raid, and the Scuzzlebutt raid you managed to obtain items of great significance and power, right? So you got your Scuzzlebutt raid items, and the developers are trying to figure out a way to make you try the new raid. The new raid is going to be called the Trazzlefart raid, all right? And the Trazzlefart raid is not very fun, but they want to find a reason to like force you into doing the Trazzlefart raid. And so what do? Well, the easiest way to force you into doing the raid is to invalidate your previous pieces of equipment. And what do I mean by invalidate? Well, they can't take your pieces of equipment away, because that would be silly. There would be a riot. Like if you did a raid and everybody had, like specific pieces of equipment that they earned from that raid, and then like the next raid comes out and they just take your gear from you and you log in one day and your character's naked, well, that would be really probably not a bad idea, if you wanted your entire player base to leave and never come back. So with the understanding of, hey, this is a bad idea, they try to come up with an alternative plan, right? So the alternative plan is, okay, well, let's make their gear invalid, but let them keep it so that they don't get mad at us. And it works, right? So the old Scuzzlebutt gear is, item power 800. And the new Trazzlefart gear is item power 850, which is significantly stronger than the 800 gear that you had before. So now all the players are in the Trazzlefart raid, and they don't really like the Trazzlefart but they do want to obtain the Trazelfart gear, which is 850 item power. And they're going to throw away the old Scuzzlebutt gear because, well, who wants that old crap that is not powerful enough to do the new raid? Now, the problem with this is that item power is supposed to last you for an entire raid season. So, I mean, I'm sure Leon can confirm what I'm talking about here, because he's done WoW, and I've done plenty of other games which have similar mechanics. But let's say, for instance, you're in, you know, like WoW, and they introduce a new raid. Your 850 gear, or your 800 gear, which is the max gear for that particular time period, is supposed to hold you for basically the entirety of that raid season until the next raid or the next, like, you know, thing that comes out that increases the item power cap. So you're never really supposed to upgrade that equipment until they come out with the new equipment. Now, the problem with this, though, is that when you're doing a game like World of Warcraft or something, and, you know, your item power gear stays for, you know, 3, 4, 5 months, that's a pretty long period of time. And it's not really that big of a deal. You know, like, you grind out your equipment, you have your top-tier equipment, you do your raids, you know, they're like, hey, what's your item power? You tell them you've got, like, 850 equipment, and they're like, oh, okay, that's exactly what we need. And you're set. But in Diablo 4, it's not really quite what it's turned into. Like, the item power became this thing in the beginning which almost, like, stunts your character development, which is really weird. And it has nothing to do with the end game. And on top of that, they've also kind of just made it so that item power is meaningless to even consider in the end game. Which I don't even know why we have an item power system then, if the entire purpose that it was designed for isn't actually being used. 169%, and it has hit causes monster to flee. And that ring is just atrocious. It's got 79 mana on it. That's about it. Alright, so let's go to number 2.
The best part is, my opinion, a lot of people's opinion, is Classic WoW was the best original version because it didn't do that. It had no item power, technically. Behind the scenes, it had a little bit, but the gear from, like, the first raid, there was best in slot the entire time, even to the last raid. There was still gear that was better than some of the other.
Before item power was used in the way that they designed it, item power actually did have a really sneaky, like, backline purpose. And it's kind of hard to explain, like, so from what I understand in World of Warcraft, even in the classic version, item power was, like, sneakily behind the scenes determining how many stats you got on an item. I'm trying to think, like, the exact way to place it, but I don't really have the exact numbers here, but I can make them up and kind of, like, give you an example. So let's say, for instance, you had an item power 200 item. And let's say the 200 item power item meant that the item could only have a maximum number of stats, cumulative total of 200. So what this means is that, like, if it had strength, dex, critical strike chance, everything would be assigned a number. And the number could not exceed 200. Which means that if you ever got an item that was, like, say, item power 250, the total stats on the item could exceed that value of the original by 50 points. And that 50 points would be spread across all of the stats on the item, which would add up to a cumulative total. And that's what I understand the original, before they started doing the whole, like, item power, you know, like, stupid thing that they did in the later expansions. That was what item power was governing in, like, the classic versions. Which isn't really so bad when you think about it. Because it wasn't the power of the weapon, it was just, like, the cumulative total of the stats on the weapon.
Some things were itemized better, so it didn't even matter.
Yeah,
Because
so
they just had better stats. Yeah.
Exactly. So you'd find something that had like 100 strength, and it used up, say, 100 of those 250 points in the strength category, and then everything else that was on it would be spread across the other stats. So it was the stat that you wanted.
Exactly. Which made gear relevant longer, which made for more holistic, like, experience, I would say. Like, it was just a better feeling game overall than just invalidating all your gear every 3 to 5 months.
And nobody likes that. Nobody likes having all their gear invalidated.
And it's just an obvious hamster wheel, too. It's just like right in your face instead of behind the scenes.
So we're just going to take away all your equipment every single patch. Okay. I mean, and that's why I argue with people all the time when they say that, you know, like, well, World of Warcraft doesn't have, you know, like seasons where they take away your characters and delete all your equipment. And I'm like, bull freaking crap, they don't.
Every new raid tier.
I'm like, every
released
single new
something.
raid tier, they make all your equipment invalid. Like, what's the difference? You got to keep it. That's like getting a booby prize. That'd be like if instead of the government coming and taking away your car because you didn't pay taxes, they instead, you know, leave your car in your parking lot, but they remove the engine so that it no longer works. And you're like, well, but we didn't take away your car. You still have it. It's right there in your parking lot. They're like, yeah, but you just invalidated my car's existence, basically. Like, what is it now? A glorified radio? Like, it doesn't even have an engine. Like, I guess I got to charge the battery from an external source, and maybe I can play the radio and put a couple CDs in. I can like have my son push it around the town so I look snazzy in my BMW. Like, what's the purpose of it now that you stole the engine from it? And that's kind of like what it was in the MMOs, is that they would just invalidate all your equipment, make it very obvious that your equipment was garbage, and then they're like, oh, well, you know, there's new equipment over here that would get you what you want. It really felt bad, too, when you had unique sets that had unique effects on them. Like, I remember a couple raids in Lord of the Rings Online, there was some very unique equipment that it was much beloved by the community, and then they came out with the next raid, and the next raid just completely invalidated all the equipment. And a lot of people were pretty pissed about it because, you know, they'd worked really hard to get this god-tier equipment, and now here they were, you know, trying to utilize it in the new raids, and it just wasn't up to snuff anymore. Lotro even went so far as to make baby raid gear. I don't know if WoW ever did that, but like there was literally gear in Lotro that was from like a baby version of the raid, and it was like a completely lesser form of that raid equipment, specifically designed for the people who couldn't complete the actual raid. And it was like a, I don't know how to say it, like, you had like the unique items, and then there's like the rare items. It would be like a mythic item for a set piece, but it wasn't purple. Instead, it would be like brown or something, and it would have like worse stats in every way to the mythic version. Like, imagine if you just found like a booby prize grandfather, and instead of saying grandfather, it was like grandpay Paul.
Dolls and souls.
and the grandpay Paul had like the worst stats ever on it, but it was somewhat comparable to a grandfather.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
What's up, Dev? How goes it?
See, everyone's officially done with the D4 season at this point, just waiting for the expansion.
Yeah, well, when they keep changing everything every single season, and then they tell everybody they're gonna like completely validate all their equipment. I mean, I don't know what they expected. Like, in the patch notes, it literally said, and everybody's equipment is gonna get stunted down to 540, and the new item power cap is 800. It's like, wait a minute.
I've deleted all of my Eternal characters.
I mean, there's no reason to have them anymore. There really isn't. Message from Tradering. Got a 5-star review. Oh, okay. Good. I love resin these guys. Make such good minions. Now we're talking about the future of Diablo 4 and like some of the things that they need to change to make it better. We don't want to see it fail. We want to see it do amazing things. I think it's got the potential to do amazing things. I also think that they can F it up really easily, and I think at a certain point, I think they understand that too, which is the really silly part. I think they understand that they can F it up really badly, and they're trying very desperately not to. Boom. Boom. The war scythe. A Balrog blade. It's terrible. You're really having trouble finding those bird genres? They definitely are elusive at times, that's for sure. And then some days you literally will just end up with 10 trillion of them. $10 trillion. That's right. I said it. No, seriously. Like we've had days like that in the kinship where it feels like I don't even know how to explain it. Like we'll go for a certain period of time, and there'll be no burrs, no jaws, no lows, no ohms, and then like one day, like this one magic day will just appear, and all of a sudden everybody's finding burrs, jaws, and lows. I don't even know what the hell's going on. It's just absolutely insane. Oh god, oh god.
Yeah, that's
A lot of gloams.
a spicy meatball.
Well, I have negative fire res too, so it probably wasn't a good idea for me. Boo-hoo. No, I didn't mean to make the next game. That's not
I think
what
I'm slowly learning. Alright, you made the mistake.
I did make the next game. You know what? Let's just go ahead and go to the next game.
Alright.
I ain't mad about it.
Yeah, I think I actually like the leap attack better than the concentrate. Unfortunately. Play around with this for a little bit.
Womp womp womp.
What is it?
Womp womp womp. Okay, well we got Herodrum, zombies, and I don't know what else. It's not a bad combination. I need to pick up some potions. Are you guys gonna be hork?
I can't carry anymore. Thanks.
Frickin' Merc over here is just like mega poisoned.
Thanks.
I don't know if he's gonna make it. Testing sound alerts? Why are you testing sound alerts?
Not even death can save you from me.
Okay. Seems like it works just fine.
Thanks. Impossible.
No, he's in the wrong curse. Boy, my minion has been like literally poisoned for the entirety of our existence down here, and he has never become unpoisoned. I'm going back to town to heal him. This is insane. I've literally burned like every single health potion that I have, just trying to keep him alive.
I do like that D4 kept these crit poisons. Got crazy poisons of both games. I never want to play without Cleansing Aura. I
Cleansing
can
Aura
get it.
is so amazing. It is. It really is. I'm mainly just using revive so that you guys can hork the champions. So, if you guys want to hork the champions, you can hork the champions. Ooh, we got Death Lords. I like those. Those make good minions. Brain jamming.
I don't want to wait. Was not simply avoid poison damage.
E-botted versus Oath? Yeah, E-botted is way better than Oath. Like, it's not even a contest. The difference between the two is immense. Not only did he get a huge amount of stat bonuses from the E-Breath of the Dying, but you also get the Life Leech, the Mana Leech, you get the huge increased attack speed, which is what, 60% increased attack speed versus Oath's 50, which means that it's going to be a faster weapon and you need less IAS. It's also higher damage than Oath as well. That's another big benefit. You also get the negative target's defense, which means you need less attack rating, which is insane as well. And then the spamming Poison Novas are actually surprisingly good to help stop regeneration on targets. So like in general, when you're dealing with large groups of monsters and you're trying to like lock down a particularly nasty pack, having the constant spamming poison going off on a regular basis means that you get much better, much better anti-regeneration. The weapon has pretty much everything that you need for that build. It's insane. Especially if you throw it in a champion axe. That was a really long dead end. While poison is active, yes. Poison, any poison damage while the monster's green will stop the regeneration from occurring. As long as the monster is green. What's up, Chunky? We got Worldstone TZ. We still got another 33 minutes. If you want to join us, we're in GGM 4. I like to have all the monsters for me. I see we got cleansing aura now. Where'd that come from? Any poison damage that is active for a frame prevents regeneration for that same frame. That's basically the gist of it.
You killing Bell or you skipping him?
We kill Bell. I'll tell stomp right on his head. I don't care about his scraggly tentacled hentai butt. We got a Sorc here too, the static.
Yeah, but there's doesn't change drops.
Yeah, doesn't change the drop. He's still level 99. It'd be like if I said, well, let's not open that safe. You know, it only has 1,000 gold bricks in it every single time. I mean, in the Terror Zone, it's still just 1,000 gold bricks. So, you know, it's not a big deal. I mean, he's always going to be the highest level monster in the game no matter what. So, it doesn't really matter. Bop.
I need mana.
Ew. Those things. Immediately walk down here and get crit poisoned. Ugh, and worms too. Okay.
Well, my Mark just got murdered.
And with all the poison damage here, I wouldn't doubt it.
No, in the throne.
Oh, you teleported the throne?
Yeah, I teleported to the throne.
Okay.
And he got his cheeks clapped.
I see.
He just wasn't there anymore. It's alive.
I don't want to wait for this poison to be over. I want it to be cleansed right now.
He doesn't want to wait for his life to drain away. He just wants an antidote potion right now.
Ginger watched this show growing up. We all know it.
I can't even remember what show it is.
Dawson's Creek.
Oh yeah, dude, are you kidding me? Like I didn't have cable for a really long time. If it was on TV, I watched it. Like there was pretty much no choices back then. It was like find the least common denominator on television at that particular moment, and you were forced to watch it one way or the other. I even watched wrestling, and I'm not even really a big fan of wrestling, but there were certain times of the day where that was the only thing that was on. Either that or like it was either wrestling or it was another what do you call it, the like evangelist television shows where they're trying to get you to donate money for like 7 hours straight.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I got anything wrong against, you know, religious people or anything. I'm a Christian myself, but those shows are ridiculous.
Was
Have you ever watched Righteous
was it
Crimson?
wrestling in Virginia?
What?
So was it wrestling in Virginia or wrestling?
I mean, it depends on the time of the day. Like, sometimes it was the American Gladiator. That was the only thing that was on for like half the day.
Was it wrestling or wrestling?
Was it wrestling?
Yeah.
I like to wrestle.
I mean, honestly, I can't pretend to even say that I know enough about wrestling to give a good answer.
I don't like it, but I know a lot of people.
WWE, WWF, I don't even know the differences between most of them. Like I
come
couldn't
on.
even tell you which one The Rock was in. Like I know The Rock was a wrestler, and I've seen him
WWF.
wrestling, but I don't even know was he in WWE or WWF or.
The two popular ones were WCW and WWF. Like WWE,
See, I didn't even know about
WWF.
WCW. What the hell's WCW? See, now you're just blowing my brain. here.
Wrestling champion, something or whatever. That's where Goldberg was. Do you remember Goldberg?
I mean, I know some of the buzz names, like, you know, what's his name? Randy Savage, Cold Stone, Steve Austin.
Yeah,
Like,
Steve Austin was like the WWF guy, and Goldberg was like the WCW guy.
I mean, my problem was I always knew it was fake, so like I never really, I just never really got into it.
Oh man, the Steve Austin days with Vince McMahon, those were good days.
Okay, so Chunks is gonna teleport for us, so we don't need to do anything else. We can just stand in town and be pretty. We can just be pretty, guys. I'll kill Pindle on me.
Next D2 patch, please make melee just auto hit things.
Oh no, my mark.
No leveling penalties, Wizard. Get rid of it.
Yeah, attack rating needs an overhaul. I've kind of like talked about like some simple ways they could fix it, which is really just beefing up the amount of attack rating to get you get per dex point. I think that's the easiest way. It's just like a base change.
I'm thinking you should walk level 2.
Oh yeah, because there's lots of gloams down there for us.
Oh, it's an absolute joy down here.
No, I don't want the gloams. You can play with the gloams. I don't want to play with them.
I don't want to play with them.
I don't want to play with them either. I got negative 35% lightning res. I definitely don't want to play with the gloams.
Oh,
What do you need?
they'll love you.
You're gonna make me put on my anti-gloam stick so I have 6% lightning res.
Hey, the barb skipped them.
That Barb knows how to teleport. He must be using some kind of rune word.
Yeah.
He learned the skill. The Yarun.
The Yarun. He used the Yarun for the Yas. Impressive. He do the Yas.
See him do wielding griefs too. Just spinning and winning.
I want to own rune. That's what I want to drop. Make me a
One
CTA.
ohm to rule them all.
A CTA? There was like 30 being given away the other day. I didn't get one.
Yeah,
but
well, I wasn't on.
Someone came in and just dropped CTAs like they
I
were
saw it. I saw it in the screen.
gold
but it
coins.
wasn't on.
Gold coins, that's right.
Like, you get a CTA, and you get a
And
CTA.
you get a CTA, and you get a CTA.
Well, I mean, if we were dropping my gold coins, then surely you got 2 of them.
I did actually, and I gave a second one away.
I think Ginger even opened it up to the public. It was like a public swapping or something.
I had to like give them away to public because there wasn't enough people online. It was sad.
Shame on you. Should have kept me 1.
I mean, I do have one sitting in my stash, but you're being mean to me, so why would I give it to you?
No, I said you should have kept me 1, not one that
I'm
you
not using it.
kept for yourself.
I'm not using it. I'm not using it.
I need to make.
But why? Why aren't you using it?
What's the point?
It's your army.
Temporary buffs. Temporary smemporaries. I suppose I could use it. I'd have to take away my pre-buff fire golem stick then. I like my pre-buff fire golem stick.
How many levels is it giving you?
It's a +2, +3, so it's a 5.
Oh, so the same as your main hand. So you could literally CTA weapon swap, get a plus to skill, swap to the main hand, and then summon the golem, no? That'd be +6?
Well, no, just the wand is +5. So then I have +3 on the other hand, so that's 5, 6, 7, 8.
Who do we appreciate?
Richie Rich. It's a good movie.
Who do we appreciate? Yo, mom.
Would you have McDonald's in your house if you were Richie Rich, or would you have something else?
Is that what I think it is? But it's not the right one. It's not ethereal.
Doesn't have high
No, that's a
clearance.
brain. That's a brain hue. Oh yeah, is it got any good stats on it?
No, it doesn't.
Ooh, it's got bash charges. Your merc can go bash things. I thought I'd prefer to walk. I do. Chunk started teleporting, so.
I told you to walk level 2. You don't want to.
Why
do
are we gonna walk level 2 while you're in the throne killing the stuff
I
that we're
wasn't-
walking to the throne
I
for?
wasn't in the throne.
That
You
would
see
be
what
silly.
happened was.
That would be
got
silly.
some-
I think you should walk level 2. and you're
That's
just
silly.
like, I don't want to play with the globes.
Ginger walked what, level 2, and he got some globes. And he's like, not again. Just not dealing with it again.
I don't.
right?
Well, I don't have any resistances because I need to fix my resistances. So I'm a baby with no resistances. I don't got resistances.
Richie Rich, are you Whirlwind or are you Flurry? What are you? Pick up your mom, Richie.
I mean,
Double swing?
honestly, Whirlwind is just really good to use as a movement skill. Like you don't even really have to.
Yeah.
You just 1-point it, use it as a movement skill, and move on. It kind of sucks in D4 because you can't just like use Whirlwind as a movement skill like that. But it'd be cool if you could. If you could just like throw it on the bar and just not even care, just use it to move around. Alright, they want CTA. I don't know why you need a CTA so bad when we got 2 barbarians in the group.
I'm using Whirlwind and Berserk.
Okay, we're on a Berserk build. Got it. They pretty much.
How long does it last? 150 seconds? That's terrible.
I think I've given up on two-hand barbing.
I mean, it's not a terrible thing to do.
What's in the box? Let's idea. Oh, this is a good one.
What is it?
71 crack. 71 crack in my butts.
71 crack of heavens?
Why? That is a 89.
I think you might be looking at 2 different things. I don't know. Oh, my mark is dead. I need to go res my mark.
Oh, Jim, trying, don't waste it.
I'm trying. I have something. I'm gonna get it. I got it. My PME.
I want her to be me.
I think the funny thing is that like my extent of knowledge for wrestling is such that I didn't know that Andre the Giant was a wrestler.
Oh, really? From the movie?
Before I saw him in the movie,
movie?
I saw him in the movie first.
Okay. Okay. Man, I had all the like things with my brother growing up. We were loving like wrestling each other in the games and the toys and stuff. Earthquake and Typhoon, Animal and Hawk.
I gotta figure out how to hotkey these stupid shouts in here. Yeah, too many buttons to press on the Necromancer.
What VO's a CTA?
It's a 5/5.
That's amazing. What the heck?
Gotta figure out how to hotkey these things. Oh, 6 is 7 taken. 7 is taken. I don't need that one anyway. So F6 and F7. There we go. There you go, Chunks. I guess I need a spirit to tie it together with for the +2 skills. Because I'm currently using I think a Dark Force spawn or something. Which is Necro skills, which doesn't apply to the shouts. It's gonna give me a little bit more duration out of them.
Some spirit would be nice. For you. Glad you couldn't dual wield. Let's go Hoda.
A divine scepter of terribleness. Love these guys. So much nice elemental damage. Chow, 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 chow.
If we want EXP, we should skip bail for the next 12 minutes.
I don't want to get back.
Okay.
Come on, Barbie, let's go.
Playing on PC Deathstream. PC. If I was on console, it would look a lot different. I'll even swip it to Craftify so he doesn't move.
Yeah, the boys.
Oh, he dropped a G phase. Nice. Not bad drops. Always nice to see a G phase.
Good afternoon.
Anybody got a garbage spirit I can throw on the other hand for CTAs?
I have an unsocketed monarch.
I don't care what stats it has on it.
Bugs to see the spirit boy. They'll have extra spirits.
Chunks has been trying to roll 35. I don't know if he's gotten one yet.
No, I still haven't got a 35. No hell runes.
I managed to get another auto before I could roll a 35 spirit.
Ow.
You got a nip
F-E-T-H? Yeah.
net.
Oh, no.
A Neff? I probably got a Neff. What's up, Balthazar? Got a woe stave earlier today. Those are always fun. Already had a 15 insight, sold it to vendor, watched your video, panicked because the vendor had a full inventory and deleted it. What? I mean, woe stave is not really like a uncommon item. It's pretty common. Finding an ethereal one for a mercenary is harder than finding a woe stave. I always wanted to get like a perfect woe stave, upgrade it to max, and just have some fun with
it. 8 minutes on this tear zone.
Murder. Ghosts on level 3. Nice.
I'm useless.
Berserk.
You're not useless.
They suck
Just-
all my mana.
You have Berserk, man.
They suck all the mana, the ghosts.
Yeah, this one mana
They do the
punch.
big suck.
Or-
Is that what
It's
you're
only
saying?
4 mana per Berserk.
They do the big suck.
God, that's a lot of witches.
That is a lot of witches.
Enjoy that.
Oh, a monarch.
There you go. Spirit?
Ethereal monarch.
Oh, that's a good one.
199. Okay, there should be some ghosties over this way. Yeah,
Oh.
ghosties.
Oh, that's a big old pack of fanaticism.
A jewel. do. Garbage. Garbage. Let's kill the rest of these ghosties. Come on, Jara.
Rounds up. Only got 6 minutes.
I mean, we're literally right there at the door. We're just killing the rest of the monsters on 3.
Did have the minion explode.
More ghosts.
Yeah, the big suck, exactly. Holy glomies. See, I found the secret to getting the barbarians to use their shouts. You just use an inferior CTA and you just shout them with like the worst shout that you possibly can, and then they are always like, ugh, and then you get offended and then they just re-overwrite your shout. That's the secret.
That's true.
Or that's the way you greet people in pub games. You always overwrite their shouts. And they start running away from you and you chase them down,
And
shouting
overwrite
at
their
them.
shouts more.
Yeah.
Stop
It's good.
overwriting my shouts!
It's a good time.
My shouts are better than yours!
The battle of shouts.
That's how you PvP without hostile.
You have somebody join their group with like level 1 shout and they're just like constantly overwriting your really high level one. So we got 4 minutes after this one.
I can teleport.
Yeah, we'll tell you the last one.
I can take more hits than Chunk.
Can't take no hits. I'm a weak little Necromancer. Alright, switching to Decrepify for the boss. Let's murder him. Decrep. Can't move. No bail. You're not allowed. Stay put. No moving.
I'm still on bell waves.
Are you lagged?
I guess.
Bail's dead.
Yeah, he's still sitting there laughing up on his people.
I wish Blizzard would make minus to skill gear. Well, we're on to 9 now. Exactly.
They're just taking in a whole level.
I'm actually gonna completely relog before I join that.
Balthazar just wants to troll everyone.
Yeah,
My
he's
thing
like
in
what I
Discord
said.
is fine.
He wants troll equipment. I grabbed a modicum of groups. Not exactly a full army, but a little bit.
Running a 90 thing in Discord, so it's definitely doable.
I don't know. That's really crazy that we were like fighting Vale and you were back fighting the waves.
I wasn't fighting them, I was just standing there waiting for him to take his butt on back.
It's just trying to use internet connection. I mean, it stopped here.
So he's like going backwards in time. That's what I heard. actually backwards in time. Perhaps you can change our drops, Chunky. Maybe that's how we exploit Barbarians.
God, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Minus 99 BO to all their skills. You would get PK'd so fast. I can't even explain. You would totally get PK'd.
I want minus the skills. I had one gear a long time ago that they could create some type of rune word where you actually got like all the synergies from another class's skill, but then you lost skill points to make up for it. So if the synergy costed 2 synergies or whatever, then you lose 40 skill points. But that'd be cool. I would like that. You actually make like crazy like builds on spare and art or something.
Facial trail. It's okay, I guess. God, seeing all the curses like on top of my minions is hurts my eyes sometimes.
You should put a plague in your Act 3 marked stands.
Give me a plague and I'll put it in.
You can get a plague.
I don't have a chamber.
Here's-
I got a Zod. I got no chamber. Plague. Plus I have to make it in a really low tier base, otherwise he won't be able to put it on. The skills above the bar, Death Dream 12422 is the quick skills that you definitely want to make sure you have turned on.
It's amazing how many people still ask about that.
2 necro heads. I'll check both of those. One summoning. Meh. Life tap charges. Exactly what I need on my Necromancer. Let me show you real quick, Death Dream. So it's options, gameplay. It's right here. It says quick cast skills. Make sure you have that checked. And display active skill bindings. Make sure you have that checked. These 2 are really important. They honestly should just check those by default, in my opinion.
Afternoon.
Visceral Hollow with a Hydrate.
Will you see if you have that Nep rune?
Yeah, they got nefs. They have plenty of nefs. Nef, 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 neffy, nef, nef, neffy, neffy, nef, 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 neffy, nef, nef. Neffy, 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 nef. No more responses from my tradery offers, unfortunately. I'm gonna go kill Neilthank real quick. Holy 10 million monsters, Batman. It's like flooded with monsters.
This base I got, just wait.
Oh, we found a Koa last night after you guys logged off. A Koa and a Griswold's. Both of them were Coronas. It was actually kind of weird. We were doing that Andes, like right toward the end. We were doing like the Nightmare and Terrorized Andes. She dropped us a Griswold's helm, and then she dropped us a freaking Koa. It was only one socket though, unfortunately.
Half Ballroom played.
Oh, Oh, nice. Found your first Zod rune. Hell yeah. How would you rate a 220 Druid Helm with 20 strength and mana after each kill? So Druid Helms are really hard to rate because everybody's like, they always look at the Jalals and they're like, Jalals is so amazing. Like, I can't replace my Jalals. Also, faster cast is it's okay. I mean, for druids, but it's like they have a lot of like timers and other weird things going on. The only thing that would really be good for is like a tornado spammer. Off the top of my head, that's like the only one you could actually spam without any kind of delay on it. I think a lot of the times they want like the 2 sockets on there too, but I mean a 220 Druid Helm is okay. Because Druid Helms also have other skills on them, this is where things get complicated. So what you're looking at is you want like +2 Druid, 20% FCR, and then you also want like +3 to Tornado, or +3 to Hurricane, or +3 to like Volcano, or +3 to like Fire. What's the other one? I'm trying to remember all the names of them. There's a Fissure. Fissure is one of the really good ones. It really depends on like what's going on. So you want like an additional something with the +2, which turns it into what's known as a +5. So +5 Druid helmets are like really valuable in general, especially if they roll with lots of other stats. So when you start getting other plus skills on there that line up correctly with what you're trying to get, then that's going to be even more valuable. Yeah, you're looking for like a 5 NATO, like 5 Volcano, something like that is going to be where the value is going to lie. So if it's just +2 and it doesn't have any other stats on it, it's not going to be as valuable for the Druid. It's not like for a Sorceress where there's no plus skills on a helmet. The Druid actually has plus skills on the helmet. So you can get all sorts of other crazy things. Like you can find like a +5 NATO, +5 Hurricane, you know, like with like some extra little bojangles on there. Now the extra little bojangles are things like +1 bear, because it takes so many points to get down to the bear. So having a bear is really useful for the Druid because it gets you additional doojanks. It's a rare tiara, so it can't have additional skills then, which is unfortunate. So it's just never going to compete with any of those like 5 NATO helms and all the other beautiful ones that you can get. I mean, I think Chunks has one laying around that we found one season that was like absolutely glorious. Wasn't it like a 5 NATO with like a bear on it? It had like +1 bear.
I think it has a bear on it. But I do remember that's because you said, "You want this?" And I was like, "Oh yeah."
I mean, it's decent. It's okay. It's passable. I mean, whatever. You know.
It's 2 socket, 5 NATO. We take those. And it was blue and pretty.
Blue and pretty.
Look. I do like me a tornado.
I know you do.
Yeah, even their tanks.
It's not my personal favorite, but
It's not my personal favorite. Oh, the jabs on it. Still, tornado good is monster.
I just don't like the way that the tornadoes path. I think they're stupid.
Yeah, it takes some getting used to.
You basically just become a melee character. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the restroom.
There's the pelt.
Oh yeah.
Blanket and Discord.
I'll pull it up. I will pull it up for people to see. There's the pelt I was referring to, Chaos. This is the one that we found one season. I was just like, oh, do you want this? He's like, oh. He's like, yes. That's beautiful. Oh, I'm sure you always got to get a good look at this thing, so I left it up there the entire time I was in the restroom. Balthazar said I would also love an item that could convert bosses or revive them. I don't really understand why you can't. You should be able to revive bosses. I think it would be hilarious. They only stay alive for 180 seconds anyway, so what's the big deal? What is the big deal? I think it would be. I think it would be fun. I don't see anything wrong with it. Yay! I have a Border Death Lord. Goodbye, Snowdrifters.
I need mana.
So what are you working on, Devron? Hmm? My voice is real weird? Yours is real, like, electronically, digitally, Chunks. I'm not sure if that's me or you. Let's go into Drifter Cavern and get murdered. Probably gloams down here.
No, your voice is weird.
Mine or Chunks?
UG, Ginger.
Oh, okay. Let me try rebooting Discord then. Let's try rebooting Discord. Close out the Discord. Close it on out. It's probably because I didn't do the update. Probably, yeah. Hold on. And... quit. There we go. Quit. Cola. Yum. I'm rebooting Discord. Boop. We can also try this too. Sometimes this is the case. Is that any better?
Yes.
Yeah, I changed this to a different channel too. Sometimes that switches us on the servers. Reboot Discord. I don't think I've ever seen you in voice chat before, Charlotte. Are you finally coming to join us?
I'm not a big fan of microphones.
Oh.
I mean, I was not shopping for one.
Oh.
I bought a new headset after, I don't know, 10 years.
No, it's nice to have a good headset. I usually break all the time, so I think I'm on my like 4th or 5th version of this headset so far.
Last time I used the headset all the time was when I was playing World of Warcraft, and it was a Cataclysm. So it's been a while.
I think when I was doing MMOs, headsets weren't even really a big thing. I think TeamSpeak was really just like starting to get big. And we only had just started to get into like TeamSpeak and stuff like that. Ventrilo, I remember Ventrilo for a little while.
I remember using Ventrilo first. Then it was TeamSpeak. Then it was Skype, because you could put more people, and then everyone had Skype, and it was free.
I never got onto the Skype train. That thing used to hog up all my resources on my computer too whenever I had it installed. That thing was ridiculous. Somehow, I don't even know, but that program would be open before Windows was open. Like, I would hear the sound effect of like the Skype thing moving up before my PC was even in Windows. I don't even know how it did that.
It's been too long. I don't remember. All I remember is I was using this.
An amulet from a TZ. Another crescent moon. Dang it, I found another one of those yesterday. I mean, they're not bad amulets, but they're highly specific. Gotta get a key for this chest. So I feel like my... Yeah, that wasn't English. I don't know what that was.
It wasn't French.
Was it Creole?
I don't know.
Gambit? Is that you?
What do you need?
The forbidden language. No, the forbidden accent.
It's funny because there's some people that say that that's not Creole for Gambit, but look, and then there's other people. They're like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "My grandpa grew up like way deep south in Louisiana, and he speaks exactly like that. That's literally what he sounds like."
Creole is a mix of English, French, and African, so pretty hard to define what it is.
I mean, it's a colony, right? So like there was a French colony that it settled in Louisiana. That's where they and so that it was just like a place where people spoke French, and then of course it got slowly infiltrated by English that were coming down to Louisiana, and then.
I remember I had lessons at school talking about Creole, but it's been so many years I don't remember anything.
What were they like? Don't talk like this, and then played Creole.
Yeah, we usually make fun of Louisiana. They are pretty hard to understand in French and English, so.
That's what you get when you have a melting pot of a country with a whole bunch of different people in it. Ventrilo, yep, Ventrilo, I remember that too. I may or may not have done some dirty things on some of those voice chats. Back when I was a younger stud.
We had really crappy headsets at that time. The cheapest money could buy.
My headsets were usually pretty good, but they always fall apart so fast. Headsets just aren't rated properly for use, like the older ones. I don't know what they were doing or like what they thought they were doing, but the headsets suck. I found this headset, and I haven't turned back. Like I literally use this headset every single time because it's the only one that actually stays in good shape for a long period of time. I don't know what it's made out of. Adamantium. Like the silly thing is that the headset itself almost never breaks. I haven't had a single one of these headsets actually break. What happens is the wire ends up getting chewed or like cracked because the rubber's so old at this point, because these are like 20-year-old headsets. And so once the rubber starts getting cracked, then the wires start getting exposed, and then once the wires start exposing themselves, you know, the police show up and arrest them for indecency. No, they stop working. And it's a slow, steady process of decay. Eventually I'll have to find another headset, but for now this is my baby.
What I do when I buy a mouse or a headset or something, I add up some electric tape where it usually breaks.
Yep.
and
Which
it,
is why I electrically taped the entire wire all the way down to the box, which is where it usually snaps on this one.
okay, so you know what I'm talking about.
I actually took it a step further, and I use this stuff called it's like a moldable silicone. I can't remember the name of it right off the top of my head, but it basically is you just buy it and then you mold it to whatever shape you want, and then it dries and it turns into like a kind of like a hard rubber, or a, well, softish hard rubber. And the point of it is that you can just like reinforce all the pieces with that.
Because I have a drill that my father bought like I don't know 70 years ago, and the electric cable is still okay. So I don't know what they put in the cables, but the old stuff, it's so tough. It's crazy.
Well, all rubber eventually starts to crack. It starts to dry out. Basically, is what the problem is. It's just age.
No, but I mean they put something inside the rubber that I don't know what it is, but they don't put that stuff in it anymore.
Some good hazardous chemicals that'll probably give you cancer. Well,
maybe. I mean the drill is in metal, so
it's probably an unshielded motor, which means it'll shock the crap out of you.
Yeah, I know.
So the old drills and stuff like that, they were unshielded, and the reason that makes a difference is because when you're using them, they actually emit electricity, so they'll actually shock the crap out of you.
Yeah, it's a small one. It's not a big one, so the shock is not that bad.
Yeah, it's one of the difference between the old ones and the new ones is the unshielded core. I've used an unshielded drill. It will totally get you too. You'll just be drilling something, and it's like when you start it up and stop it, it'll arc out, and it'll actually get your hand.
The worst time when you get a shock is when you're on concrete using this, and it's kind of moist. You always get a shock. That's funny.
Okay. Am I finished with this one?
The only time I use it, it's when I need a drill that I can. She's got a mode that keeps it rolling. That's the only reason why I keep this old drill. It's because I can use it like you press the button and you don't need to keep your finger on the trigger. And it was free.
I had one of those back in the day too. It was an old metal one. I think it came from my grandpa. Thing still works. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It definitely will shock the crap out of your hand, but other than that, I mean, it still works just fine.
As long as it works, you don't need to buy another one.
You can use wintergreen oil to return the rubber to its former glory. Fix the cracks.
I don't think I'm gonna spend time trying to fix that when it breaks.
You'd be surprised at how good some of those older items can be because they're just over-engineering before they started going Acme.
Maybe.
Planned obsolescence style. Somebody was showing a video the other day of some like mixers, like stand-up mixers, and they were showing a video of like the inside of like a new stand-up mixer versus the inside of the old stand-up mixer. The new stand-up mixer had like plastic gears, and pretty much all like the connecting rods and everything were made out of plastic, and it would just like tear itself to pieces after a short period of time. And they opened up one that was a little bit older, like it was made in like the 50s and 60s, and all the gears were like solid metal.
I'm not surprised. Oh, I just got
You know, and unsurprisingly, the solid metal one lasts, like, is still working, and the one with the plastic gears is already broken.
I just found another rune, so.
Nice. I haven't gotten any response back from that guy with the many songs. Still waiting.
I haven't found a skiller with 45 life yet. I'm not rich. I mean, I'm rich in gold, but not in runes.
You found some pretty good stuff this season.
Yeah, but nothing that's worth 25 bear runes like the previous season.
Oh no, not 25 bear runes. Oh, I'm sorry. You poor peasant.
Yeah.
Get out of my castle, you poor peasant.
Okay.
With your regular runes. I just found a decapitator. Wow.
I mean, before the ladder start, I spoke
What is this,
with Bob.
Hellslayer? Yeah, I just found a Hellslayer.
I
You
spoke
wanna be...
with.
Oh, Lan's not in here anymore. I was gonna ask him if he wanted to be Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
At the ladder start, I was speaking with Bob, and I thought my Barbarian was from season 6 was geared because I had a lot of runes, and then he showed me his, and I'm okay. I'm not rich.
You're talking about Bobby Billions over there?
Yeah.
Why are you comparing yourself to Bobby Billions? There's a reason why we call him Bobby Billions.
Yeah. And his Barbarian with double last witch on his merc. Okay.
Bobby Billions.
In my mind, just one last wish is like, okay, that's too bad, but the double last wish on a merc.
If you really want to get bougie, just make a single ethereal last wish in a Colossus Blade and put it on your merc. Then you got bougie.
Yeah, I think it goes up to 365. I don't remember. Last wish. Oh, 375 maximum enhanced damage.
Yeah, on a Colossus Blade with ethereal status.
And
put that on your merc and let him just troll around killing everything.
On top of that, he gets a level 17 Might Aura.
And gives it to you.
Yeah. I need to farm more bases. My Barbarian doesn't get any bases.
I need more of those faces. If you could give me some of the faces that you use, my friend. Them low bases. Oh, just got another rib cracker. It's at 228, kind of low. Not really the most amazing thing out there. Not ethereal. Alright, what do we kill next? Let's go murder everybody. Let's go murder everything. We just want to murder all the demons in the whole entire world. Don't let none of them survive to this day. Killing all the demons. I think they really missed out in Diablo 4 not including full juvies. Full juvies are fun.
There are no juvies in Diablo 4.
No juvies.
Uh,
There's no mana pots either.
but there's like a potion like in D3.
I mean, there's a health potion, that's it.
Okay. I've watched you play it, but I don't really pay attention.
It's
I
fun.
tried to play with my brother, but both of us didn't really enjoy it
When was the last time you played?
at the beginning.
Well, it's not even the same game anymore.
Yeah, I know. I watched it.
They keep
No,
changing everything every season. Not even like season 5, which is the current season. It's not even going to be the same as that season. Like it's still evolving and growing into something. I don't know what it's evolving and growing into. A monster.
Anyway,
I'm gonna try and take a day off of work for the expansion release on Tuesday.
Yeah, should be fun.
I'm gonna see if I can pull it off. We'll see.
I mean, at the very least, it's going to be a fun day of everybody, you know, hanging out together, smack talking each other.
All of us playing the same class.
Yeah, pretty much. Because Spiritborn is the new class, and everybody wants to see what it's about. I'm actually kind of excited. Like, I enjoyed the monk in D3, and it seems like the monk from D3. So, I mean, I smack talk D3 all the time, but it had its merits. It had its moments,
It had its moments, yeah, that's right. What it is.
and the monk was one of those. I do feel like the monk was a high point in the game. It was
When
definitely
does
an
the
interesting
expansion come
class.
out?
October 8th, I think.
Yeah, that Tuesday, whatever that Tuesday is.
Fucking Blizzard and their Tuesdays.
It's really dumb.
Everything on Tuesday. I bet you there's a shirt, like an internal shirt that's shared around like the developers where it's like everything on Tuesday. That's why they had the damage on Tuesday shirt too, because the damage was on Tuesdays as well.
Oh, Geeds from Mephisto.
Currently trying to find Mephisto, wandering around in the darkness down here.
What is it?
Wandering around in the darkness.
I don't know how many Bone Slayers I found, but none of them are ethereal.
That's terrible. Work harder, mush mush. Work harder, slave.
I wonder how many were ethereal before you. I knew you wanted one. And I left them on the ground.
Because you didn't care. Don't care about Ginger. Well, or Ginger just wants an item that nobody else cares about.
Exactly. This is the price for making weird builds.
I think it's just a slow trade season, to be honest.
Actually, it's true.
Trade season's been really slow this season. Less people out there, less grubby raccoon paws. Less grubby raccoon paws. How many raccoon paws? Less of them.
Without
Right.
new stuff.
Why are you running away with it, Joe? I mean, you can't just keep adding new stuff to games. It's the unfortunate truth of the matter. I know people want new stuff, but like, there's a limit. Like, you can't just keep adding new stuff forever.
They can always add the Act 6. People have been asking for how many? 20 years? The old meme. We're getting Act.
I don't want Act 6. I don't care about Act 6. Fooey. Fooey, patooey. How about that?
I know it's probably gonna be disappointing.
No, I just don't care. We don't need an X6. We need Diablo Maker. That's what we need.
Oh yeah, but that's the X6.
That's
That's it.
better than X6. That's Act 12. What that is.
Oh.
That's Acts 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, stop me anytime, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. It's all of them. I would rather have something like Diablo Maker, which is an infinite content that can be just generated forever.
Yeah, so some people would spend hours just creating maps instead of playing.
Yeah, and then some people would spend hours and hours trying to beat one specific level and never beat it because it's ridiculously difficult.
Mm.
And then you would spend days trying to find specific pieces of equipment to help you conquer those levels because, you know, you'd be like, oh man, did you see, you know, like Big Hanging Balls new level? Like nobody's beaten it yet. Like out of the 3 million people that have downloaded it, not a single person has beaten it. I was like, oh yeah, well I've got a plan. And like, what's your plan? It's like, well I need this item first before my plan can be a success. And then like spends the next day like farming or trading for the item and then beats it. Gets hailed the conquering hero.
And someone makes such a good map that Blizzard added to just added to Diablo 4.
You never know. If an event is that popular,
Mm.
the level becomes that loved. I mean, there is every possibility that that level could potentially become like a piece of content for the game at some point. And nobody would argue that it's a bad idea because everybody would have participated in this level. It would be like a community decision, essentially.
That could be interesting. I don't know if they want to use the manpower to create a Diablo Maker. That's the real question.
I don't really think there is much manpower in it. They need to make an interface where you can create the maps, which probably already exists in some way or shape or form. So they just probably need to convert it into a method that is more accessible to the average user, which might require a little bit of interface adjustment or like additional art elements. But for the most part, I'm pretty sure that system already exists within the core of the game. And they just need to, because they've showed screenshots of it even. I've seen the screenshots of like the system behind the system. So they have a system. They have it for sure.
And they had to build a game.
Yeah, and then the thing is that once you take that system and can turn it into one that we can easily access, then you just save the levels, and then you have to make a system where you can upload the levels to, and then allow you to take your characters into those levels. It's there's no new assets that need to be created. Like you're literally just using all the existing assets that are currently in the game. So you don't have to develop new tile sets. You don't have to develop new rules. It's all the existing rules that are currently already baked into the game. I mean, the system is actually so genius that it probably with minimal effort on their part, you know, just trying to get the UI elements in place, setting up the servers to download the maps and whatnot, and then like overall just having like a ranking system, which might be the biggest difficulty, is getting a system where you can like rate the maps and record the times that the players are, you know, completing the maps in, so that there's some sort of database. That's probably the bigger difficulty to everything.
Yeah, if they didn't add the ladder in Diablo 4 after how many months? I think the ranking is probably something.
42% alders. Just highly thinking about putting those on to try and like fix my fire res. It brings me from -78 to -36.
Do you need fire charms? I've got a couple of 11 fire resist small charms.
I'm not sure what I need. I mean, the character's not exactly weak in any way, shape, or form. As a Necromancer, I don't really need to be in the combat anyway, so a lot of the times I'm a little bit too close for my own comfort.
No, I'm just saying because I've got a bunch that I'm not gonna use. But I use them, but I've got better rings now. Otherwise, it's gonna go underground or in a swappy. Same thing. It's gonna be on the ground in a swappy.
On the ground, in a swappy, in a game somewhere. On the ground, exactly where you think that you don't want to be. On the ground. Sorry, I couldn't myself. Cow level. Moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo. Moo 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 moo. Set amulet from my beautiful boy, the Cow King. Is it a Towels?
He's really cheap.
Towels are cheap.
Yeah, they're not really smart at keeping the right stuff.
Arctic Myths. Cathin's Sigil.
The other day I was rewatching the Carbot animation about the cow level.
Where they left the poor unfortunate
Yeah.
the poor unfortunate Cow King to like live for himself
Yeah.
after they murdered his entire colony.
Yep.
Why me? It's all lidless.
I remember the days when you saw someone killing the Cow King. Oh, I quit now. Everyone left.
I was always the guy killing the Cow King. Because I learned a long time ago that, number one, the Cow King dropped really good stuff, and number two, I just always had a cow portal maker, and that was how I did it. I just dedicated one specific person to always be the cow portal maker, and I just never bothered. I would just go straight up to the king and kill it every single time. Honestly, I had so many accounts and so many characters that could make the cow portal, it really wasn't even really a big deal. I must have had like 8 or 9 accounts. I can't even remember all the names of the accounts that I had. They're all gone now, but...
It's locked.
I probably had a couple accounts, but it's been so long I don't remember.
I do remember that one day I logged in though, and my level 99 character was gone because of the character deletion thing, and that was the day that I just stopped playing online, and I played mainly single player from that point forward. The character deletion policy was just too harsh. It always has been.
I remember a friend, he didn't play for like years, but every month he would log in just to keep the character.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. And it wasn't just that you had to log in, the characters had to be permed. And they could unperm too, which was a whole nother thing. But like, if your character ever reached the point where like it was marked for deletion and you logged back in just for a little while and logged out, it didn't matter because they had to be re-permed, which was the whole thing. As I distinctly remember the perming games back in the day where you would literally just log your characters into the perming game. And there would be a whole bunch of other people in the perming game, like 8 or so people in there. And you had to stay in there for, I can't remember how long it was, so your character would reach perm status. Permanent. I know it sounds stupid when I say perm.
Okay, you needed a certain amount of time played to...
Yeah, to reach the perm status, it was weird.
It's been so long.
Ethereal Shakos, huh? Post it up. People use them for Act 3 mercs, Steve-O. I'm using one on my Act 3 merc right now. If I hadn't already gotten one, I would have totally traded you my regular Shako for the Ethereal one. Ethereal Shakos need love too. Do I find any good drops consistency while playing alone? Yeah, you can find good drops while playing alone. I mean, you find better drops when you're playing with your friends, like in groups, but... I found all sorts of stuff. Like, I found a Tomb Reaver the other day, a COA when I was a 2-player, which is essentially the same thing as 1 player. Because there's no drop increases from 1 to 2. Griswolds in 2-player. Also found a Windforce by myself, Mara's by myself. I found Griffins by myself. All sorts of good drops.
You found a 10 damage with attack rating and 45 lives.
That one was by myself too.
That's
by myself.
That's a nasty charm.
It's a Lumrune. I found birds, I found Zods, I found all sorts of things by myself. A perfect Mara's, that was a good find. That was by myself too. Some pretty good charms and some pretty good items, definitely. You gotta not lose faith. I don't lose the faith, the faith, the faith, the faith, the faith. I don't lose the faith, the faith, the faith, the faith, the faith.
I am overburdened.
Is that Hellforge play? What's that? Socket 486.
It's locked.
It's terrible.
Impossible.
I need to steal the Shaco from my source.
Why are you stealing Shakos?
I need more magic find.
You need more or less? Less or more?
I need more on my Barbarian.
Impossible.
How much more? 1%? 2%?
74 more.
3%?
Yeah. And I need more mana.
I've started to completely fall out of love with the old Magic Find system. I think I don't think Magic Find matters. I don't think it matters at all.
Right now I'm trying to get more rare items like rings and circlets in Travancore, so...
Rare items?
Yeah, that's the only time I use Magic Find. In Travancore, looking for crazy rares.
Seed code hacking. Can't seed code hack online because I don't know what seed code I'm in. Wish I could. That'd be fun. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Locked chest with a Nef rune in it. Large charm.
Ever since you did like the Theorycrafting of a magic find or the burr trick, me too. I pretty much gave up on magic find. It's not the same since we found out about how it works.
Well, I just don't think magic find really affects the majority of the drops that you get. I think that's the moral of the story, is that it just doesn't really affect the majority of the drops that you get. I think like I would say somewhere around like 90% of the drops that you get are probably predetermined in a way that they're always going to happen no matter how much magic find you have or don't have. And then like there's a small percentage that seem to have to do with that like key thing where like if you have the right percentage it might force the drop to become something else. But like I can't count how many times I found like a Griffin's on like a 0 magic find paladin, or like a frickin' wind force pops out of a monster's butthole on like a 0 magic find druid. You know, it's just like there's got to be something weird going on with the way that the system is calculating out the drops, because it does seem like there's a difference between magic find drops and regular drops. Like the regular drops are going to happen no matter what, no matter how much magic find you have. Whether you have 1,000% or 8,000% or 0%, like those regular drops are just like hard coded to always fall. And then the magic find stuff, the stuff that you're getting extra on top of the hard coded drops, seems to be like in the whole magic find system, which is different entirely. Let's see what the next terror zone is. Glacial Trail's not exactly one of the more better ones. Oh, that's not a theory. We've pretty much proved that, Digital Shaman. That's not what we're talking about, though.
The loot system, not really the magic find. That we figured out.
Yeah, you're Digital Shaman. You're talking to the guy who literally pioneered the whole like seed code hacking, like going in and checking everything, figuring out that the items in your inventory determined what fell on the ground and all that other stuff. What you might not be aware of is that we also did an entire live stream where we tested out Magic Find to see how specifically Magic Find worked. And Magic Find was a whole nother like set of variables and silliness. Let me see if I can find the live stream for you where we tested that stuff if you actually want to play with it. Yeah, here it is. So this is copy. I'm gonna copy this one for you.
I mean, I can clearly see a difference with Magic Find in Travancore. When I have 75 Magic Find, I see only blue items, and when I have 250, I see a lot more yellow. So it does work. But I don't
If you're trying to get yellows, yeah. So what I determined through that like testing that I did that day was that the items would never turn into anything other than what they were destined to turn into. So if you do have Magic Find and you do hit the right key, so like if you hit the right key, what happens is the Magic Find will turn the item into like 1-up or like whatever it was actually designed to turn it into. So in your particular case, if you're seeing mostly blues, the blues are turning into yellows, but the blues will never turn into sets and they'll never turn into uniques. Does that make sense?
I remember your stream.
Yeah.
I was just
So like it's a weird situation where you can turn the blues into like, you know, one thing, but you can't turn the blues into anything else. And so it ends up in this really weird situation. So like let's say you do like 1,000 runs and you end up with a whole bunch of blues, and then the unique falls. Well, the unique is probably not because of Magic Find. It's probably just designed to drop that way. But then if you throw a bunch of Magic Find on, now your blues are turning into rares, and you're getting a bunch of rares, but you're not going to force any uniques, and then the unique amulet drops, and that wasn't because of Magic Find. That was just because it always was going to drop that way.
yeah. That's why sometimes you get the griffins out of random mob. How many times I tried farming with the sorceress with the 500 magic find and nothing. Then you drop your magic find and whoops, it drops.
So die for my dogs. Yes, you're right that the reason why the item find barbarian works so well is not because of Magic Find. It's because of the fact that they're exploiting the way that item find works in low player counts. Because in low player counts, most of the time when you kill a monster, nothing falls. So when you're an item find barbarian, you're forcing items to pop out of the monster's butthole, whether it wants to pop out of his butthole or not, because you have like a particularly high, if you set it up, I don't remember what the exact cap is on item find percent chance, but you can get, I think you can get up to at least like a 70% chance to force an item to pop out of the monster's butthole, which is going to be a lot higher than what P1 is going to give you naturally.
If you max it out, you can reach at least 80%.
Yeah.
But most people go for 70.
Exactly. So the thing is that you're getting more items than you would normally in player 1, and that has nothing to do with your Magic Find and everything to do with the fact that you're forcing more items to fall. Similarly to the way that when you play P8, you force more items to fall. And I think that's really the truth of the matter is that, like, I think Magic Find comes down to more quantity than it does anything else, which is why P8 is so great and why the Item Find Barbarian is so amazing. Because you're just forcing so many items to fall on the ground, and you're like cycling through the options like a slot machine. Eventually, if you pull the slot machine and, you know, handle enough, you're eventually going to get a 777. But, you know, it might take you like 400 or 500 spins or 1,000 or 2,000 spins. But the thing is that when you're an item farm barbarian, you're spinning the handle a hell of a lot faster than a regular person who's just killing the monsters the normal way. In fact, one could even say 2 to 4 times faster, depending on like what player count you're farming it. Frozen Tundra, nice. Yes, Magic Find can actually be counterproductive at times. We tested that as well. There were actually times in the percentages where having a specific percentage of Magic Find actually caused an item not to fall when an item would normally have fallen. Now this doesn't apply to Item Find Barbs, because Item Find Barbs aren't following the rules of the no-drop rolls. The no-drop rolls basically just don't even apply to Item Find Barbarians, which is another reason why Item Find Barbarians are just superior in most ways when it comes to finding items, because they don't care about the no-drop rules. But when I tested it out, specific percentages of Magic Find actually caused the items to not fall. Which was really weird, by the way.
Or it reduced the quality too.
Yes, or it reduced the quality down to a trash item.
I am overburdened.
That was weird.
I also did a test where I just like cleared an entire game just to see like what the the breakdown of items were in terms of what you would obtain, because I wanted to just kind of like do like an entire game and just play with the numbers. And it was overwhelmingly rare items, is what it was. Overwhelmingly rare. The sets and the uniques very rarely ever dropped. They were, I think it was a factor of 10, or I think it was even more. I'd have to pull up my sheet. But like for every one unique or set that I found, I think I was finding like 10 rares in the same at the same time. Rares just are really common. And Magic Find seems to almost specifically enhance rare drops more than anything else.
Maybe we got it all wrong. The developers wanted to say the rare ones or the magic ones, and not the blues.
I mean, the way I think about it is the rare items are just kind of like peppered in everywhere. I mean, I don't even understand that they're so common. It's ridiculous. The real problem with the rare items is actually trying to find a rare item that is actually good. Because the majority of them are garbage. They're not good pieces of equipment.
Especially armors. How many good rare armors did you find?
I mean, the rare armors are almost always bad. They have to roll with some godlike stats to even considered good.
They are only good at low level. High level, they are pretty useless.
You can find some insanely good armors, rare armors. They have to roll with everything. So they've got to have like 24% faster hit recovery. They have to roll with like 80 life on them. They've got to roll with 3 resistances, which is actually possible, like poison length reduction. They've got to roll with usually some form of bonus stats, like strength is usually a pretty common one. And then they also have to roll with 2 sockets as well. So like by the time you're done, you're looking at an armor that usually has something like 24% faster hit recovery, 80 life, like 20 to 30 strength on it, 2 sockets, 3 resistances that are like 30% or higher, and like 75% poison length reduction. At which point you actually have a really nice little piece of armor with high defense and everything, but what are you putting in the 2 sockets? Like what are we customizing this for? Who's using this piece of equipment? A lot of the times, since it doesn't have plus to skills, it just ends up being considered trash. But like in the perfect state, the rare armors actually can be interesting.
I haven't found anything like that.
I found a couple like that at low levels. Like I found a couple low level pieces like that. There was a armor. It was an ancient armor that I found a while back, and it was like that. It was like 24% faster at recovery, and it had like 3 resistances that were all above 30. It was 2 sockets, but it was an ancient armor, so it wasn't like
that's what I meant. Low level you find quite a bit, but looking for a high level armor like this is like impossible. Like a Archon plate with those stats, almost impossible to find.
I mean, I don't really think I've mapped it out completely, and I can't really come to a full conclusion about it either. Like I still kind of sway back and forth on it, whether Magic Find is actually useful or not. And I think I'm starting to fall on the side of Magic Find's not very useful. What it comes down to is that I could play a character with no Magic Find, and I can play a character with Magic Find. And sometimes I'll have the characters with no Magic Find will actually find more useful items. And when I mean like useful items, I mean like actually good pieces of equipment. So there's something to quantify here, which is hard to put into words, and it comes like a Stargate, freaking Starship Galactica term comes to my mind, of Felgercarb, right? Felgercarb. It's like you're searching through the Felgercarb for the items that actually have substantial value. And the game, I think putting large amounts of Magic Find on your character gives you large amounts of Felgercarb. Basically just garbage. Pieces of equipment that are never going to have any valuable whatsoever. And so if I had to rate a character's usefulness in terms of like what they're finding, is the Magic Find actually increasing your good drops? or is it only increasing the number of Felger card drops that you're getting? Are you getting more rares that are useless? Are you getting more set items that are useless? Are you getting more uniques that are useless? Like, is it actually increasing the drops that matter? And that's the question. Like, if I took a brand new character and I, you know, just like did like 10,000 runs of like Andy or something, and then I took that same character and threw like 400% magic find on them and did 10,000 runs of Andy, and then I picked out all the pieces of equipment that dropped from Andy that were actually what I would consider to be endgame viable pieces of equipment, like the stuff that people are actually looking for, like the Griffin's Eyes, the Soges, the Raven Frosts, you know, like the things that are sticking points. Like when people find them, they're like, oh yeah, I found something, I found a Raven Frost and a Griffin's yesterday, you know, like they don't say I found an Eisenhart's breastplate and 3 rare rings yesterday. No, they say I found a Griffin's and a Ravenfrost and I found a Mang Songs. And that's kind of like the gist of what I'm getting at here is the magic find actually giving you anything better, or is the magic find just giving you a bunch of trash to make you feel like you're getting something better?
Placebo effect. Anyways, hi everybody.
What's up, Demazeed?
You know, still hobbling around on a broken knee, but I'm alive.
Broken knees?
Yeah, no, my right knee, I jacked it up helping someone move, so I'm just waiting on MRIs and stuff to happen.
Oh, bad kind
yeah,
of
just part of life, you know. But how's things going for everyone else tonight?
Man, you reminded me of that one time I broke my window. It's funny how one story brings to mind another story. So, like, you're talking about your knee getting messed up. One time, a long time ago, when I was back at my parents' house, I had my bed like kind of near the window. I don't know what I was dreaming about, but I woke up and my knee just like it was like I was kneeing somebody or something, or like I was fighting somebody in my dream, and I like went for like a knee nut punch or something, and dude, I freaking kneed the window.
Oh.
Shattered glass everywhere. I was like, oh, okay.
Just brutal.
That hurt. It hurt a lot. And I did it the other day too, because I was taking a nap on this little cot back here because I didn't want to go downstairs, and same thing. Like I freaking need the edge of the freaking countertop. That hurts. I don't know what it is about your knee, but man, when you hurt it freaking lets you know.
Yes, it does. Mine was the size of a basketball when it let me know.
It lets you know, and it's not a nice let you know. It's a mean let you know.
The issues with the ankles and knees, all your weight is always on top of it, so it always hurts.
I did find the freaking waypoint, right? I'm gonna make sure I clicked on the waypoint, because if you didn't click on the waypoint, Ginger, can't count how many times.
If you need the waypoint, I can come get it for you.
Oh, I'm here. I just, so a lot of times I'll go straight to the waypoint. Sometimes I won't even click on it.
Oh.
If you get more crappy uniques, it's also helping you roll more of the good uniques. I mean, in a roundabout way, if you farm the entire game, yes. Like if you're farming the entire game and you're doing, like situations where you're killing like every monster and you're going to every super unique, then yeah, it could be. But the problem, Shianel, is that that's not how most people magic find. Most people magic find the other way, which is where they come into the game, they kill Trav, and they leave. Which means that it doesn't matter what unique items you find. It doesn't matter what crappy uniques fall, because you're not going to change the next set of drops that are in the next game. If you were farming one game and that's all you were farming, which is one of the reasons why I believe that the general farming of like an entire game, or just walking and things like that, just generally tends to be better magic find wise for that reason, among others. But I think the problem with that comes to play is that that's not how most people farm, so I don't think magic find helps them at all in that regard.
So on a different note, have we done any more Ubers and found any more torches since the last Druid torches we got?
I have not done any more Ubers now. I've been farming Neelithak, but he has been stingy with keys, so I have like pretty much only like one key to show for all my efforts.
I think
Yeah,
I have 2 sets of keys if you guys wanna try to.
I have one set of keys, but we need someone who can come in and be the front line because I'm a sorceress.
I mean,
So
I can tell he stomped the boss. That's not a big issue.
No, I'm pretty sure my Barbarian can take it.
We can
Never
get some
tried.
R's and we can tell he's stomped. I've already done this successfully many times. So
I know
he's
the
more
first
than
iteration.
capable.
Yeah, that first iteration we did was fantastic.
And that was with the weakest version of this character. He's much stronger than that now.
Exactly.
Let me see. I think I need 1 more key to get to full set. Yeah, I need 1 more key of 8.
What gear am I wearing? Need a better amulet.
I think my fire Sorc literally just needs a torch, and I would consider her fully built, not including the merc. I think the merc needs a better armor.
I
So-
learned to give up the torch on a sorceress. They are just too expensive.
So, Shinoel, I tried to force a set item to fall through Magic Find. For many thousands of tries, and I was unable to force a set item or a unique item to fall, like by manipulating Magic Find specifically. And I don't agree. I mean, I think that the set and the unique items are basically predetermined drops in the scenario, like with the variables. That's how they're set up. Because no matter how I manipulated the variables, I could not force set items and unique items to fall for any reason whatsoever. They just would not. I could force rares. I could force as many rares as I wanted. I could turn any item into a rare. So if I went up to a corpse and it dropped like a cracked flail, if I tried enough and I got the right magic find percentage, I could force that cracked flail to turn into a rare. Or like a mace, if I got like a, let's use a good example, like a broadsword. If I tried hard enough, I could turn the broadsword into a rare broadsword. But I could never, ever force the broadsword to turn into an Eisenhart's broadsword or a Griswold's. It would just never turn into those items. Do I'm saying the drops have patterns? I'm saying that Magic Find, specifically, is affecting a completely different thing other than what we're trying to like accomplish. So there's 2 different kinds of drops in the game. There is drop number 1, which is a variable creation, which is determined by everything that is currently being used as a variable for that purpose to determine what falls. Then there's drop number 2, which is Magic Find related. So a Magic Find related drop. The Magic Find related drops and the drops that come from the variable creation seem to be only like very loosely connected, and only because when you are using the Magic Find to try and force one of the variable creations to change into a Magic Find creation, you basically end up with these weird results, which is where you turn like a cracked broadsword into a rare broadsword. But I could never force the cracked broadsword to become a set broadsword or a unique broadsword, which would be Eisenhart's or a, you know, like a Griswold's, for instance. They would just never happen. And granted, I still need to do more testing. But I've had a couple other people who've also been testing, and we've been kind of trying to keep like a spreadsheet. And the spreadsheet just never kind of panned out to reveal anything different. Like, it always pretty much just showed like normal items and blue items becoming rare items, but never normal items and blue items becoming sets or uniques. Now, interestingly enough, when a set item would fall, the set items seemed to be able to convert into a unique item, which was a whole other weird thing. But the set items were so rare and few and far in between that it was very difficult to test anything with them. like forcing a set item to fall just to begin with was ridiculously difficult. And there's nothing to suggest in my testing that the rare items, that you would get more unique items by stacking Magic Find. Like, I hate to say it. There was absolutely nothing in my testing that suggested that Magic Find led to more uniques. It led to more rare items, and it led to more magic items, but it never led in my testing to more unique items or set items. Almost as if unique items and set items seem to be exempt from how Magic Find worked.
I think I'm gonna start up a fun paladin build, trying something stupid.
What stupid thing are you going to try?
I can't remember the name of the skill, but it's essentially the undead aura one that gives you a bunch of magic damage.
Oh yeah, I've done builds on that. It's a fun one.
I just got my key of 8.
I mean, if you have any questions about it, I can pretty much answer anything you want to know.
I was about to say, the first question I had is, does it stack with other auras from like Lawbringer or Azure Wrath?
No. So aura on the character-based auras and item-based auras don't stack.
Okay, I couldn't remember that bit.
Now you can use the aura that comes from like one of the items and then use a different aura. Unfortunately, both of the auras that come from items are on weapons, and both of those weapons have relatively no physical damage, so I don't recommend it. The whole thing about Sanctuary is it enhances physical damage, and it also reduces physical resistance for undead monsters. That's the real meat and potatoes of that ability. And the problem is that Lawbringer has no physical damage, and Azure Wrath also has no physical damage. They're both like elemental damage weapons, or like they just don't really function the same way. However, like the third Rib Cracker I have found.
Is it ethereal?
No, but it's a 294. That's actually really good.
That's really nice, actually. No, I was just planning on playing around with it and seeing how much fun I could make it. Because I don't know what weapon I want to use, because I have Hand of Blessed Light in the back.
So my ultimate assessment of Sanctuary is that Sanctuary is an amazing ability, but it's really not worth more than 1 point. What it does in the way that it removes resistance from undead monsters and how it works is absolutely amazing. But because it only works versus undead monsters, it's
useless elsewhere.
It's useless on anything that's not an undead monster. It also, the damage on it and the way that it functions doesn't really enhance itself with points. Like, it doesn't really get that much better by putting more points into it. And you can get a relatively high level on it, you know, just with like plus the skills and stuff like that. It's not even really that big of a deal. So I actually did like a whole character and played around with it for a while, and I came up with a couple like sort of kind of plans for it. I was trying to remember like I have a whole live stream of me like theorycrafting the character and trying to figure it out. I mean, I really wanted to figure it out before I did like the video on it. And it's such a nice like aura to just simply have like active at all times. It almost kind of makes me wish it was on something that wasn't a weapon, so you could actually utilize it properly.
Yeah,
so you
no.
could just so you could have it active at all times.
My other idea was going and building a character with a paladin based off of famine, and just maxing out as much elemental as I can.
I mean, if you set up a character with conviction, and you went with like an elemental build, and you used like elemental charms and all sorts of other things, you could potentially make it work. You'd probably want to go with zeal.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember how much elemental damage Famine gives. I know it's like the best elemental one out there.
I think when it came to Famine, though, and I compared them to like other weapons that were similar to Famine, I think Gimmer Shred ended up winning.
Ooh.
You might want to take a look at Gimmer Shred, because Gimmer Shred
Okay.
I think has more elemental damage. It's faster, and
I have a scalper.
Impossible.
Gimmer Shred just has like a massive amount of elemental damage on it.
It's almost 500 on the 3 elements.
Yeah, so you get almost what 1400 out of those three between fire, lightning, and cold. IS, good ED.
Yeah, so we take a look at like Famine. So Famine,
52 to 201.
Famine is decent, and then we take a look at Gimmer Shred.
Yeah, so overall, yeah, I'd be losing out about 600 damage if I mathed it out correctly. But
Yeah,
Famine also gives you ITD, more ED, and prevent monster heal, which are
Prevent
quite
monster heal is
useful.
nice. It is nice. ITD is useless. You don't want to rely on that. It has more physical damage, and I mean that's okay. It's the same speed basically. I think actually, well, because you can make this in axes and hammers. I'm trying to remember.
So I could do it in a Scourge.
No, Scourge is a mace, not a hammer.
Oh,
Hammer is legendary mallet. What's the other one? Like the Thunder Maul is considered a hammer. The Ogre Maul is considered a hammer. So like if you put it in a hammer, it would be in like a legendary mallet probably, and that's going to be pretty slow. I mean, when you look at them side by side, like the damage, your physical damage on the Famine is going to be a little bit higher, but the elemental damage isn't really going to be better. You're going to get a lot more elemental damage on Gimmer Shred. The speed on the Gimmer Shred's probably going to be a lot faster, and the only thing you're missing out on is the prevent monster heal, which can be gotten somewhere else. It really depends. Like if you're trying to set up an elemental build, I think that Gimmer Shred is just the superior choice, because I was thinking about this build too at one point, which Vengeance is just honestly superior in many ways, and you wouldn't go with Vengeance with a build like this because you'd be going with speed over damage. But then you'd stack on as many charms as you could. The other problem with the magic damage is the magic damage just doesn't really, you can't really beef it up, which is the problem. So if you're going to use Conviction, which you probably should with a build like this, you're going to have like huge amounts of negative res, right? So like a negative 150% to a target, which is going to easily bring most targets down way below the the maximum of 0. So you're going to start getting bonus damage. Well, you won't get any bonus damage to any magic damage that you have. You'll get bonus damage to the fire, the lightning, and the cold, but you'll never get bonus damage to the magic. And then, of course, you can run Sunders, too. So you could run all 3 Sunders. You could have fire, lightning, and cold Sunders in your inventory. So make sure that you're breaking all of those at all times. I mean, it might seem ridiculous, but Paladins
adds.
Paladins are one of the classes that can easily bypass all that stuff. So
Yeah, because you get that immediate Sunder plus Conviction at what 1/5 the rate. So you would be, for most of them, especially cold, you'd be well beyond doing crazy damage and breaking all of the immunities.
now, one thing I would recommend with this kind of a thing is that you're going to find that there's a really big disparity between the effectiveness of certain elements. So, and this is something that I found out with Vengeance as well, and this might help you when you're trying to design this build. Cold is, while it is useful to chill targets, is the least effective element in the entire tree. It does the least damage out of all of them, and it also just generally tends to be the worst in terms of like how it applies that damage to targets, because more monsters in the game are cold immune than pretty much anything else. And without a Sunder, you can't break them. But with a Sunder, you'll be able to break everything, but that means that the majority of the time when you're fighting monsters, the cold damage is just going to be the least effective out of all of them. Fire is like the middle ground. It tends to be the best average damage, but it's not better damage than lightning. Where basically it does like okay damage, but a lot of things in the game are also immune to fire, which is also an issue, but they're easier to break. So you'll break them more often, but you still have a lot of things that are going to be immune to fire. Lightning, on the other hand, it tends to be the strongest element in the triad there, because number one, it has the highest total damage, and on top of that, the least number of monsters in the game are immune to it. And also, when they are immune to it, they're the easiest to break. So in general, like, lightning tends to soar by miles past the other two. So if you were going to build a build like this, I would probably lean more heavily into lightning than I would into the other three elements.
Okay. I think you have me sold on trying to find an Gimmershred or Gimmershred, however it's pronounced.
Speaking of
Oh,
Gimmershred,
well, you can't use an Eth one because you're not a barbarian.
I just dropped one.
Can I come pick it up from you, sir?
Yes, and it's not a bad one. It's a 202.
202? That's pretty close. 210 is max.
Dang.
So,
Oh, thank you for the Prime sub, Shino. I
While
was
you were
totally not paying attention.
it dropped while you were talking about it.
Yeah, let me come grab that from you.
Uh,
I'll jump on my assassin really quick.
I think
game.
there's one other item in the game that has like multi-elemental on it, which is, I think Azure Wrath has multi-elemental on it, doesn't it?
It's magic and cold.
Oh, yeah, it's only 2.
It's only
But
two.
yeah, but it's 250 to 500 on each of them, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you would have your Sanctuary Aura with that too, but the thing is that Sanctuary Aura doesn't really apply to elemental damage, so it's kind of like a bad option for the build.
It would be a fun build, though. It would definitely be reign supreme in chaos. Sorry, I couldn't think of that word.
I think the doesn't Lightsaber have a pretty hefty amount of lightning damage on it too?
Think so.
The game name is on Discord.
I got that. Thank you, sir. Let me check. Swords. Lightsaber has 120 magic, 200 lightning.
It also has level 14 to 20 chain lightning on attack. That's rather interesting. How much damage does level 20 chain lightning do?
Oh, and you have a stone crusher.
281 damage with a total number of targets of 9. So you would
Thank you, Shar.
So you would get 281 times 9, bouncing back and forth between all the monsters for lightning damage. That's not terrible.
But I think Gimmershred with Conviction is gonna do mass amounts of damage.
The other thing to consider is that it's not just flat damage that you can add into the equation. You can also add in proccing effects, which are any kind of like lightning damage or fire or ice that you can like work into the build. Wisp projectors have a chance to cast straight lightning, which is really effective. That just goes straight through the target and just keeps traveling, hits everything on that path.
I also have a set of lava gouts, which would be fun to build into it early on, at least.
I mean,
because it gets enchant.
I would also recommend a Phoenix Shield. I probably wouldn't recommend it Lava Gout. Well, not Lava Gouts.
Until I find something better.
I was thinking of Hellmouths. But so Phoenix Shield would give you a fissure proc, which is really effective. That's a fire. It's a fire fissure.
Yep. And minus 28 fire res too. That's a really good one.
As well as enhanced physical damage. Which, if you wanted to go with like a really powerful build, I think going just elemental isn't good enough. In which case, Famine becomes a better option because it has more physical damage. So you're kind of like balancing the equation. So in that case, you would have physical, fire, light, ice, and lightning. So you'd have all 3 or all 4. And honestly, at that point, you might not even need any negative res from any other source, because if you have enough elements, most monsters in the game you're just going to bypass. You're just going to bypass any monster that has any kind of immunity.
It's going to be a fun one. Once I get played through on it and geared up a little bit, if you want to play around with it, see how it is, we can work that out. As it might be one of those Theorycrafts you can play around with some gear and stuff.
I don't know, the build I'm really interested in, I just don't think I'm going to be able to find the item this season.
What build is that?
I really want to just play around with a nice Eth Redeemer. A really good one.
Eth Redeemer.
I've always wanted to make an Eth Redeemer but Paladin. Build like a whole character around that item.
See, is that the elite or is that the exceptional? I don't know.
It's the elite.
It is.
It's the one with the grief damage.
Yep.
It's got a lot of stuff on it.
Yeah, plus up to 300 ED, plus 60 up to 120 damage, plus up to 250 damage to demons percentage, skills, minus target defense, plus 2 to 4 to redemption, holy bolt, and minus 60 on the requirements. So you literally wouldn't have to have any strength to use that.
Yeah,
Which means you could run a really fun low strength build.
Let me see if I can pull up a picture of like a perfect Eth Redeemer.
Oh, a perfect one. Oh.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't want like a trash one.
No.
Not if you're going to
You'd
throw
wanna-
Zodroot into it.
You'd want to have like a one that
man.
rolls 110 plus
But,
on the grief damage for
There-
sure.
There's so many rows on that thing.
So here's what it looks like. So he's got one on JSP. Zoom in on.
Wow, that's really close to perfect.
So here's one that's basically almost perfect. See, it's got 312, 240 to 312. Really nice min damage on the Eth version. And then of course it has 120 damage on it, which is the grief damage, which adds directly to it. So it ends up being a 360 to what is that? 432. So 360 to 432 for a single melee weapon. It also has the +2 pally, the 300% enhanced. It's got the negative 33% target's defense, which means you need a lot less attack rating. It's got a really nice demon damage on it too, which is going to apply to that massive damage that it's pumping out. And then it's also got the 50% damage to undead on there as well, which is not terrible. The plus the skills are, kind of like extras. It's not really that big of a deal. It's really just like a really powerful melee weapon. It does lots of physical damage. It has relatively no stat requirements, and you could very easily make a paladin around it just for the fun of it. And plus, I always love the way that they sounded when you smack somebody with them. The scepters always just sound so cool. Whacking away. Whack, 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 whack. Now, the damage is comparable to a grief. It's actually a little bit better in some ways because of the negative target's defense. And it also has the demon damage too.
It's not bad.
I think
Not
they're
a bad.
I think they're actually really close to each other in terms of damage output. Plus, it would just be really swag to have like a Eth Redeemer instead of a grief on like a full Zealer.
Yeah, I think you'd pump out similar numbers, honestly.
But like you said before, it's probably easier to get a grief than a perfect redeemer.
Oh yes, 100% is. I mean, I've said that many times, that like a lot of the times the reason why people use grief is because it's easy. It's the easy option.
That's the only reason why I have 2 griefs. Because it's easy. I just trade for it.
But remember, we're not just about easy in the guild.
I mean, I don't particularly think grief is a very good weapon, to be perfectly honest. Like, it's physical damage. Like, I fell out of love with physical damage a long time ago. They hate physical damage in this game. Like, this game is not about physical damage. This game is about elemental damage. It's about magic damage. It's about spells. It's like they punished the Barbarians a long time ago and all the melee characters with like just tons of penalties and block chances and all this other crazy stuff. It's just they just never really wanted the melees to do things. And I've built tons of characters that do not use melee damage. And what I've experienced is that whenever you have a character, like a melee character or a ranged character, that is not using physical damage, and instead they use another element like fire, ice, lightning, or even magical damage, if you find another way to dish out damage other than the normal method, you do very well.
Like the Thor Barbarian.
Yeah, the Thor Barbarian. It was so easy to play on that character. I was amazed at how ridiculously easy it was to play on that character.
And then cheap, super cheap.
Can I help you?
Honestly, I can't believe just how ridiculously easy it is. Like to play with the like the Thor Barbarian. It made me realize, and it might sound a little cynical, but it made me realize that physical damage is garbage in this game. It's absolutely garbage. And if you think about it, even Mr. Dual Griefs over there, what is he using? He's using Berserk. That's what he's using. And what does Berserk do? Convert your physical into magical. Because that's the way that you overcome the problem, is you don't use physical damage anymore. Every single build, if you get away from using physical damage and you lean into one of the elements instead, you get so much more damage output by leaning into one of the elements.
The only reason why I have this character is to farm Traven Gold. There's no other reason. It's
the only build I want to see GGM try is the Pacifist Thorns, no hit reduction, Sorceress, 1 to Ubers. What? A passive Sorceress. I mean, I've built a couple passive Sorceresses. I don't know if you can level as a passive Sorceress. That's definitely something that's a little bit difficult. Now, there is a Sorceress that I want to make, which I think would be really fun. I've always wanted to design a Hellslayer Decapitator Sorceress.
What's the build around that revolve around? Because I don't remember what that one does specifically.
Fireball.
Nah.
Which one has Firestorm?
Nah, Firestorm sucks. Fireball. So Hellslayer Decapitator has a 10% chance to cast level 20 Fireball on attack. Not on hit, on attack. So you gotta just swing it. You're just gonna swing it.
That would be fun.
So all you have to do is just swing the axe. You don't have to do anything else. You just gotta swing it and it shoots fireballs. And then
just
so
hold shift and click.
Yeah, you just build a character around that. You like friggin' enchant and grab the fireball synergies, and I think you can also use enlightenment, which is enlightenment. I think also has fireball on it.
I think it's a pretty low level one though.
Let me pull it up real quick. It's 5% chance to cast level 15 Blaze and a 5% chance to cast level 15 Fireball on striking. So with that, you would potentially have 2 Fireballs popping out. So you'd have Fireball coming from the Hellslayer, and you'd have a Fireball coming from the actual effect. Now, the real problem with this build is that, unfortunately, the Sorceress just doesn't have any way to attack faster than normal attack speed. So the Hellslayer is already a slow weapon, and putting a Hellslayer on a Sorceress is a little bit of a rough feat. And then you also have to build around, obviously, having the Enlightenment on your Sorceress, which isn't the best piece of equipment out there. I mean, it does have +1 to warmth, and it's got like fire res. It's not the most amazing thing in the world, that's for sure. And then you have to, like, every single other piece of equipment besides the Hellslayer Decapitator and the armor have to then go to making the character actually function. So you're going to need lots of attack speed, and you're going to need lots of, I don't know, it's just like you also need negative res too, which is also an issue. So I don't really know what you do with this. Yeah, the Hellslayer takes up both of your sockets, or your slots, so you don't have the sword or the shield to work with for negative res. So the only negative res options that you have at that point are your helmet. So your helmet's going to have to be like a killer negative res item, which again takes away a large amount of your increased attack speed. So it kind of seems like there's a build there, but it's like too restrictive to really get the best benefit out of it. I mean, what would a level 20 Hellslayer or a level 20 Fireball damage do anyway, like fully synergized?
I mean, you're probably looking anywhere from like 10 to 15k.
Let's take a quick peek into the behind the curtains here. So according to this, it says the maximum fire damage on Fireball is 226. Okay, so let's take our 226 for that. And then the synergies, which we would max out all the synergies for Fireball, are Firebolt and Meteor. It's only 2 synergies. It says 14% per synergy times 40 points, which would equal a total of what is that? 14 times 40. It's 560% to the base. And then, of course, you also have the other one if we end up using the other one from Enlightenment, which is level 15. So the level 15 one is base damage of 154. And then we add our bonuses on top of that, so 154 plus 560% gives us a base damage of 1016.4 for the baby one. And then the Hellslayer one, which is 226.5 plus 560%, is 1,494.9. Okay. Then we got to figure out what level, like, actual fire mastery we would actually have. So, assuming we would put 20 points into it, guaranteed. But how many plus the skills would we actually be able to muster while using a big two-handed axe? Which is probably
Flickering
not a lot.
Flame. Yeah, Flickering Flame gives you +3.
I don't know if we can get away with Flickering Flame.
No?
I feel like Flickering Flame is not an option. I feel like
you go something like Koa.
And I just don't know. But I mean, we're talking about, like, you're probably going to have to utilize, you know, like Raven Frost for Cannot Be Frozen. We could get a little bit of increased attack speed from the belt if we use like a Nosferatu's. We're going to need some increased attack speed, otherwise the build will be like untenable. High Lords, yeah. So High Lords is +1. We'd have a Torch and an Annie, so that's, you know, 4, 5. So we'd have at least level 25 Fire Mastery. We could use Fire Scalers, of course. Like Fire Scalers could be in the mix to enhance the Fire Mastery that way, but
you'll need hit recovery too.
I know, we'll need hit recovery, so I don't really know. But let's just assume that we had like a bare minimum of because we got Fire Sunder, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's say we had 5, so that brings us up to 30. We can't get any plus fire skills on the gloves because we would need IAS desperately. So let's just say level 30. So plus 30 is 233%. I mean, that's being fair. So 233% bonus to whatever that is. That's going to give us... I totally did that wrong. 494.9 plus 233%. So we're looking at a 4,978 damage fireball from the Hellslayer Decapitator. And 1,006.4 plus 233. And then we're looking at a 3,384.612. I don't know, we'll put the points there. Fireball from the actual Enlightenment armor. So you're looking at a pretty decent amount of fireball damage just coming out willy-nilly whenever they manage to proc. I mean, it's not like a terrible idea. I think the real problem is not necessarily the fact that like you can synergize the fireball and get the damage. I think the real problem is the delivery method. I mean, the delivery method is a big, giant, slow decapitator. Like, how much IAS do we need to get this decapitator into, like, a good state so that we're actually swinging it fast enough to get the damage that we need? And then even further from that is like, okay, so we're mostly fire damage. So we're probably going to be building enchant. We're going to be using a fire sunder, but we have very little in the way of negative fire res, which is an issue. I mean, we might actually be required, essentially, to use the Flickering Flame because it's the highest negative fire res that you can get.
Or you could try to get one of those rare armors that we were talking about.
Oh, a J-mod with 4 sockets.
Yeah, but then we lose the 3,384 fireball damage from the Enlightenment armor.
Yeah.
And then honestly, the Hellslayer probably gets socketed with a Shale Rune, because I don't think there's any way around it. I think we would attack so slow. I think it would be so slow that literally, like, you just wouldn't even be able to do anything. Eclipse said, I think it would be better just to go with the crossbow enchant Sorc. I've already done the crossbow enchant Sorc. Like, this isn't about breaking. This isn't about using, like, the most efficient build. If we were using the most efficient build, we wouldn't be using a Hellslayer Decapitator in the first place.
It's all about fun and making it viable.
Can you get the Zeal charges on gloves?
Yeah, but it's not really gonna be super viable. Like, it's not really a lot.
Imagine using your charges just to play your sorceress.
You only need one swing with this build. You're a big silly, Balthazar. That's what I got to say about that. Probably go Theorycraft it right now.
Do it. I love your Theorycraft videos. They're so much fun to just like put on at work and listen to. Like, oh, I never thought about that. I want to go try it now. Then I try it and absolutely fail because I can't work it right. My mind doesn't play like that.
Alright, so let's do a Theorycraft, shall we? First off, let's boot up the original game and make a character. Boot. Oh, I didn't mean to click on that. Sorc. That's really loud. You know what? We're gonna name her Buffy. Because she's using a Hellslayer. Your name is Buffy. Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Okay, Boopy McBoopersons. Man, one of her big issues, yeah, is going to be hit recovery. Unfortunately, she's going to have trash hit recovery. God, the amount of strength I need to put in to actually put on the Hellslayer too. It's 189 strength to put the Hellslayer on. No dex.
Oh.
Just 189 strength.
I didn't realize it was that high, and that's the exceptional version, right?
Oh, I mean, on the bright side, it does lots of physical damage, which should help with the fire immunes. Okay, so we'll just do this as 99. Why not? And then, hell skills. 99 is what, 110 or something, or 116? I can't even remember. Did this turn into a Theorycrafting stream? It did. It did turn into a Theorycrafting stream. Are you upset? Do you want me to go back? I can turn off the Theorycrafts if it hurts your feelings.
If you're mad, get upset with me because I'm the one that brought it up with my weird paladin stuff.
So
Poison
505.
facet.
505. Yeah, it's 110 for a level 99 character. Okay. Alright, then we need to do her stats real quick. Alright, so she gets 1 level up life, so 98 plus 40, which is 138. She also gets 1 level up stamina, so 98 plus 74, 172. She gets 2 mana, or level up, which is 98 times 2 plus 34. It's 230. Alright. Well, defensively, she could be very tanky if we actually stacked up some of her defensive bonuses, which could help her out tremendously. Unfortunately, since she doesn't have a shield on, that's probably going to be pretty low. Let's take a look at the runewords, armor, enlightenment, and an archon plate. I mean, theoretically, we could go with a heavier plate than an archon plate because
you're going to have more strength.
She's going to have plenty of strength with a freaking Hellslayer decapitator in her hands. So let's go. She needs miscellaneous or unique weapons, axes, elite, and she needs a beautiful Hellslayer. There we go. I mean, the other thing is do we go with a non-eth one? Like, I mean, speed-wise is going to be an issue, so the non-eth one might be better. But from another standpoint, if we went with the ethereal one, it would require less stats, first off. Second, it also is going to hit like a Mack truck, which is also another like added benefit to the build, which is not necessarily terrible, like being able to hit like a Mack truck. We do lose out on attack speed, though. We could, you know what we could do? We could put both in here, so I could put an ethereal one in the stash. And we'll play with the idea of using an ethereal Hellslayer. And then we go ahead and pull in a Zod rune for the ethereal Hellslayer. There you go. And then I think for the one that's actually in our hand, we're probably looking at a Shale rune. Alright, so I think we need High Lords without a doubt because we just don't have enough. There's just not going to be enough attack speed unless we go with the High Lords. In fact, we need to actually work this out on a calculator and figure out like our breakpoints and like how much attack speed we need. So let's do this real quick. Let's find out what kind of breakpoints we're looking at for a sorceress wielding a Hellslayer decapitator.
They're probably going to make you want to throw up a little bit.
Okay, so we have our Hellslayer decapitator in our hands. There's no IAS on the Hellslayer, is there? It's life. No. Oh no. Well, there's 20%, of course, because we put the gem in there. Or the rune in there, so that's it. Standard attack, because we don't have zeal. We are currently at 1.66 attacks per second at 15 frames. So assuming that we're using High Lords, which is 20%, also 20% gloves, that brings us to 12 frames, which is 2.08 attacks per second. I mean, how much more can we add other than that? So if we added 10% from the belt, that would bring us to 50, which does bring us up to 2.27. So I think that pretty much gives us a good argument for including the
Nosferatu.
the Nosferatu's coil, which
If you get the faith bow or fanat,
Nosferatu's coil.
a faith bow on your merc.
I mean, if we did a faith bow on the merc, that would bring us to what, 15? 15 fanaticism? Is that what's on the faith?
I think so, yeah.
It says 9 frames per attack. Further attack, useless. So let's take the 20 out. Then we're back down to 2.5 or 10 frames at 2.5 attacks per second. That's assuming we're using the ethereal one. I mean, 10 frames isn't like too terrible. It's not like ridiculously bad. What if we put like a 15 IAS jewel in the weapon instead of a... Yeah, 15 still hits the cap. The fanaticism like really ramps things up, but I'm not sure if I want to rely on it. I mean, without fanaticism, like assuming that our merc is dead and the 20% IAS with all of the IAS equipment that we can muster, we're sitting at 11 frames per attack or 2.27. If we're using the Zotted one, it's 12 frames, which is much slower.
Yo,
What's up, Chunks?
not much. Took a shower. Got something to eat.
Not much. I'd like to do it without the fanaticism merc if I could help it.
Yeah, but with Infinity you would get more fire damage and you need less attack rating too.
I mean, yes, there's that. Then my merc has to stay alive, which is important. I mean, he'll be dishing out my enchant because I'm most likely I'm gonna cap out enchant as well. Because why not? I'm a melee character. Might as well get my enchant.
Thinking about swapping over to lightning for farming purposes.
I mean, lightning is stronger for farming.
Figured out to make chaos go a lot faster than Blizz, because lightning hits better than Blizz does. But not Nova, going like chain lightning.
You know, instead of Nosferatus, let's do
You could always do a crafted belt too.
Let's do the Death's 2-piece. I think that's a solid choice for what we're doing right now. And that gives us better options too.
You get more res.
Well, not only that, but we also get the 70 or the 75% poison length reduction, which is going to come in handy.
And cannot be frozen, so you could swap out ravens for something else.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Ravens gives lots of AR, but other than that, it's not like the best item in the entire world. Yeah, let's go ahead and give ourselves some.
You could use rings with strength instead of. So you don't need to put that much strength to equip your weapon. If you don't use Raven Frost.
Why are you so damn jumpy, Wrigley? Jesus.
Jumpy. Okay, so we got our cube. Let's put in the torch. And the Annie. And then, what else do we throw in this build? I think we probably end up having a pre-buff set for enchant. I feel like it's kind of a good option. So, let's put in something generic for our pre-buff setup.
Hockey Spirit, Mage Fist.
I got a Aki you can have.
I mean, Aki Spirit is a decent one for pre-buff. I'm Theorycrafting a crazy character, Chunks. Just Theorycrafting a Hellslayer Decapitator Sorceress.
Good lord.
I guess technically I could go bear. I could put a beast on the other hand, and I could go bear.
Mm-hmm. Gives you a little bit more tankiness, more life.
Well, you could transform into the bear mode, right, without actually having the beast on. You just
Correct,
transform and then go back into it.
Yep.
Maybe we need to do that. Maybe we do that. Let's do that, because then we actually have like a mode and we get some defense out of it, and that might actually make ourselves a little bit more tanky.
Plus, it helps with your hit recovery too, doesn't it?
Well, actually, can we even attack while in bear mode?
Yeah.
Don't we actually have to have a skill to attack with?
No, you
like
can just
maul.
No, you can just basic attack with it.
Hmm. Okay. Weapons, beast. I mean, I guess we really don't need the beast in a berserker's axe, do we? We'll just put it in a war axe. And then something to enhance the skills. So we'll just grab like a spirit or something. Just so that we can get the bonus skill points. Which should work just fine. And then honestly, we're probably looking at boots. I mean, we're a melee character. I can't see going with anything other than gores for a melee character. Open wounds, crushing blow, and deadly strike are just too good to miss out on. I wonder if I mean, if we put like a Koa on with like 15% IAS jewels, I mean, would that be enough to push us over into the good numbers? What's that, another 30% on top of the 50 that we're currently running? So that's 60, 70, 80. It does not look like it allows us to get any farther.
What if you did like an Andy's helm with a 15?
Oof.
Is that still less?
So to get to 10 frames per attack, I would need to get 85%, which is just shy, unfortunately.
Ugh.
Which I don't think is possible. Andy's is +2 to skills, and it does have some IAS on it.
But it's a plus 30 IAS, isn't it? Or is it plus 20?
Well, it has 20 on it, and you could throw another one in it, which brings it up to 35. So it would bring me to the 10 frames, which is the 2.5 attacks per second.
Love the tiki.
I mean, assuming we went that method. We go to helmets, elite, and Dariel's visage, and then we would need a 15 IAS jewel.
I've got one of those.
Probably 15 IAS, 15 all res, since our resistances are going to be garbage.
Don't have one of those.
And then we have rings open. We've got... Like, I'm a little bit worried about faster hit recovery in this build, because I just don't really feel like we have any faster hit recovery. Which is
Does
a pretty big
bear
issue.
form help out with that?
I don't know.
Wear tricks.
Helton said, I've become a bit frustrated with how much the synergy system in T2 restricts build diversity. Kind of wish they had a better way to get the extra damage. Yeah, many people felt that way when synergies were first introduced. Classic was basically ruined by it. Like the synergy is just kind of like completely screwed up the way that Classic worked. It's not the Classic that we have today is like not even close to the Classic that we had when the game first launched.
Nope.
Yeah, so I think we're probably looking at fire skillers that have like faster hit recovery on them. I think that's the only way that we're going. Because the fire skills will give us more enchant, it will give us more fire mastery, which also gives us more fireball damage, which should work out to our advantage. So I guess we just need skillers.
Storm Trek boots, they give 20.
Yeah.
They give it recovery and poison res.
Burning Charm of Balance. That's large charms. That's not what I'm looking for.
What belt do you have?
I ended up going with the Death 2-piece. Let's just edit these so that they have what we need.
Say I've got a 17 faster hit recovery dual res belt.
Oh, he's Theorycrafting, so it's all
Yeah, so I'm pulling
character
everything I
creation.
can for right now. Like, the character does not actually going to exist unless I decide to try and make him, or make her. So 12%. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got 5 12%, and that leaves another spot for the Fire Sunder. And then, quite honestly, she's probably going to need resistance charms, because her resistances are going to be just horrible. Let's just give her res life charms, I guess.
Bunch of 520s.
Life resistances, yeah, there we go. Just stack a couple life resistances in there. Alright, now we got ring slots, because we got Canopy Frozen, we don't have to use Ravenfrost. Which, I mean, Ravenfrost isn't a terrible ring.
I would suggest a Bull Kathos for extra life and life leech.
I mean, that's an option, like 2 Pulcathos. And I'm not going to be spending any mana for the most part, so I don't even really need mana leech. And Pulcathos does have life leech on it and life, so it's not like a terrible option. There's no AR on it though, which is unfortunate. I think at the end of the day, I'm going to need the AR. So we're probably looking at just some sort of like generic, like blood rings.
Blood rings with a good AR, life leech, and res, something like that.
Let's see what I got in here. I probably crafted a whole bunch of blood rings just for the fun of it. I mean, they could be dual leech as well, because I'm probably going to be using energy shield with this build, so like, why not? There was like a pretty decent one in here. I can't remember which one it is. It's like, it is dual leech and it has like all res on it. It's one that I crafted. I spent like a whole day crafting rings just to try and get a decent setup. Beastmaster.
Come on, drop me a lot, Sunder.
10% life leech, 6% mana leech. Looks like it's all res. It's kind of a crazy ring. It doesn't have any attack rating on it though. It's got 15 strength, 20 dex, 65 life, 10 fire res, 15 lightning resistance, 25 poison resistance, 10% life leech, and 6% mana leech. And the crazy thing is, I don't think it's cheated. I think that's a real ring that I just crafted. I don't know. It doesn't have any AR on it though. I mean, I could add AR, but let's check the Doom Loop. Death Knot. God, I know there's one in here that actually has like good stats on it. I just don't remember which one it is. 10 years Laytown. 10 years Laytown. I could have just like spent the time and crafted one for how long it's taking me. Let's go down from the top instead. I wish you could see what they were without importing them. Well, that's a crazy ring. 30% lightning res, 29% cold res, 28% poison res. It rolled like 3 individual reses, apparently. There's no AR and no leech, like 1% leech.
I just found the Axe of Fetchmar. That's always a fun one to find early on.
It's really good on a whirlwind worm. All resistances at 6, 8% life leech. 12% chance to cast Nova. Okay, I guess I'm just going with that one that was in the beginning. I'll just have to edit it. That's what I'll have to do. We will just edit the ring. It's not that big of a deal. What was it called? It was like the Beastmaster or something?
Something like that.
I mean, this one's not bad here. Let me edit this one. It's called the Bone Geyer. It's 18 strength, 39 life, 103 attack rating, 16% lightning res, and 2% life leech. I can just change the 2% to something like 10, which 10% life leech is totally obtainable. I can't remember what the max attack rating is on a rare ring.
I've gotten some up to
120.
like
120?
Yeah, I've gotten it in the hundreds before.
Okay, we'll leave the strength and the other things alone. Then I'll just grab like, we'll do like an all res. I know you can get up to like 10 all res on a ring. And then we'll throw some mana leech on there. Just a decent number, like we'll do like 6% mana leech or something. And that's just a solid ring. Alright, so we just duplicate that. Save. Alright, let's copy this character over and see how terrible she is.
You'll need the ring I posted on Discord.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, higher AR probably.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish
It's a
it
nice
had...
ring though.
Yep.
It's a very nice
Driving
ring.
gold.
It's a very nice ring. Let's bring Buffy to the front stage and let's see how well she does. Oh yeah, I gotta close the game. Can't copy over the characters unless you close the game. So many people tell me my hero editor doesn't work, and they're trying to edit their heroes while like the game is open and everything, and I'm just like, doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Alright, so now that we have the character copied over, now we can relaunch the game and we can go test it out. Enchant gives a lot of AR percentage, which is a misnomer. So while Enchant will give you a large amount of AR percentage, if you don't have any AR to enhance, it will give you basically nothing, and you'll like it. Oh wow, she looks really amazing with that Hellslayer decapitator in her hands. Look at that thing.
That is quite pretty.
That's something else right there. Okay.
You know what that reminds me of? Just that kind of scene with her holding the decapitator. Is the old D&D meme of the wizard that runs out of mana and just takes his robe off. It's like, all right, now we're gonna fight.
I mean, we get 8% life leech, 30% increased attack speed, 50 poison res, 75% poison length reduction, all res 15, and cannot be frozen from the death sash combo, which is not bad. I forgot to get the runes to actually upgrade the belt, but whatever. Alright. So points. I mean, I think without a doubt, we're looking at the synergies for Fireball. So that's Meteor and Firebolt. So we don't actually want to put points into Fireball itself because we don't care. We're not going to self-cast it. We do, however, have to put points into, like, those things right there. We also obviously want Enchant and Fire Mastery. Let's go ahead and 1 point Static Field. We're definitely using Frozen Armor. 1 point in Cold Mastery, which leaves us with 41 points left, which we're probably going to put into Warmth and Enchant. Unfortunately, that means that we are not going to have access to Energy Shield, so we can't cap those out. Like, there's no way that we're going to be able to do that. We just don't have enough points. So we're going to have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is going to get us Energy Shield at level 1, Telekinesis at a terrible level, which honestly we don't use mana anyway, except for maybe to teleport and stuff, so it's not really that big of a deal. The Energy Shield is really just going to be there to provide us with extra tankability. So at the end of the day, I don't even think it really matters. And then we basically just cap out. I'm assuming we cap out Enchant first, and then we spend the rest of the points on Warmth. And then Snap points. So we need enough strength to actually utilize all of our equipment. Hellslayer actually gives us more strength. 49 strength based on character level, and 49 vitality too, which is kind of nice. It also has fire damage on it as well, which is certainly not terrible. It's got 150 to 250 fire damage on it.
That's not bad at all.
At which point we pretty much just stack everything that's left, I think, into vitality. But we need to check our attack rating to see, like, how we're actually gonna do when we're attacking things. So the bear form, I don't think the bear form gives us any. It gives us extra damage and it gives us extra defense, which doesn't affect our attack rating. Okay. So the attack rating doesn't matter then. So we're not worried about that at all. We need to enchant ourselves, obviously. which brings us up to a whole massive 2,240 attack rating. That is very sad. Okay, so swap back over to this. So F2, F3, F4. And so now we're going to need to stack some points in decks, and there's no way around it. I mean, and that's with the 120 attack rating on both of the rings. God, our frickin'... Yeah, our attack rating is so terrible. Even dumping like almost every point we have into attack rating, it's just not going to be enough. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, every single point of attack deck point into decks that we have brings us up to 11k attack rating. And that's if we dump 457 points directly into it. It's just, it's never going to be enough. Which leaves us with other alternative options. So we're going to need charms that enhance our attack rating in some way. I hate to say it, but fire skills might be off the table. I don't know if fire skills is going to be what we're looking for.
Go for the max damage AR life charms.
We might be looking at faster hit recovery AR charms is probably what we're looking at. So like I think they go up to like 140.
And 132.
So you can get 12% faster hit recovery, 10 max damage, like a 72 AR. Or you can get 12% faster hit recovery, I think it's 130 something. Which I think we need the AR, not the max damage. So we're looking at, like a full inventory of those, basically. What is our current faster hit recovery sitting at? Faster recovery is sitting at 60%. I mean, we're basically looking at steel grand charms of balance, which is, I think, what we need for this build. So let's go see if I can craft some of those real quick. You thinking about playing D2R again? Has it changed any? I mean, not really. I mean, D2R is D2R. It's a really good version of the game, that's for dang sure. Alright, let's pull in some charms here and let's see what we can do.
Do y'all have any light sunder sitting around?
I do not.
No, I got a cold sunder sitting around.
I've got one of those. I just kind of like to see like, how much more I like chain lightning blasting through chaos and blizz. I bet I could seal pop faster.
I can't remember what the best one for AR is. So the 320/20s are 20 AR, 20 times 3 is 60. The grands are the if you get like the 10, it goes up to 76. And then the larges, if you get like a, I can't even remember. 2, 3. I guess that really doesn't matter for like min-maxing purposes. Let's just grab some of them. So I got 4 there. And let's pull in some AR smalls too. So see if we can like make up the difference with those. I didn't even set up the mercenary. I totally forgot about that. Let's pull in some mercenary equipment. Let's assume we're gonna do like a conviction, because I feel like that's gonna give us the best benefit. That'll also help us out with some of the AR issues. So let's do a man catcher. And let's set up the Merc for survivability. So we'll give him Chains of Honor just so he can stay alive. And we'll give him like a Bulwark or something. That sounds good as well. Alright, let's see how that does. Man, that's pretty crappy though, that I dumped 450 some odd points into dexterity, only to not even breach like the 12,000 attack rating mark. Just goes to show you how bad attack rating is in Diablo 2.
There's some angelics on there.
I can't really afford that. I need the attack speed. I'm wielding a big old Hellslayer Decapitator axe on a freaking sorceress. I need the attack speed.
Well, throw some Hisaras on.
Okay. What's up, JB? Alright, another attempt here.
Good day.
Alright, so we're going to swap out the fire skills for these max damage AR charms. Let's put in 2 3/20/20s too, just for the lulz of it. I need to go steal a fire sunder from somebody. Thievery. Probably this person. Named Phoenix. Fire resistance way low. Yeah, again, I don't actually have my equipment on though, so hold on. Alright, and then... well, negative 25. It's not like super terrible. I mean, that could be fixed by going with some more like specific resistance charms instead of all res charms. I think that's like an issue that I'm looking at right now, is that the all res charms have, like, I'm capped on lightning and I'm capped on poison, so I don't need either of those. But I don't have enough fire or cold, so I could definitely like flip it around a little bit.
Failed to enter game. This character is already in a game on the server.
Wow, I really don't need these Death Hands gloves, do I? If I'm already like capped on poison to the point where... why am I so highly capped on poison? Like, where's all the poison words coming from? Oh yeah, and Andes is making the fire problem worse. Yeah, totally forgot about that.
You could do a 15 IS 30 fire res jewel. That's a thing.
Well, I was thinking about swapping over to Nosferatu's, since I don't need the poison res. If I went with like just some dual leech bloods with 20% IAS bloods, and then swapped over to the
Crush 'em low,
Nosferatu's.
If you want to solve your fire issue, you could put laying of hands on there.
Then I'd have to go to a Ravenfrost, at least for one of the rings. Well, we'll see. Okay. Let's just play around with it as it is, which is fine. Let me get my HP up to at least like 1500. If I can. Totally forgot also to... Do I get any HP? I do get HP from the werebear form, right? Let me put points back in.
HP and defense is what you get from werebear. And damage, but misnomer.
Got everything. I think I've got everything. Capped. So synergies for Fireball are Firebolt and Meteor. Meteor is capped. Firebolt is capped. Fire Mastery is capped. Enchant is capped. I have Energy Shield and Telekinesis. I have Static Field. I've got my 1 point in Fire Frozen Armor and my 1 point in Cold Mastery. The rest goes into Warmth. And then I gotta set up my little chain here. So we do F1, F2. Where's my, I'm missing something. F3, F4. There we go. And now there's my attack rating, which is now 3,194 with the enchant. Still not the greatest.
I figured fire charms would be more because you get attack rating from those too. And damage.
You talking about
Yeah,
percentage?
but that's percent, but he wants flat AR. Because he'll have plenty of percent to increase.
I mean, I might be. I'm sitting at 2,100, 318 life with this current setup, so I got plenty of life. So let's just dump everything else into attack rating. That brings me up to 6,645, which is terrible. That is an awfully low amount of attack rating. No matter how you shake a stick at it.
Yeah, it doesn't help the sorceress, I think, has the lowest rate of AR per dexterity.
I mean, that's a good idea. Let's go grab the Mercenary. We'll put Blessed Aim on the Mercenary. We'll see how far that gets us. We're going to be using Infinity anyway, so... Let's grab us a Blessed Aim, which, of course, he doesn't have. Let's go to Nightmare. Trying to fit a square box through a small hole. What? Yeah, pretty much. Okay.
I had to do Blessed Aim for the longest time on the Leap Barb.
Okay.
I'll put that to good use.
I mean, the combination of the Blessed Aim and the Conviction Aura applying the negative defense to the target might be enough to counter out what's going on. So we'll have to see. So swap over, cast. So we're looking at an attack damage of 5,282 to 9,755. We also, of course, get the enchant on our Mercenary, too. So, free buff everything. Oh, I just cast all the stuff on the wrong panel. Yeah, okay. Let's go smack some stuff and let's see what happens. Let's start off with Eldritch real quick, just for lulz. Oh, I gotta recast my bear every form every single time I teleport.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when the fireballs proc, that's amazing. I literally, it doesn't even, because I'm so close to the target, it doesn't even seem like I'm actually casting anything. Because it's kind of weird in the way that it works, like, because it immediately hits the target. But I just, like, swiped at this one pack of monsters, saw the fireball come out, only just saw the explosion of the fireball, and the whole pack just disintegrated. It was actually kind of glorious.
That has to be a very nice feeling to know that it at least somewhat works.
Well, the other thing is that because the Hellslayer Decapitator is on attack, that means I don't even actually have to hit anything. So I could potentially even just like stand over here and I could just like swing at the air, and since it's a 10% chance on attack, it should fire off a fireball 10% of the time. Of course, the 5% that's on the armor won't, but it doesn't seem to be working. It's definitely giving me the blaze as well. From the Enlightenment armor, I'm getting the free blaze procs. So I got level 15 blaze coming out of my butthole. Let's try somewhere more fun. Let's go River of Flame. I mean, I've got a decent amount of defense. Oh yeah, with his blessed aim, I'm at 12,780 attack rating, which is plenty. So that kind of like solves that issue as well.
Seems like it could be a fun and viable build.
I mean, it is 100% smacking the crap out of everything right now. Oh yeah, we gotta bump it up. Hold on, I don't even know what player count I'm on. What am I on? P3? I'm at P3 right now. Let's bump it up to P8. Let's play with P8. Let's go to Far Oasis. That sounds like fun.
I need a key.
This is nightmare difficulty. Ugh. Because I did it to grab the Merc, because I'm an idiot. I'm not the smartest individual. I was wondering why things were dying so easy in P8. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. That does not make any sense at all. Okay, let's try this again. Okay. Second test, in the right difficulty. Oh, I'm missing a charm? Why am I missing a charm? Did I miscalculate my total number of charms or something? I guess I did. Well, here, let me just add one of these into the mix. Alright, here we go. This is P8 though. We're in P8 now. Not bad for P8. I think Merc is doing a whole lot of my work. 10k damage.
Yeah, but you're tanking up quite a bit.
Well, I got a pretty good amount of physical damage too. I've got like 3k fizz. 3 to 4k physical damage. So it's not just fire damage. I'm doing like a combination of both. The fireballs definitely are coming out. That one unfortunately didn't hit the target before the target died. Rather hilariously. Surprised I don't have more defense with the 2 defense mods running at the same time. Must just have really low defense on this character or something. Oh no. Ow, so many archers. Run, Mercenary, run! There's so many archers. Why are there so many archers? I don't want to die. I'm gonna run away. I don't want to die. No, 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 no. Let's try with the, like, see if it's that much slower with the F-Azotted one. I mean, we're going to lose 20% IAS, but we're going to gain really hefty, chunky boy max damage. We go from 680 max damage to 1018 max damage. So...
Dang.
I mean, we don't have any, like, damage enhancement, unfortunately, but... It is going to be slower, which is the big downside. I'm going to go play with something that's not a giant 300 ridiculous pack of fire archers. Oh, pit lords. Immune to fire, and they're not immune to physical, though. So this is a situation where you get to see, like, how effective the, like, immunity to fire is at canceling out the majority of my damage. I was still able to burn through some PA pit lords, though. I mean, that's not terrible. It's not, like, super duper amazing, but it's not terrible either. The energy shield, for being relatively unbuffed, is actually providing a pretty significant amount of damage reduction. Like, I'm noticing it all the time, like, as it goes down to 0 and then it starts regenerating back up again. It just eats tons of hits. Especially if I keep swinging. Just gonna keep swinging. Just keep swinging, just keep swinging. Don't stop swinging, you're Hellslayer. Got to keep on swinging, gonna swing it everywhere.
Doesn't look like the IAS drop's doing a whole lot of negative stuff for you.
I probably lost 1 frame. With all the IAS equipment that I'm currently using, it's I would imagine it's 1 frame. Let's try somewhere where the monsters are not so resistant to fire. Let's try an area which could be good for this particular build. Is this a Cody build? Let's try going to a glacial trail.
Or that, or that.
I was going to say ancient tunnels.
Oh, of course I end up with the fire immune moonlords. Let's go to crystalline instead, since we got the fire immune moonlords.
Go to ancient tunnels.
Oh, beautiful. These poor little cold immunes, they can't even... Oh, get wrecked. Chop, 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 choppy, chop, chop, choppy, choppy, chop, chop. Oh no. They've chilled me. There must be a holy freeze monster in the back.
Yep.
Let's see how good I am at targeting out the Holy Freeze monster. There's so many monsters behind me, too. You can really tell when the fireballs proc. Like, they're not all the time, but you can tell when they hit.
Those things just melt.
Well, it's like whole packs will just die as soon as the fireballs smack into the targets. And I get 2 separate procs, so they do come, like, often enough, but just not, like, as much as I would like. I see my shield is down. Too bad I can't put more points into telekinesis for the conversion rate. Just lose too much damage. Not that it seems like I really need it. Seems like the character works just fine. Hellslayer, Decapitator, Sorceress. This is like this. And this is P8 that I'm rolling through right now. Like, if I change this down to a more reasonable number. I mean, let's assume that you're just like solo farming at P1, for instance. Let's go, let's change this to another zone. Let's go to Ancient's Way.
I am overburdened.
Totally went to the wrong place. That's okay. And we cast in all our buffs now, and we turn into a big bear. And then we smack in all the monsters. I'm a big old bear sorceress. I smack 'em in the head. Slap. Slap. No, come back here. Don't run away from me. Slap, 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 slap. Well, she is cooking some P1, that's for sure. That's right, follow my blaze. My blaze does some damage too, because I got fire mastery and I got synergies. Burn. Warmth is a synergy for blaze, so it actually has some. It actually spawns with some pretty good fire damage. There you go, burn. Burn in the blaze. Punch, 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 punch. No, come back here. Come back here. It's too bad it's such a slow item, because I could even go with, like, I don't know, like the gloves that have the meteor procs on them, or like the rising sun. I mean, I'm getting hit and spawning meteors. I can't reach these guys. Fanaticism plus multi-shot. No! It's hurting so bad. And I was cursed at the same time. No! Poor me. Come to think of it, I don't have any damage reduction. No physical damage reduction. Icy Cellar is spicy. mean, it's certainly not a terrible, like, build. I wouldn't say that it's, you know, better than a lot of other builds that you could potentially do, but as a fun build that you could play around with, it's certainly not terrible. I mean, looking at its kill speed on most targets, I mean, with a average damage of somewhere around, like, what is that, like 6 plus 12 divided by 2? Probably be somewhere around like 8k. It's got like an average damage of 8,000. And then like a potential proc hit of an additional like 4 to 8,000 additional like AoE damage that just happens randomly while you're swinging. It's like you're fighting a big pack of monsters, like let them pile up on me for a second here, and then you just start swinging. And then all of a sudden, like a fireball just shoots out and does like a pretty massive amount of damage to everything within melee radius. The extra melee damage is certainly very fun. Wish the proc chance was higher, because 10% on attack isn't quite as effective as what I thought it was going to be. But when it does go off, I mean, it's a considerable little bump. Oh yeah, we got arcane. I mean, it's a double elemental build, so physical plus fire. High physical, high fire damage. I'm not really utilizing a physical sunder, which would probably not be a good idea because I don't have any physical damage reduction. I mean, let's change this to like P3. Let's not go the portal way, or the stairway. Ugh. Just demolish that lightning spire. That was glorious. I mean, the ability to mana leech is really strong here, I noticed, just simply because it keeps that, you know, constant activation of the energy shield up. Did you see all those ghosts all die at one time when the fireball hit?
Yup, that's pretty.
So they're just all stacked on top of each other, the fireball hit, and they all fell down. That's pretty glorious.
What's up?
What's up, Jack? I ain't seen you in like a dog's age. How you been doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Working.
Yeah. What you been doing?
Just all working.
All working.
Working
all
and
the
sleeping.
time. That sounds about right. No more toilet explosions?
No.
I can't carry anymore.
Well, we got like a whole bunch of crazy stuff going on. Oh, it's all over the place. Season 8's been pretty fun. Season 7 was pretty fun. D4's going into the expansion soon.
Yeah, I'm glad I skipped D3R.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it that. Diablo 3 is worse. Diablo 3 is definitely worse.
I would agree with that.
From what I can see, it's headed that direction. You got rifts. You got legendary gems. They're just calling it runewords.
Actually, the legendary gems do kind of like some pretty crazy stuff. I was actually pretty excited about them. The runewords. They don't seem the same as the gems. The gems would be more equivalent to the glyphs. I'd put the glyphs in that category.
What's the glyph? Huh?
It's on the Paragon board. You put the glyphs in the Paragon board. They're kind of, they don't really go into sockets like the gems do, but you have to rank them up the same way that you did the gems.
Don't you have to rank up the rune word?
No.
I know like they do different things than legendary gems, but like it's like the same thing legendary gems were doing. Like you got to do this certain thing, and then you'll get this result.
Well, I don't know how to explain it if you haven't played around with them. They've actually been really fun.
Just go watch Ginger's recap video on the PTR. It explained it very, very well.
Theorycrafted like 6 or
The
7.
Earthquake Barbarian was like, holy gods, that's gonna be broken very fast.
Yeah, I'm not sure that one's making it into the game, but yeah, they basically gave the ability to proc certain effects and skills like from cross classes, very similar to the way that like the runewords do in Diablo 2. So like, you know, for instance, like you could get Crescent Moon, which procs you static field, right? And then you can like build whole characters around static field, like
right. I watched the
like,
video.
Yeah. Well, the Earthquake Barbarian was an interesting one where you could basically get free earthquakes, and by using the free earthquakes, you could like build into the whole earthquake side of things. And I ended up just like making a whole character that was just crazy. I mean, just shooting earthquakes and dust devils everywhere. It was like you didn't even have to do anything. I was just standing there, and then the earthquakes and dust devils were shooting out everywhere. Because there's this one rune called the Lith rune, which basically gives you resource for the runes every single time you stand still for 0.3 seconds. So as long as you're standing still constantly, you just keep getting resource. And so the earthquakes just keep popping out. They also have that really neat one that summons the spirit wolves, which was really cool. The legendary runes seem more like stat sticks. They're just like stat buffs. And a lot of people have made that comment. They're like, the legendary runes are kind of boring. They just seem like additional multipliers. Nothing more than anything else we've ever had in pretty much any version of the game. And then a lot of people have had good things to say about the blue ones, which are using this overflow system, which is really neat. So basically how they work is the rune requires a specific cost to activate. But if you feed in more than what the rune is requiring to cost, you can like multiply the effect of the rune dramatically. Which comes into play with a lot of the builds that I made where I'm literally like multiplying the effect of the rune to get like 10 wolves summoned at the same time, or like 40 meteors falling from the sky at, you know, like when I activate the effect, or like in the instance of the earthquake, I was even able to make like a gigantic earthquake that pretty much covered the entire screen, which was kind of crazy.
I just like the earthquake. That just reminds me of the Barbarian in D3, where you just run and poop out tornadoes behind you and kill everything behind you.
Well, I mean, yeah. A lot of those like run and gun builds from D3 were terrible. I really hope they don't make a resurgence. The earthquake build though, kind of have to stand still to make it work in this game in D4.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like that just it seems like that, except now you just got to stand still.
But the Dust Devils, yeah, was something that they kind of like built upon slowly, season after season, until eventually they decided to make it into more than just a meme build. It was a meme build for a long time. Like nobody really built into the Dust Devils. They started scaling the Dust Devils properly, and then there was actually some Dust Devil builds. They're not top of the line builds in D4. Like they don't put out the kind of damage that you need to take on bosses and things like that. They usually end up failing when it comes to like actually trying to kill high-level bosses. But they're pretty good at just like clearing large amounts of monsters the same way the Javazon did.
See, that's where the mistake was with freaking Diablo 3's little Dust Devil thing. Is like, you don't do anything. You just walk, and the stuff dies. Like, at least with the earthquake thing, you gotta like stop and wait.
Well, before they added the Lithrune, which I think the Lithrune probably is going to get nerfed. I don't see the Lithrune making it into live because it's too powerful at its current state. But it does require like active use of your skills. Like you have to generate the earthquakes in various ways, like through leaping and stomping and like all sorts of other things. So you have to constantly generate the earthquakes. They don't follow you either. So, you know, they only generate like the earthquake at the location that you leap or stomp to, and then obviously when you go to the next location, moving fast in a dungeon, it doesn't really scale very well for moving. Even the Dust Devils that are coming from the earthquake are coming from the earthquake itself. They're not coming from you. So even though you see the Dust Devils popping out of the earthquakes, they stay with the earthquakes. So like when you're fighting a stationary boss that's not moving, it seems really powerful, but then like it takes time to get it going. It's like a train. Like you've got to like get all your earthquakes running, and then once you have all your earthquakes running, then you get like, you know, all these Dust Devils popping out, and like as long as you're standing still in one place, you can get a lot of damage pumping out. But as soon as you move to a new location, it all goes away, and you've got to start your train back up, and you got to start moving in a, you know, the fast rotation again. It's nice and it's really powerful, and I've actually heard a couple of people did like some of the hardest content in the game with the earthquake build. But it's not like it's not an AFK build really, like kind of like that, like what you're talking about with like D3, where you were just like holding down the whirlwind button, shooting Dust Devils everywhere, and you just like never let go of the button and didn't have to think of anything. You just keep on going. There's a little bit to it. There's a rotation. You got to keep the earthquakes up. You got to keep your damage reduction running. It's not bad. I mean, yeah, you could just like crawl
that's good.
along.
There needs to be some freaking gameplay. Like
you could crawl along, I guess, and you could just like walk 5 meters and let your earthquakes, you know, build up, and then walk 5 meters and then let your. It is for most dungeons, and though it's not going to be as great. For like they did add a game mode called Infernal Hordes, which I don't even know if you've played. But it has the council members in it from Travancore, and that one is more of like almost like a stationary kind of a thing. It's a big arena, but instead of being like a long dungeon that you run through forever, it's small enough where the earthquake build might shine pretty tremendously there, because you could just like spawn your earthquakes in the smaller arena and still get pretty good benefit from it. Leaping everywhere. Because leap is one of the things that spawns earthquakes. So there's like a whole rotation to it. So you got to do, it's leap, and then there's a aspect that allows you to reset leap's cooldown with kick and ground stomp. So you do like a leap, kick, leap, ground stomp, leap, kick, leap, ground stomp, leap, kick, and you get like a little rotation going between all of them. So you're constantly leaping and ground stomping everywhere. It kind of sounds like the old Barbarian, too, because he's constantly going like, hoo, hoo, rah, hoo, hoo, rah. It's really stupid.
no, I didn't buy it. I saved my money. I'm like, this just looks like reskin Diablo 3.
Well, I'm excited. I think it's going to be fun. I had a chance to talk with the devs that came by, and we had like a chat about the runewords, and they talked about like some of the balancing stuff that they were going to do, and how they tried to make the blue gems, which is basically the like the low tier ones, actually useful. And honestly, you know, I got a chance to give some feedback to them and tell them that the blue gems were a hell of a lot more fun than the blue runes were a hell of a lot more fun than the crappy ones. Like the legendary ones were just boring. They were just multipliers. That's all they did. They just increased your damage in some way, shape, or form, and like, okay, you know, I got more damage. Yay. Like that's pretty much exactly what the D3 gems did. But the blue runes, the ones that like are cheap, and the ones that they wanted to make useful, they ended up making an actually fun system that actually works. I mean, I already made like 6 characters with the blue runes, and I was absolutely enamored with them.
It just sucks. Like, us as a society, like, we have sold this idea to developers that, hey, bigger number equal bigger, equal fun, equal cool.
I mean, people want to have fun.
I know, but like
big
unique
numbers,
stuff is fun,
big
not
numbers,
just big number get bigger.
Big numbers are fun, right? But like, I think the problem is that there's other fun to be had too, not just making the numbers bigger and bigger.
I mean, it sounds like they're doing both in D4. Like they're doing the let me cater to the big number equal fun equal bigger, more bigger. And then they're also doing, hey, this is unique and you can do this.
Well, so far I can tell you that as far as like the building characters go, there are a lot of very fun ways to build characters that aren't necessarily like the meta options that most people end up going with. I mean, I've made some absolutely crazy builds over the 5 seasons that the game's been up, and I've had a lot of fun. I've even probably been responsible for several of the meta builds that have come to creation, but like I made things like full frenzy barbarians that literally just use the basic skill frenzy, and honestly did really freaking well. I did like full companion druids with like the full summon army with like werewolves coming out of every orifice of my body. That's a really fun one. I played around with like firebolt sorceresses, where I literally built around like the basic firebolt skill instead. I pretty much pioneered the flay barbarian, which was like a whole build around stacking bleeds as high as you could possibly get them. I kind of was working on it for like several seasons, but there's this one mechanic basically that I was very well aware of, that flay had a bleed that can actually stack on top of itself. So every time you flayed, you got, you know, like a stacking bleed that the monster would just get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stacks of the bleed. And one season they came out with this buff. It was flay duration, and I'm like, holy crap, that can't be right. And I ended up testing it with one of my previous flay builds, and sure enough, if the flay didn't actually stack on top of itself for the entire duration up to the total duration of the skill, which I had it up to like 40 seconds on the bleed length. And so I would literally sit there and go for attack speed as much as I could possibly get, increasing the bleed damage, and then stacking this bleed like 2 to 3 times per second for 40 seconds, which added up to an insanely large number of bleeds on a target, to the point where the boss was just like the entire bar of the boss's HP pool was just, you know, dark red, which indicated that he was getting bleed damage. And then you would use Rupture, which is the one that converts all your bleed damage into direct damage, and you would just pull all the bleed damage and instantly kill the boss. And for like one whole season, everybody was a freaking flay barbarian. Like, good lord. But the theory crafting of the characters is so much fun. I did a Ice Spike Sorceress. That one was pretty fun too. I did, well, the Firebolt one is also a Firewall one. I was thinking about doing a Meteor Sorceress. The new character that they're adding is basically the D3 Monk, by the way. It's like the Power Ranger version of the Diablo 3 Monk.
I thought it was supposed to be like a combination between the Amazon and
Spiritborn?
something else. Yeah.
Nah, it's straight up the Monk. They like copied a whole bunch of stuff from the Monk in D3.
That's kind of sad.
That's not a bad thing. The Monk was probably one of the best classes of D3.
It was. When I played D3, it was probably my least favorite class to play because it was just so overpowered.
Well, I mean, it's going to be missing a lot of those things that made it overpowered. Like, they kept the core of it, but they didn't really pull, like, you know, like the exploding palm fist and the 7-sided strike. None of that stuff is coming over. It's like the core of what made the Monk without all the abilities, and then they just threw in a bunch of new abilities. And they remind me of Power Ranger abilities, I swear. Like, what was the frickin' like jungle Power Rangers?
Oh, the dinosaur ones.
The Jungle Rangers, where they were like, one of them was like a gorilla and one of them was a tiger. I don't even remember.
That must have been way after my time watching Power Rangers as a kid.
Yeah, I outgrew the Power Rangers after the first one.
What are you talking about? Power Rangers are amazing. Go, go, Power Rangers! I'm the Green Ranger, by the way. You guys can be whatever you want, but I'm the Green Ranger.
I'm the white. Like, what? Duh.
Green Ranger's better than white.
Clearly not. That's why he switched.
No, he was just ran out of power, and they had to convert him to the White Ranger. But I'm going to be the Green Ranger at full power, so what does it matter? This is a freaking 43 all-risk sacred target. Too bad this is offline, where the points don't matter. No, I mean, Season 3 had a public test realm, or Season 4 had a public test realm. It was the first public test realm, and it was, like, really, really awful. It was, like, the worst public test realm I think I'd ever seen. And when Season 4 eventually went live, after everybody gave their feedback, Season 4 was actually a really fun season. And then Season 5 had a public test realm, and again, it was, like, literally the worst public test realm I'd ever seen, in topping Season 4 by miles. Which was crazy because I didn't think anything could be worse than Season 4's public test realm. And then everybody gave their feedback, and sure enough, right back to an amazing season. Season 5 was amazing. Season 6 has kind of been the same. Like, the public test realm hasn't been the most amazing. And I think there's been a lot of feedback on the public test realm for Season 6. But I gotta hope that just like 4 and 5, you know, like, turning it around at the last quarter to try and like get all the changes in that they needed to get in. I mean, they did, and then so I'm gonna be hopeful for Season 6. I think it's gonna be a good season.
Evening.
I certainly hope so. If it's good enough, when I see you playing day one, I might come in and play myself.
I mean, they're probably gonna have some community feedback dev chat, I would assume. Because with the amount of feedback that they've gotten, I can't imagine that they won't. So we'll probably get some information on the upcoming changes for Season 6, you know, in lieu of the PTR after that. I'm actually really excited for the runewords. Like, I feel like they tapped into something amazing with the overflow system. I think that the legendary rune words are terrible, and they need to be reworked because they're just boring stat bonuses, which I think most people have pretty much said the same exact thing, that they're just really boring stat bonuses. But the blue runes, the ones at the bottom, the ones that like nobody was looking at for some reason, those are the ones that are fun, and they added all sorts of crazy stuff in with those. They added meteorites, they added wolves, they added earthquakes, they added the ability to, and I had to like pull them up because I can't remember them all right off the top of my head. They added the ability to drop stun grenades, which was actually really cool. I was playing around with that one.
It's kind of like O-skills runes, basically. That sounds great.
I mean, they work really interesting into the mix. They also added like the Decrepify and the Iron Maiden so that you could cast those from the runes, which is obviously something that we do in Diablo 2 all the time, is trying to get our Iron Maiden and Decrepify, or like amp damage and Decrepify procs. But the Decrepify is actually really useful through that as well.
It's like they made it like kind of like a Rift Sin, right? Or like the Fury, the Druid dude with that throws volcanoes and shit all the time.
Yeah, you can totally set up characters where you can just like be proccing these effects like nonstop. Like I had set up the sorceress just to test out the meteorites, and I had it set up where she was spawning like 41 meteorites like every time she managed to proc the effect, which was insane. They were just
right. It's like not like Enigma where you just get the skill, but like where you can proc these things.
Yeah. So like, let me give you an example. So like with the meteorites, you can fulfill the basic requirement of it, right? If you fulfill the basic requirement, you get like 2 meteorites, right? But you could potentially, if you set up a character properly, you could get that basic requirement like every single time you swing your weapon, right? So you could have like 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, just constantly coming down. Or you can set up a character so that you're like pushing into the overflow system. So if you push into the overflow system, like if you do, there's like one that gives you 1,000 every single time you get crowd controlled or you get injured. So as soon as you go into the injured state or you get crowd controlled, like every 15 seconds you get 1,000, which just spawns 41 of them all at once, like in a massive like bombarding on the battlefield. Or you can do something a little bit like in between, where there's a Neo rune, which is really neat. The Neo rune is kind of, it's straight up a reference of the Matrix. So basically how it works is just like Neo, if you can dodge bullets, you can cause 300 resource to be generated every 5 seconds that you dodge bullets. So basically, as long as you're dodging attacks, you're just going to continually get 300 resource every single time you dodge attacks. And this means that you, instead of getting 2, like you would with only the basic, like amount, now you're going to get, because like I think it's 25 for the 2. So you take your 25 and you divide that into your 300 and you get, what is that? 300 divided by 25, and it's 2 per activation. So that's 24 meteorites every 5 seconds if you can manage to stay out of combat, or you're not even out of combat, just not get hit. So you're just trying not to get hit. It's rewarding you for not getting hit, basically. And then there's other ones like every single time you use an ultimate, 150 resource, which divide that into 25, and that gets you 6 activations, which is 12 meteors coming down every single time you use your ultimate. The Spirit Wolves, which I think is really cool. So the Spirit Wolves are literally the Spirit Wolves from Diablo 2. They are like ghostly, and they also deal cold damage, exactly like the ones that the Druid has. And they often freeze targets too, which makes them highly defensive. So I played around with a couple different ways of getting those, and if you use the Lith rune, the one where you stand still, you just get 1 wolf, like every second. Like every single second that you stand still, you just have a wolf spawning all the time. If you use instead like the Neo rune, which is the 300 resource for every 5 seconds, then you get like 3 or 4 wolves spawning every 5 seconds that last for 8 seconds. And you end up building up a large army relatively quickly, but you have to make sure you don't get hit. Whereas if you use the Neo or the Theo rune, the Theo rune has 1,000 resource. That one, if you ever get hit, like crowd controlled or injured, you immediately spawn 10 Spirit Wolves directly on top of whoever hit you, and they just start wailing away at the target, freezing them and knocking them down. I mean, it's freaking a glorious defensive ability. So like one gives you an army, one gives you like a defensive ability, and the other one gives you like a steady supply of just like wolves going in and just sacrificing their life for you. And they're all just completely different, because the 10 one isn't really going to give you very good damage output, but it's going to save your life in the, in the occasion that you get crowd controlled or, like you get into an injured state. Whereas like the Neo rune would probably be more effective for somebody who's trying to maintain like a standing active army that can manage to stay out of combat, like a companion druid who's probably not going to be in combat for the most part, because he's going to be standing in the back watching his minions do the work. And as I played around with them and I kind of like got an idea of what you could do with all the various effects, I really started to realize there were just so many possibilities. Like it was like the difference between setting up a character in Diablo 2 with like, just happens to be using a crescent moon, or like making a character that deliberately takes advantage of the crescent moon to like its utmost capacity. Like a Rift Sin or something. At that point, you're literally leaning into it. You're trying to get as many procs as you can of the effect as many times as you can, to the point where you can cause, like massive amounts of damage just from the proc effect. Like, let me give an example. So they made this this unique item. It's called the Flesh Render. It's based off of the Flesh Render from Diablo 2. And it has an effect where it does like a nice pump of damage every time you use one of your defensive skills. As long as the monster's poisoned, which you can maintain relatively easily. Well, they're all cooldowns. And you can easily set up a character so that you can basically spam all 4 defensive cooldowns as fast as you possibly want. Well, if you use the rune that gives you a set amount of resource every single time you use a cooldown, and you set this character up to spam cooldowns, now you have someone who can literally chain gun the effect from the rune by spamming all their cooldowns. So now not only are they getting the damage pump from the flesh render itself, but as they're literally spamming, their earthen bulwark, their cyclone armor, their debilitating roar, and their storm howl, they're spamming these 4 buttons as fast as they can, but they're also burning cooldowns as fast as they can. And in the process, they're getting, maybe like more spirit wolves, or they're summoning down meteorites, or they're, there's actually a really nice one that's a poison damage shot that comes from the new Spiritborn class. It's called Pestilent Swarm. So in that particular case, you might be going for the poison damage shot. So you would literally, every single time you use a cooldown, you would shoot out a random poison bolt at a nearby target. And if you're scaling poison damage, that could be an insane amount of poison damage, because you'd be using like the Bane and the Tracker Cliff, which doubles your poison damage and also increases the duration. And then you're probably going to be scaling poison damage if you're using any kind of poison damage anyway. So you're going to grab all the poison glyphs and the poison damage bonuses. And that tiny poison swarm buff that only shoots out like 1 or 2 projectiles now becomes a chain gun of you literally going 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, just shooting out as many pestilent swarms as you can. And then
go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
I'll say dumb question because I didn't play the PTR. Did they have the new class available to test, or was it still?
No, they're keeping that hidden.
Dang.
They want some surprise for the expansion, which I understand. They don't want to give everything away.
Yeah, I get that. It just would have been cool to see some gameplay of it outside of the devs doing it, because I think players have a better chance of breaking the game with a new character and seeing exactly what they're capable of versus just a showcase of skills.
You will never see me disagree until they're able to prove themselves. As of right now, the Diablo 4 developers have not proved themselves to be, what's the term, responsible enough, like a proven track record of a good releases, to be in a position where I honestly trust them with the, the keys to the kingdom, so to speak. The community has honestly been developing the game for them at this particular point. Like, every single time the community has had a strong say in what is supposed to happen in the game has gotten better. Mm-hmm. And every single time the developers have had a say with no community involvement, the game has gotten worse. And it's been a proven track record at this point.
It's not just them either. It's like games nowadays, period. It's just like they just don't have playtesters. Like, stuff just comes out and, like, yeah, occasionally I understand when one person who sits here and just pours over all the data and just breaks the game with something. Sure, that can happen. But, like, these games, they just broken shit after broken shit after broken shit, because it's like, do y'all even test this shit?
We all feel that way. Trust us. That's why, like, D2R is still one of the best games ever made, because there's so much you can do with it, because the devs took the time to nurture it as it went through the stages.
Hell, they're still doing it in D2R. Look at Mosaic.
Yeah.
I mean, I like Mosaic.
I mean, it's cool, whatever, but, like, it's not my playstyle, period. But
yeah,
the fact that it can do 20 player count 2048.
I don't agree with that. I saw that video too. They went to like the easiest area in the game to build their charges. Build the charges in the area that you're actually supposed to be doing, and then I might agree. One of the biggest weaknesses of that class is literally its ability to build charges. It sucks at building charges.
Well,
it's so bad at it.
That was right there, right? That they don't last 16 seconds. They last 8 or whatever they need, so that you can't go build them in the Bloodmoor and then go do your run.
Well, I think that was the intended thing, is to build it in your run, not to pre-buff somewhere else and go do it.
But I mean,
that was the intention. It's always going to change.
Necro goes and pre-buffs in the easiest area he can find.
Yeah.
And he loves it once he saves on you.
I mean, I'm not going to be upset about having corpses that I can use at the start of every game.
But things like that, like, they have obvious weaknesses that have been developed into those new rune words. Or You can even take the unbending will that was created. Like, it's okay. It's a great leveling sword, but it's definitely not end gear. There's better options, yes,
I mean, but
but
that's kind
you
of
don't
It wasn't
need.
meant to be in
But
gear.
that's kind of my point about Mosaic is that taking the character and putting it in like player count 20 or whatever. I don't even care if it's player count 3,000. And then like ignoring all of the obvious deficiencies of the class and going, see what this class can do, and then like at the backside of the class is literally the Homer Simpson meme where he's got like his fat all tied up in the back, and it's like can't kill anything without charges, like literally can't stop for equipment. If I stop for even 2 seconds, I die. Like God forbid I don't have my charges built correctly, because then I have to go back to Act 1 Bloodmore and rebuild my charges. Like, and the whole back of the character is just like trash. And then they're like, but look, I can do 3,000 player count, and you're like, but no, not really. Like you're just whatever. Like, okay, have fun with your mosaics then.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. That's the thing where I'm saying they could have play tested that, and then they could have been like, all right, this is too long. You can go wherever you want, build these charges, and then go do a chaos run. So they should have been like, all right, well, let's drop it down. Let's drop it down 2 seconds. Let's drop the charges down to last 14 seconds instead of 16.
I mean, the problem is that they built a good character. Like, they did things correctly, and that's how the Mosaic Sin always functioned, by the way. Like, it was never that way. I mean, it was never not that way beforehand. Like, it always worked like that. You built all your charges, you released all your charges. It was absolute insanity. Like, everything on the screen, like, exploded and died and frozen icicles and, like, but it took you a while to build up to those charges. What they needed to do was they needed to release the Mosaic Sin, and they did. And then once they released it, they needed to go back on a balance pass and fix some of the abilities to actually be more in line with the damage that you would expect from something like being able to spam that particular thing multiple times in a row, which they never really did. Or just simply incorporate the mosaics themselves into the skills, which I think would have been even better.
Right, and I think that's what Llama's solution was, right? Because if you nerf, like, martial arts sin is already, before Mosaic came along, like, underplayed for days. And then if you want to go
nobody played it
nerf
except
the
as a
martial
meme.
arts, right, and then you go nerf the martial arts, so now it's gated behind. Like, you can't even play it until you get Mosaic.
I mean, you can play it, it's just always been a subpar build.
And that's what I'm saying, and what you're saying is we gotta fix the skills because they're putting out too much damage now that the Mosaic's out. But you can't nerf those skills. Now it's not going to be played. That's just something you spec into once you get Mosaics.
I mean, mosaics are cool. I've used them in other ways besides just simply like the mosaic sin. I actually built a dragon tail sin with one mosaic, and let me tell you what, I think I was more powerful than a mosaic sin with just dragon tail. And
Yeah,
I probably,
you're doing what, like 80k damage though per kick.
Probably could have done more actually without the mosaic, but it was like a quality of life thing. I just wanted to not have to build my charges every single time I went before an attack, so I just made it so that I would only have to build my charges half the time instead. And I'm pretty sure I beat the damage cap within the game. Like, I actually found out that there was a cap to the total amount of damage that you're allowed to do, and the total amount of damage that you're allowed to do actually rotates back on itself. So I actually had to bring my damage down because I was doing too much.
I mean, that does make sense. This game was programmed back in the day where at 256 bits, you just rotate back on.
Yeah, so basically what was happening was I was getting up to like 80,000 damage, and then with a deadly strike it was going up to 160,000 damage, but because it was just rotating back around on itself, it was basically just the same damage. So it was 80,000 back around to 80,000. So even if I got a critical strike or a deadly strike, it was just the same amount of damage that I was dishing out previously. But when I walked up to a pack and I kicked, they all died. Like, it wasn't even a matter of like, are they gonna die? No, it was just I kicked and then they were immediately dead. I did like Ubers and stuff like that, and at 80,000 damage a kick, the Ubers didn't last very long either. I mean, mechanically, I've had a lot of fun playing around with pretty much all those like strange mechanics, like the proccing effects. I mean, I don't even know if you're watching the stream, Jack, but I literally just made a Hellslayer decapitator sorceress that spawns fireballs using that ridiculously silly two-handed axe, and it actually worked. I was actually surprised. It worked really well.
I mean, I've found that any skill that you can proc that you can synergize as the character usually is pretty strong.
And that's kind of what I've been looking at with D4 too. Like when I've been playing around with those new rune words, is that if I can synergize it, then there's a very good chance that I can build a character around it. And if I can build a character around it, then it's probably going to work. And every single one that I've tried so far has worked. I'd like to see them expand on the overflow system and also the cross skill compatibility, because I think there's so much more fun stuff that they could do. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of changes they make from the feedback they get. I just hope they don't like cop out and like just for some reason or another, when it comes to the community, they will straight up just not hold their ground when they have something good. Like right now, they've got something good. That overflow system is amazing. I would dare say that if they advance on that overflow system and they build into it, I think they have something better than the D2R runewords. But they've really got to But they've really got to figure it out, and they really got to push it. They can't give up on it. They've got to like see what makes the overflow system tick, and they've got to actually start to feed into that to make it even better.
So that would worry me, because I would think right now, since they already have a tendency, like you said, to like bend to the community, like right now, I don't see them going against that, just because they want to, they want to sell the expansion. But maybe in the future they might start, going against that. All right, look, we're doing it this way.
Well, the runewords have been a point of contention. So they were originally in the game back in season like beta, according to what I understand, or alpha. I can't remember. And apparently they were just not really that good. They were nothing more than glorified gems, just kind of like how you said when you came in here. And they took them out, and their official statement on it was we didn't want to add them to the system when they were not comparable to their predecessors, like from Diablo 2 Resurrected. So we want to take more time and actually develop. So they've had like 6 seasons basically to work on these gems and try and figure out something that makes sense, or these runes rather. And I think they hit on a freaking gold mine. The developers, G1, which is his name by the way, which we totally joked and said should have been a rune combination. G and Vun should have just been put together to make a rune combination. It would have been hilarious. And
I don't see. I mean, I think any developer should have been a rune combination. Like that should have just been a thing.
Well, his name is just lines up perfectly. It's like 3 letters and then 3 letters. It's G Vun. It's hilarious. But then Anthony also came through and they were talking about it, and the way that they explained it and the way that they talked, I kind of have some of their conversation captured and put into the D4 Kinship Ladder chat. But they sound like they've been working on them for a long time, and they wanted to make sure, just like in the Diablo 2, where like the lower runes are valuable. Like it's not like only Jaws and Burrs and Zods are valuable in Diablo 2. There's tons of valuable runes in the in the rune combinations for Diablo 2. Obviously, tons of people use Ral runes for caster amulets, and people freaking use Raltir Tal Soul for insights, and they use all sorts of beautiful things for rune words. And it's not just like the really rare ones that are the ones that people absolutely have to have, although those are really good too. People obviously are not going to just like be like, oh yeah, I don't want a Jaw rune, I'd rather have Ral runes. No, they want the Jaw runes, they want the Ral runes, they want the whole 9 yards, they want everything. So they were very clear that they wanted to make sure that the lower runes still had usefulness. And it's kind of funny because the lower runes, the plan that they came up for the lower runes with the overflow system is literally the thing that I think is going to save their rune system. Like that's the thing that they're going to build into, and that's the thing that's going to make the runes better than Diablo 2's runes. That overflow system is insanely good. It takes one effect. I mean, can you imagine if you had one effect like Rift, for instance, which spawns frozen orbs, right? And then you could customize it in a way. So like you could either get one really high damage frozen orb that happens every once in a while, or you could have like 30 smaller lower damage frozen orbs all spawning like all the time on the screen, just like crazy numbers of frozen orbs. And like how you set this up you know, depending on like how you want your character set up, could definitely like make or break like what you're creating. So they basically made it so that you can take one rune that has one usefulness, and you've got all these other supporting runes underneath, which can change how that rune actually affects, you know, the damage on the target, like what you're actually getting. Whether you want to spam the effect, or whether you want like one big usage of the effect, which stays active all the time, or whether you want to use it as a defensive, which is also really cool. Or you want to use it primarily for offensive purposes as like your main damage type, or is it in addition? Like, is it something that's going to be doing something to help you out? Like, for instance, in Diablo 2, a lot of the times you would use things that slow down targets, like chill them, freeze them, etc. I mean, there's ways that you could potentially use the Spirit Wolves for that, because the Spirit Wolves freeze things when they attack. So you don't necessarily have to scale the damage of the Spirit Wolves, but now you're getting the Spirit Wolves' ability to freeze targets, which is going to help you dish out more damage through maybe something that requires the freezing effect to get that more damage. And it's an elegant system that works very well. I also like the fact that it didn't completely invalidate all the other items in the game. A lot of people in Diablo 2 complained for a long time, and they still complain. There are still people that comment on my channel to this day on the runewords that they hate runewords because runewords invalidated all the unique items and all the set items that they loved. And you know, they had, you know, they loved the grandfather, and they loved the banana star, and they loved all these other uniques. And when the runewords came out, you know, the banana star and the grandfather just couldn't compete anymore with these new items. Well, the way that they have it set up, where you put the runewords into the uniques, completely just blows that out of the water. Now you don't have to worry about the runewords completely replacing the unique items. So all the balance and everything that was developed in the game beforehand doesn't just simply go out the window just simply because you added runewords into the game like it did in Diablo 2.
It just amplifies it, which is a really fun concept.
I mean, I don't hate runewords. I just hate Enigma. I think fucking Enigma is insane, broken, overpowered.
I mean, I agree. They didn't add Enigma into Diablo 4. They added the Jaw rune, which gives you teleport as an evade, which the teleport ability in Diablo 4 is very much muted from the teleport ability in Diablo 2, so I mean...
Well, you know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like Oculus. Like, when you evade, you just randomly teleport.
Well, when you evade in a specific direction in D4.
Oh.
But they did add the Oculus, and the Oculus does give you random teleports, and there's a whole build around that, which is just silly. The entire build is literally random teleports around the screen, and when you teleport, you get like a little teleport nova, and it's kind of like a Nova Sorceress, but you have no control over where you're going. It's a really silly build. We played around with it. We did a couple different versions of it with like the Isidora's Overflowing Cameo, which does these little novas when you collect the Crackling Lightnings. And you pretty much just hold down the evade button, and you're just teleporting all over the screen like a ping pong ball. It's a really silly build, and it works, but it's very silly.
I just like Enigma just trips me out. Like, teleport's all you need. Like, why is it one of the only 3 items that has life after kill? It has magic find, it has strength, it has life. It has what? Why is this so good?
Because the person who made it wanted it to be that good. That's why.
Because it's an Enigma.
I mean, they wanted it to be that good. They obviously were sitting there like a little kid trying to design an item, and they wanted to figure out what they can add to it to make it insane. And they were like, okay, let's make a really insane item.
It really is. Like,
and they
everything
succeeded.
on it is just awesome.
And they
everything
succeeded.
you would ever want on your character.
But I mean, that's kind of the beauty of the D4 runewords, is that they're not, the runewords themselves aren't stat sticks anymore. Which, if you think about it from a certain standpoint, the stats on the runewords themselves were really nothing more than just like to make the runeword not be crap. I mean, could you imagine if there was a sword and the sword just had, you know, like chance to proc static field and negative 35% resistance, didn't have any of the other stats that Crescent Moon had on it? Like no enhanced damage, no increased attack speed, nothing. It's just like the rune effects themselves and like a little bit of extra like sugar coating. I mean, if you think about it from a certain perspective, they had to put the stats on there. If they didn't put the stats on there, the words would have been garbage.
I still think that specific rune word would still be good with just static field minus lightning and then whatever the rune gave.
Well, no physical damage makes it not really a very good weapon, but you could still use it on like your traps in and stuff.
Yeah, because just being able to proc static field with negative res is really strong.
I know. I played around with a lot of stuff. I would really love to just like have a conversation with the rune devs, just like a one-on-one, not even on stream or nothing. Just give me on a voice call. I will sit there and go over all the rune words in D2 with you, talk about potential effects you could add to D4, like talk about the overflow system, what you could do to even lean into the overflow system to make it stronger. I mean, there's so much I feel like they could do to make the overflow system even cooler than it is now.
Well, I know if that were to happen and you help them design the game like that, you better get a Ginger rune word.
Oh, what? Oh, a ginger rune word? That's terrible. That's terrible.
Oh, right, because, like, okay, people who didn't get the reference would be like, that's, well, not racist, but whatever.
Sure. Oh. What's up, Atlantis? I did get invited to be a Diablo partner, but we'll have to see how that goes.
I would take that. Like, why would you take that? All you do is Diablo.
It's complicated. I applied. I mean, I did not apply, but my worry is they're not going to accept me.
Gotcha.
I know, as far as Diablo content creators out there go, you're definitely the most informative one, and you actually sit there and explain it to make it understandable, not just talking like you've been playing the game for 25 years, which you have.
I'm not naive enough to think that they're interested in my channel. I think they're interested in me because I'm a Diablo 2 streamer, and they're introducing rune words, and rune words come from Diablo 2, and so like I think there's like a whole aspect there. I think they're trying to, you know, like take the angle of the, like, see if we can like bait in the Diablo 2 players again, which you know makes sense. I mean, honestly, I think there's a lot there to love about Diablo 4. I think there's a lot to hate too, which, you know, like any game, it's if only like Diablo 4 hadn't just completely captivated my attention. The theory crafting alone is so deep and so amazing that it rivals Diablo 2's at this point. Especially with the addition of the...
I will say I'm watching it because it's interesting, but I'm just worried. Like, the little rift thing that they're calling something else, the difficulty thing, like, oh, we got 4 regular difficulties, then we got Torment 1, 2,
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Like, the closer they get to D3, the more it turns me off. But they're kind of avoiding a lot of the problems that made D3 terrible. And I mean, I can't say that everything from D3 was bad. Like, I didn't like D3, and D3 would put me to sleep when I played it, but not everything that was in D3 was terrible.
No, absolutely not. D3 was just boring.
Yes, I would fall asleep. I would literally fall asleep.
It just bored me. It was not, and that's
literally
because
fall
of
asleep.
the itemization. Like, oh, let me go do the, oh, shoot, loot pinata.
Well, you know, the itemization was actually not half bad. It was the set items that were terrible. Like, they made the entire game so boring. Like, there was no fun in like looking for loot and trying to find like really cool unique items, because why did you when you could just put on a full set and just make your character broken?
Right, I agree with that. Like, and then they just gave it to you too. But like,
oh
they
yeah,
also
they
just
straight
the
up
fact
gave it
that
to
you kill a boss and 20 freaking uniques drop out. It's like, oh, that wasn't very fun.
I mean, as of right now, I don't know about if they're going to cave to public pressure, but the current ancestral items, which are the top items in the game, are not very common. Like, I played for about 12 hours on the first day of the PTR, and I got a whole 3 ancestral items to my name,
And
which
see,
was...
that's another one that's just ancient reskinned.
Well, sort of. I mean, they used to have Sacred as well, and they deleted that, so... They're learning slowly.
But
I mean,
that's a good thing about Diablo 3. The ancient items were a good thing. Those were chase items that you wanted to get.
Yeah, but that's just essentially just trying to find a role on an item in D2 that you just search and search and search and finally get the ultimate perfect roll, but that one's curated as a perfect roll.
So they did other things. So like the tempering system is honestly a triumph in my eyes. It's one of the best systems I've seen in an ARPG in a long time. What they did was they a lot of these like silly modifiers that they add to items are not really that good for everybody. Like when they add, I don't know, like 25% meteor damage or something like that. You're like, okay, well that would be good if I was a meteor sorceress. And they were rolling on everything back in like season 1, season 2, like season 3. And then they finally introduced the tempering system, and at first, honestly, I was really hesitant about the tempering system because I thought it was crap. And I thought it was just a copy of Last Epoch system and every other kind of stupid thing I could say about it, and boy was I wrong. Basically what they did with the tempering system was they took every single affix, like damage on Tuesday kind of affix that you wouldn't necessarily want to find on an item because there's probably like a 99% chance that you're not going to want that specific bonus, and they put it into the tempering system. They took all the other stuff, the ones that people actually do want, and they left those on the items to drop. So when you're finding equipment, everybody is looking at the equipment, and everybody's like, oh man, that's really good. That has, like the 3 stats that I want. And then they take it to the tempering window, and then they put that damage on Tuesday's crap on their equipment because that's what they want for their particular character. And they turned the entire system, like, completely around. It went from 90% of the loot was garbage, and like nobody wanted that stupid damage on Tuesday's crap that was always rolling on everything, to now just about every single item that falls is useful in some way, shape, or form, and you're always looking through them for those perfect rolls and trying to get ones that are actually great, and then you temper on what you need. But then they added in the greater affixes, which even like furthered that. So now when you're looking for the items, you're not just looking for one that has the perfect rolls that you can temper your stuff on. Now you're looking for the one that has the perfect rolls and the greater affixes to get what you're looking for. And I think the greater affixes are more akin to what you're talking about, Jack, which is like the ancient, because the greater affixes kind of fills that role better, like the ancient equipment. And they made it so that...
Be careful saying that kind of stuff on stream, man. Somebody's going to hear you and be like, that's a good idea. Damage on Tuesday. And then we can make another, they have to farm up another set that says damage on Wednesday.
Dude, they literally already have a damage on Tuesday shirt. I'm not even joking.
What the fuck?
The devs were wearing it on one of the live streams that said damage on Tuesdays. They actually coined it as a term, and they were talking about how they wanted to get rid of as much damage on Tuesday stuff as they could because everybody was tired of it. It's just stupid stuff. It was a bunch of like crazy modifiers like gain 50% critical strike chance when you're below 50% health and your nuts are itchy, and it's like, okay, what? All right.
How do you know when my nuts are itchy?
I mean, how do you know this? And the light lights up, and you're like, oh man. And like that was the stupid stuff that was on the items, was all these damage on Tuesdays buffs, and like they weren't good, and nobody liked them, and so most of the time when they kind of like removed all of them and they put them into the tempering system, like it just works so much better. Because now they're all there pretty much. Well, not all of them, because some of them are gone completely because they were terrible. But like they're all there in the tempering system now. So if you want to access them, you can. Like nobody took them away from you. You just take your item over to the tempering system and you just put that damage on Tuesday's crap onto your item for your specific build, and nobody cares. And it's so much better. The only complaint that I have about the tempering system is the rolling system, which absolutely sucks. Like, trying to roll the temper that you want on the item. People have made meme videos about this, where literally, like, you get, like, 7 attempts to put the temper on the item. And there's, like, 3 whole choices in that particular tempering manual. Like, one of them is, like, like a bonus, size to your earthquakes. Another one is, like... bonus duration to your flay, and then another one is something stupid, or like bonus duration to your frenzy, right? And you want the flay one, and then you literally sit there and you try and temper on the flay duration, and it goes earthquake duration, and you're like, no, I don't want that one. Earthquake duration, no, I don't want that one. Earthquake duration, no, I don't want that one. Earthquake duration, no, I don't want that one. Frenzy duration, no, I don't want that one. Earthquake duration, no, I don't want that one. And like 7 tempers later, you never got even one a flay duration, and you bricked the item, because you can actually brick the items. So once you roll the maximum number of tempers for the item, it's just bricked and you can't change it anymore. Which I think in the new season there was a leak of an item. It's a scroll that can be used on an item one time to reset the temper limit. So it looks like we're going to be able to at least try to re-roll an item one time.
Good afternoon.
But it really sucks because a lot of people are complaining about it, like where they, because you spend like forever trying to find this item. It's got 3 greater affixes on it. It's like the perfect item. It's got the right stats, everything. It's the right item power. It's like the perfect piece of equipment for you. You take it over to the temper window and fail the temper frickin' like 12 times in a row and then just waste the item and you have to throw it away. So I think they complained enough that there's like a temper reset now where you get like another chance.
Trading?
Yes, trading is back too. So you probably haven't played in a long time to know that they enabled trading for all items, except for mythics, which is.
Well, I didn't buy the game because, like I said, I'm not sold on it. I gotta make sure it's not just D3 all over again.
It's not. It's not D3 all over again.
Even before like all this stuff, it was still better than D3. Even back in vanilla D4, it was still better than D3 at the end.
I mean, you can pretty much trust me because you said you have the same problem with D3 that I had, right? So your problem with D3 was you would literally fall asleep playing it, right? That's how boring it was. Like you're literally nodding off while you're trying to play the game. That's exactly the same problem I had with D3. It was so boring that I literally would fall asleep while I was playing the freaking game. And I do not have that issue with Diablo 4. Diablo 4 keeps me engaged for hours and hours and hours. I don't know what is different about the way that D3 works. Maybe it's the color scheme. Maybe it's the sound effects. Maybe it's like that there's not some sort of hypnotic message in the game telling me to fall asleep. I don't know. But it doesn't put me to sleep like Diablo 3 did.
What it was for me is I would go do these rifts, big old loot pinata at the end, and then I'd salvage all this. It was just meaningless. You'd get nothing out of it, and this would go on for hours. That's what bored me.
I mean, greater affixes are really good. Like, there's usually some pretty dang good items that you can get out of the game. I think that the greater affix system in general has added so much to like the excitement of finding the loot. Like for instance, this season they added the Fists of Fate with the new version, and the new version is absolutely insane. It gives you like huge amounts of attack speed, huge amounts of lucky hit bonuses, which is basically just proc chance, and all sorts of like crazy stuff like chances to put random crowd control effects on monsters. And the greater affix version was so good that if you found a 4 greater affix version of the Fists of Fate, they were selling for what, like 50 billion gold or something? I can't even remember. It was insane. There's a whole website now like with the trade scene, just like Tradery on Diablo 2. If you go to diablo.trade, it's not my favorite website. It sucks, by the way. But if you go to diablo.trade and you pull up the listings, you'll see that there's like Fists of Fate on here. Like, let me pull up a Fists of Fate real quick. And let's see what they recently sold for. So, unique items, Fist of Fate, boop. And look at this. We've got, this is a 2 greater affix right here. This is, can I filter by already finished? That's a 2, that's a 2. There's a 3. Ooh, that's beautiful. 99 billion gold. That's what it's currently selling for. 99 billion. Now, I'm actually really excited because I think that the addition of runes are going to create a very similar situation to Diablo 2, which is where instead of trading for gold, people are going to be like, well, that'll be 3 jaws. And
I mean, as long as there's trading in the game, that alleviates a lot of that. That
everything
loot pinata where you just salvage it, because look at an item in Diablo 2 like Ormus. What are the odds you're going to drop one that rolls what you need?
Yeah, but finding a perfect Ormus is very difficult, and finding a perfect like Fist of Fate is also very difficult. If you find a perfect Fist of Fate, it is the akin of finding like a perfect frickin' Ormus, and it has the same feeling. I actually dropped a 4 greater affix mythic unique season 5, and I was so freaking excited. Like the greater affix mythics are insane, and finding a 4 greater affix one is like just completely and utterly impossible most of the time. And I actually dropped one, like nearly lost my mind when it fell on the ground.
Right, that's the kind of stuff that keeps me playing the game. Like, I'm playing I'm in Nightmare right now, and I'm doing Trav, and I dropped a freaking +5 volcano and Fisher helm.
Yep. So amulets are kind of like that, is that amulets can roll with passives. And so if you find like the perfect amulet that has like all the passive bonuses on it, it can be insanely valuable. So, you know, for instance, with say a rogue or a druid, there's like specific passives like the quick shift passive, or if you're doing like the companion druid, there's the Call of the Wild passive and whatnot. And so finding like a really good amulet with those passives on it, especially if they're greater affixes, like it leads into insanely large amounts of like trade value, as well as just you finding like the most ridiculous item. A couple times, I think Luli last season, or this season rather, because this season's not over yet. He found like a 2 greater affix Fist of Fate, sold it for like freaking what was it, like 50 billion or something, or I can't even remember. And then he's just like, oh, well, I'm set for gold. He's on there on the trade site, just spending all his gold on everything he wants to spend on now because he's a freaking billionaire. And then I did the same thing. I ended up finding a, I can't remember what it was. It was one item, Fractured Winter Glass, I think, and it sold for like $1 billion or $2 billion or something like that.
Dang.
And I was sitting on, I think I'm still sitting on like $1 billion right now, like on the site. I just went on here, and apparently I got an offer for my Ebon Piercer, which is a really good Ebon Piercer that I found. This guy offered me 700 million for it. Actually, I got 3 offers for 700 million. Marcel, Darkup, and Braden all offered me 700 million for this item. I don't think they need it anymore because I haven't been online to actually monitor these. These are probably old. 8/24, 8/26. Yeah, these are old. So I just missed out on these
I feel like that's what
entirely.
a lot of the new games are missing too. Is like it's not always just about, you know, the godly ones. Like your rares and your blue items should be good. Should really like, holy shit, I want to pick that up and see. Oh, maybe.
So they also added boss mats, which was really nice. So you know, like doing torches in D2R.
Right.
So the boss mats are specific materials that go to farm and spawn specific bosses. So, for instance, with Duriel, it's just Shard of Agony and a Mucus Slick Egg, and then you can farm tormented versions of Duriel, which are really powerful. The tormented versions are actually pretty high up there, and they drop really good loot. They usually have a lot of drops. Now, Season 6, they're changing things, and they're scaling the monsters in different ways, but the boss mats are still there. And then Andariel got added in. She's one of the bosses. So Andariel is another one of the mats that you can farm. They also added Grigore, Varshan, and Beast in the Ice, which are all bosses that can be farmed. I'm assuming that we're going to be getting Mephisto this season, because obviously this is the season of Mephisto. You know, he's turning back to Act 3. We're getting into the the Kuros docks basically, in like the Nahatu area, which is where Kuros is, and I'm assuming that we're going to have a farmable version of Mephisto at this point, which we can spawn probably with some kind of materials. Now they're different than the campaign versions. So the campaign versions are usually pretty weak, and then just like in Diablo 2, and then you spawn like the Tristram, the Uber Tristram versions, and then they're actually a lot tougher. These are more akin to the Uber Tristram versions, and so the materials became like a sticking point as well. So you can start trading and farming the materials and stacking up like same thing with the keys. So you start farming up keys and organs basically, and then you start trading them. Like you can actually just sit there and trade, say I got like 10 spawns of Duriel, like for such and such item, and people will straight up just trade you for the mats. The that spawned a whole thing there, because I was really excited about that, because that's really similar to the organ farming and the key farming from D2, and it turned out to be really good. Like I think a lot of people really enjoyed the farming, but we didn't have trade at the time. Like when they first introduced it, there was no trade, so everybody had all these unique items, but nobody could give them to their friends, which sucked. But they eventually, I think it was it season 4? It was season 4. They opened up trade, so everybody can trade now. The only items that are off limits as far as trade goes are the mythics, which is understandable because they're very powerful and usually build defining kind of uniques. that do pretty crazy things. Like the Grandfather is one of the mythics. They also added in the Harlequin Crest and Andariel's Visage, which are both really powerful items. And I don't know, in the future, I'm sure they're going to add more, but we'll see.
Now, are they doing anything about keeping people from using shit like JSP?
I mean, everybody's using Diablo.trade as far as I know, but I mean, you can purchase items. That is a thing. People go on trade websites and purchase stuff just like they do with Diablo 2. I mean, unfortunately, the trade stuff is just, it's, as soon as they opened it up, all the freaking, you know, RMT websites like poured in. That's pretty much, they were already there anyway, to be perfectly honest. They were just selling whole accounts instead of selling items, and now that they opened it up, now they're selling items.
It is an honor to serve you.
I just don't think you're going to get away with a free trade system without having RMT in the mix and like JSP and stuff like that. I haven't heard of anybody using JSP for Diablo 4 specifically. But I have heard of people utilizing like RMT sites to buy like large amounts of boss mats and things like that so that they can try and farm mythics.
Right, but see the RMT sites, dude, Blizzard has always been really hard on them and will ban you and all that when you do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Whereas with JSP, they've just let it slide. And like, how hard is it to pay somebody $20 an hour to go buy things on JSP and then ban them people?
I don't know. Lie was doing some work with the RMTs, and he found out that might not be possible to ban them, to be honest, with the way that they have it all set up. They got like, they almost like launder the items like they're in a freaking crime syndicate. They have this whole system where, you know, like the bots and the ones that are farming the items are not really the same accounts as the places where they store the items, and then they move the items around all the time too, and like, so like the bot accounts, the ones that are actually doing the farming, get banned, but since they don't have any items on the bot accounts, like the items don't get wiped out, and then they just buy a new account and set up the bot again. But like, it's...
Right, but if they're doing it enough where they are spending more money buying new accounts,
they just raise the prices. I mean, that's
well,
usually
yeah,
what they
okay,
do.
that's fine with me too. Like, they can just, you eventually raise the prices where you just price yourself out of the market. And either way, it dies, and I'm happy with either of those outcomes.
I mean, I definitely don't condone using RMT. I know a lot of people have been using RMT though, in D2 and in D4. We have.
Say, if you're not gonna do anything about RMT, like that's the one thing I liked about Diablo 3. One of the things I liked about Diablo 3. It went away because it was a big upset. But like, you sell the shit in your game. You put it in there and you sell it.
I mean,
way
they
you
tried.
can always
they got
outprice
sued.
the.
They're deathly afraid of that. I don't think they're coming back to that anytime soon.
Well, no, I think they got in trouble legally with that, right?
I mean, they definitely don't want to. They don't want to end up in that kind of legal repercussions again.
And that's the only time I would ever support it, is because I'm actually supporting the people who are making my game.
I mean, I haven't used any RMT in D2 or D4, and like, I feel like I do just fine. But then again, I am, you know, we are in the kinship. I feel like we're kind of special in that regard because we got access to like the whole kinship to do everything we need to do.
Oh, we're a community that's actually here to help each other and help even people outside of our community. We help them out because we just like the game. We want people to enjoy the game.
Yeah.
My biggest thing is like, I don't even understand the appeal, right? Like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go spend $1,000, and now my character's awesome, and all right, I'm gonna go kill things for an hour, and now I'm bored.
Well, I feel like eventually it's something that you realize it's just not. It's basically like cheating, right? So at a certain point, if you cheat in video games, I mean, everybody's done it before. Everybody has like applied cheat codes to their games back in like PS2 days, or like downloaded a trainer or something like that and messed around to see what it was like to have God mode and all that other stuff. And like, eventually, I think we all come to the same conclusion, which is it's just not fun, like to play games like that. It's boring.
With your
it's
wallet.
boring. But I mean, if people want to go through that process of finding out that it's boring, I guess. The only thing I can really tell people when it comes to real money trade is that if you use real money trade, you are more likely going to just ruin the game for yourself. I mean, I would even go so far as to say that real money trade probably has its uses in that, like, I don't know, maybe if you like get your character deleted or something and you just wanted to get back where you started, or maybe you're trying to settle a dispute between your friends over like a burr rune that drops and your friends are about to slit each other's throats over like, you know, who's going to get the burr rune and neither one of them wants to split it or something. But for the most part, like, there's just no valid reason to just sit there and pay thousands of dollars to deck out your character with every single piece of equipment. Because that's not the point of the game. The point of the game isn't to make an overpowered character. The point of the game is to have fun making the overpowered character. It's the journey toward that goal, not the... I don't know. And that's honestly why I can kind of understand even people buying like the boss mats and stuff. Because they're not outright buying the item. They're buying the chances to get the item. And then they're trying to kill the boss over and over again to see if they can. It's like having, you know, coins for your slot machine, basically. Keep pulling the lever to see if anything pops out. It's not even that hard to farm the boss mats, by the way. Like, if you just spend a little bit of time, like, and you go up, you quad up for the boss mats, which is really easy. You just find a group of 3 other people and you just all farm together, or do the bosses together. You basically multiply your materials by 4 just by being in a group, which is super easy to do. You just look for a quad. That's usually what we call it. It's just, you know, like looking for, you know, like a quad, you know, 4 runs of, you know, Duriel or whatever. And then everybody has 4 runs, so that's 4 times 4, which gets you a really large number of attempts to get whatever drops come from that particular boss, and you guys just sit there and farm Duriel for, you know, multiple runs in a row.
Ginger, did you ever play MMOs?
Tons of them over the years, yeah. Why?
You had a video, the Sherman dude, right? And you're like, your job as the tank is to take the damage. And I'm like, man, nobody in MMOs ever learned that shit.
It depends on who you're playing with. People that like playing tanks and just want to be there to absorb damage and be the support, they'll do that. But the casual, everyday player probably won't.
I mean, I used to play tanks. I used to play DPS. I never really got into the healers. I thought the healers were stupid, and I don't know. I just didn't like being a healer.
Healers are sadists.
I played EverQuest 2 as a coercer, like the most freaking utility you could utility, and you go to pickup groups and like the tank.
Utility classes are fun though.
Well, I know, I liked it, but like when I did do any damage, oh, here come the mob, he kills me. It's just like nobody in that game, at least, figured out how to tank.
I mean, I loved tanking on my characters. I played a paladin in Final Fantasy XI, a warrior in Final Fantasy XI. I played also a warrior in Final Fantasy XIV, and then Lord of the Rings Online. I played a captain and a guardian. All of them had some sort of tanking abilities, even if it was just minor. I mean, there was plenty of times when I was on my captain who wasn't the main tank, where literally the tank went down and I would force taunt and face the boss in the correct direction until they could get the tank back up and try and hold aggro at least for 20-30 seconds, as long as I could stay alive. And then like obviously pass it back over to the tank as soon as the tank came back up. But like there's just tanks have specific roles that they need to achieve, and sometimes people just don't realize that. I also we used to get pissed off at other members of the party though, because like initial aggro is so important to the tank, because the first person to walk into the range of the monsters is the first one that all the monsters run towards. It's like a standard tactic of most tanks is that you get first aggro and all the monsters run toward you, and then when they run toward you, you can very easily then apply your AoE taunt or whatever it is to all the monsters because they're all within range. And half the time, the freaking mage or the white mage or something would do something stupid like pull the monsters ahead of me, and then instead of all running toward me, they would run toward the white mage, which made it much more difficult for me to like pull aggro on all the monsters, just needlessly creating havoc for no reason. That kind of stuff used to piss me off.
Oh no, I get that completely, but like that's why I clarified. Like I'm utility. Like I have things to do at the beginning of the fight. I can't just start nuking like a wizard.
No, I mean the game's come a long way. Like it's come miles. Like if you had asked me back in like season 1 if I still thought it was a good idea to play the game like D4, I would have told you no. Like D4 was not in a good place back in season 1. It was in a very terrible place. Season 2 was fun, don't get me wrong, but it was still just awful. It was not really a good season. It was the best season so far in the seasons of sadness that were constantly assaulting us between season 0 and season 2. I mean, it was like a highlight, like a crack opening in the cave where we'd been stuck in for a very long period of time. And then season 3 was actually much better than season 2, but everybody was upset because they didn't have like massive changes like season 2 did, which I kind of understood. But at the same time, I also recognized season 3 was like the best season that we'd had up to that point, and people were complaining about it, which didn't really tickle my fancy. But season 5 is so much better than season 1 that it's amazing. And I would definitely recommend it to anybody. However, season 5 is not going to be here for very much longer, and they're making such drastic changes with season 6. I can't, in good conscience, like recommend season 5 as the example of why the game is good anymore, because season 6 isn't season 5. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like they changed so much about the way the core works. Adding the runewords, like the new expansion, the difficulty changes, and all the other crazy things that they threw in there. It's just not the same game. I mean, I'm hoping it's going to be even better than season 5. That's my hope, but I don't know if I can recommend the game at this point without actually having played it. PTR was terrible, but I mean that's hit or miss. That's neither here nor there. PTRs are made for testing. That's what they're for.
Well, you said every PTR has been terrible.
Yeah, they've all been pretty bad.
That's kind of the point of PTR in my head. If it's not a bad PTR, they don't have things to walk away with, then what was the point of a PTR? That's my perspective on them.
I mean, I feel like they're always just short of the mark somehow. Like they have an idea, but they don't really know quite how to like formulate the idea properly, and then it just ends up being like a half idea where it didn't really get, it's like half baked, so to speak. And it's like they need the community at this particular point to come in and be like, okay, that's a good idea, but it would be better if you did this. And then, give them the extra part of the formula that they're missing. And they've got it. Like this season, they've got it. Like in the PTR, there's been tons of people, tons of feedback, people posted on the forums, people arguing about every single which thing. And I mean, it's really just up to them whether or not they're going to take advantage of it. They've got like a whole month right now between the end of PTR and the launch of the game to figure out solutions to the problems. I'm hoping that they do another PTR. I think that would be amazing. But I don't know if they've got enough time for that.
Boy, PTRs are just such a cop-out in my opinion. Just outsourcing your playtesting.
I mean, I can agree with that to a degree, but you also would have to agree that nobody is going to put the game through its paces like a freaking million players logging into the PTR.
Right.
I mean, their testing is only going to go so far.
Well, hire players.
I mean, honestly, like We could do like a thing with the kinship where like the whole kinship does the tests. And they can pay us and we'll split it among the kinship members.
I mean,
We
I
can
would just
But
be
no,
happy
we're never
to have
we're
my
never
name
going
in
back
credits.
We can
to we're
outsource.
never ever going back to the days where the company paid people to do the job.
I mean, it depends on how good the results are, right? I mean, if you make enough money, they'll pay you anything you want. Look at Deadpool versus Wolverine.
It also depends on the company too. Some companies will do that because they want to have a complete game. Some companies want it to be as quick as possible, like EA. EA is probably one of the worst offenders when it comes to shoving out a half-complete game.
Well, we're also looking at like a different Blizzard now. I mean, they already fired and hired and replaced a whole bunch of people ever since the Microsoft buyout, so it's not even the same Blizzard, Ubisoft anymore, or Activision, sorry. It's not the same Blizzard Activision anymore. They're already hiring and firing people left and right. I can't even remember how many they let go when they finally bought out the company.
That's a good thing though, because Activision is garbage, and like they just that's what kept me from not even thinking about Diablo 4 for a while, because look at COD, like, I just release a new one next year and they'll buy it. We'll just reskin it and they'll buy it.
Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with a different beast now. It's a different company. I think they're gonna let the Blizzard handle things for somewhat, but when you have Big Daddy Microsoft and you're sitting in the corner like watching everything you do, undoubtedly they're probably changing the results. I mean, it's a big expansion. They're leading into this expansion, and the expansion is the first major expansion of the game, and quite honestly, I'm gonna make a joke here, but it's really the truth, which is the launch of the game, because up till now it's pretty much just been a beta, like a freaking beta test. We've been beta testing the game for an entire year, basically.
Wasn't D3 like that for the first, like 2 or 3 years it was out?
I mean, for D3 they released the finished product, and then, like, just I don't even know like what happened with D3. I feel like the collapse of the auction house was really where that thing started to go downhill.
What's up, dude?
I mean, there were complaints, but I mean, some people absolutely adored the original D3 when it first came out. But then they took all the items, they turned off the trade, they like made the monsters easier, they added all those torment tiers, they started making the OP sets, and I just don't even know where the hell the game went from there. One of the problems that I've noticed about Blizzard is they don't know how to do half measures. They don't know what moderation is. They always go like full bore into something, or they don't go into it all, and they don't seem to understand the difference between like a moderated event, like doing something. I just don't know. It's hard. It's so hard to explain, but
They don't take slow steps. They just jump full throttle head first.
I'm trying to think of like an example that I can make. Okay, so a really easy example is D3. So in D3, when they went from the like full open trade with the auction house, that was like one extreme, right? So that was like fully embracing, trade and the auction house and like the whole 9 yards, right? And then the other side of the equation, which is where they basically knee-jerk reactioned, and they didn't understand that like they could have just went with a moderate approach. They turned off trading for everything. Nothing is now tradable. You literally can't even give your friends any equipment, even if you're playing with them when you're on ladder. And so, like, they went from one extreme to a completely different extreme, like, instantaneously. Like, all trade, auction house opens, everything, to, like, no trade, nobody gets to trade, you can't even give your friends equipment. Like, and that's kind of what I've noticed with them. Like, it's a pattern. They don't know how to go from like one extreme to like moderation. They just go from one extreme to another extreme constantly, like back and forth. I was honestly kind of surprised when they opened up trading. That was like the first time I've ever seen them like cave to the community, because I think all the community wanted them to open up trading. And they actually opened up trading, but they kept the mythic uniques untradeable. You know, like they stood their ground, and like the first time I've ever seen them have any kind of like moderate response. Instead of making the mythics tradable, they were like, okay, well, we're just going to make the mythics untradable, and then you can have everything else tradable, and that's where we're going to land it.
What the hell do you want?
The first moderate response I've ever seen from them. Probably because they just really didn't want to make mythics tradable. That's probably what it was.
I mean, you said it yourself. Those can be build-defining items. So they want to make it a little bit more challenging to get them, I think.
Diablo 2 has build-defining items and everything's tradable.
True.
Yep, everything is tradable in D2.
But I would say this is more of the old school mindset, whereas trade at your own will versus everyone's entitled to have the same things. That's just me.
Yeah, and then like they tried to do the Diablo 2 rarity with the beginning of the game, but the items were so rare that nobody could find them. Like Mang songs were dropping more often than these items were dropping, and they were like, oh well, we tried the Diablo 2 rarity and it just didn't work, and that was just a straight up lie, because the Diablo 2 rarity is not it's not winning the lottery level of rare. I mean, come on. I found 2 or 3 griffins in a single season. Like when they had it set up where the mythics were super rare, I didn't even find a single mythic in a single season. And to make matters even worse, like I usually see at least 5 or 6 or 7 griffins like drop within the kinship at the very least, like linked in chat where I can see it, like in a season. And not a single mythic was reported for like season 0 or season 1. Not a single mythic in the entire kinship. Nobody got one. And that to me was a red flag right away. I was like, okay, so you're telling me, like, I'm not like upset that I didn't find it, but you're telling me that in the entire kinship of like hundreds and hundreds of people playing Diablo 4, not a single one of these people have found one to share with the rest of the kinship? That's some BS. Like, because you look in the kinship on a regular basis, and you'll see people posting some pretty god-tier equipment that they find in Diablo 2. It might not necessarily be a Griffin's. It could be a Mang's. It could be a Griffin's. It could be like a freaking Eth shaft stop or something crazy like that. Or maybe it's a freaking, you know, like perfect 15% enhanced Archon or whatever. But there's like godlike items being posted, you know, on the regular. Whereas in D2 or D4, when we originally, you know, like season 0 and season 1, like there were no godlike items. They were not being posted anywhere. Nobody was finding them. Like, there was like that one guy in Korea that found one, and there was like a news article. That's how rare it was. There was a news article about the guy. Could you imagine if you found a Mang Songs and somebody wrote a news article about you? Today in Diablo 2, Jack has found a Mang Songs lesson. That's right. We are told that it rolled 15, 15, 15 on the negative resistances, and it was ethereal. We can't believe it. Now going over to Jack, we're going to have a personal interview with this man and, find out exactly where he found it and what he did.
I won the game.
Jack's like, well, I was in Ancient Tunnels and I kicked an urn and it popped out. I don't know exactly what I did. Was I wearing my Nikes that day? I can't even remember. My hands are still shaking.
Was I wearing pants? Who can say?
I was definitely not wearing pants. There's no pants in Diablo 2.
There are no pants in Diablo 2. You are correct. You are technically correct, and that is the best kind of correct. That's a Futurama quote, by the way.
Yes.
You can't trade ears or standard of heroes? You can trade ears. I don't think you can trade standard of hero. Well, no, you can trade standard of you can drop them. You can drop ears. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. Not true. No, but that feeling from Diablo 2 has definitely started to seep into Diablo 4. The trade, the finding the rare items, you know, the freaking really fun builds that just kind of like leap out at you. I mean, if you take a look at my live stream that I did that day that runewords came out, like, you can definitely see, like, the fun aspect kind of like on my face when I first start discovering what the runes do. I was giddy like a little schoolgirl. I ain't gonna lie. A white corona. That's sad. That's...
I found one of those earlier.
That adventure mode thing in D3 was really boring too. And they kind of shot themselves in the foot because they needed to add adventure mode because the game was so convoluted that you had no clue where the hell you were going. Like, well, I don't know what happened to like a simple like waypoint list. The waypoint list is so much more like simple in Diablo 2, and it's so much more understandable. Meanwhile, you pull up the waypoint list in Diablo 3, and it's like a map, and like everything's all over the place, and like you don't even know like what leads into what, and like if I wanted to travel from, you know, say like Frigid Highlands to Worldstone Keep in that game, like I would have no clue like which one goes into which one, or where I was even starting from. Like it was so confusing in D3 with the way that they set up the map. I like the map in Diablo 4 a hell of a lot better than I like the map in Diablo 3. It just feels better in general. I'm excited to go back to the Kuros docks. I want to see what they did with it, like revisiting the Traven Call. And they said you could go. They said you can literally go back to the Kuros docks, like the ones from Diablo 2. That they're going to have the Kuros docks there for us to revisit. They said although albeit so crumbled, there's no place like home. Which it wasn't exactly in the best conditions when we first came here either. It wasn't exactly in the best conditions. I don't know. Llama made some comments about the runewords in Diablo 4, and I couldn't help but laugh because he hasn't played Diablo 4 like since season 0. I actually have a quote from him. Literally, he said he literally has not touched the game since before season 1. That's what he said. So he hasn't even logged in to play it since before season 1. So I don't really feel like he knows what he's talking about when it comes to the runewords at all, because he doesn't know how the meta works and how the characters function and how they fit into the builds, and like he doesn't know anything about the way the game works anymore. The game's changed too much. It's just changed.
Do you even know if Llama still streams? I haven't seen him on a stream in forever.
I mean, he's working on his game, that Llama RPG game, so...
He still streams D2 all the time.
He's usually on Twitch. I don't know if he streams on YouTube or simulcasts.
I still
he's usually
scroll through, and every now and again I'll see him.
Yeah, he's usually on
YouTube.
He's usually on D2, and he's usually on Twitch.
Must be streaming on times where I'm not on my computer.
I mean, lately though, he hasn't been on there because, like, I've been streaming on the D2 category a lot, and there's been several days on the D2 category where I'm top. I was the #1 person on the D2 category. I mean, I don't know if I'm #1 right now, but you can always take a look. Here, let's have a look.
I mean, he did change to an EU time frame, right?
I am currently number 4. Okay. Loot Goblin Nazon is number 3. Razor Banks is number 2. I've never heard of him. And Dro4 Show 20 doesn't look like he's even streaming Diablo. He's doing marble races. I don't know.
And probably just never changed his tag to whatever he's doing now.
He's doing torch giveaways. Maybe that's what the marble races are for. I don't know. I figure a lot of people are probably going to come back for Season 6. I mean, it wasn't until the first major expansion of D2 where D2 really started to shine. D2 was in a bad place for a long time until, like, the first expansion came out. It was good around, like, 1.6, like 1.7, but that was literally right when the expansion was releasing, so... A lot of people harken back to the old days. They're like, oh, the 1.08 patch was the patch to end all patches. That was like the beginning of LOD.
Do you remember back when Chaos used to have the mages cast Iron Maiden and you'd be in the middle of a whirlwind and just die?
I both hated it and loved it because it was like PTSD. Every time you heard the Iron Maiden sound, you would just stop what you were doing.
And run away.
You would just stop. You're like, okay, I'm not. Don't attack. Don't attack. Don't attack. Don't attack. And you would just start walking backwards. None. Apparently, they actually removed that because of hardcore players. By the way,
they did. Yep, I remember the whole freaking.
It was the
blog they put out about that.
It was the hardcore players that complained and got that removed.
Well, I mean, that would just drive so many people away from hardcore. I just died.
Hey, war boots. Is that I find some.
Those are Travs.
Found some gore riders.
Oh, are they? Oh, never mind. I'm
They're
thinking
175 gores. Yeah.
Battle boots or trap.
Put some gores on your feet. I mean, the same reason why they complain about Iron Maiden is the same reason that I complain about hardcore in general. It's with the Iron Maiden, it was something that you couldn't control, and anything outside of your control just really isn't fair. I mean, if you're fighting monsters, you're whirlwinding, you're sitting there zealing or whatever it may be, and then somebody casts Iron Maiden on you, and then you're instantly dead. Like, how was that your fault exactly? Like, just because you existed in the area where that could happen. But there's tons of things like that in Diablo that will just
playing melee,
that will just rip you to shreds. I mean, you're not wrong.
You didn't go to Chaos too much if you were playing.
You can still kill yourself with thorns, by the way. I've done it many times.
Right, but in your case, like, that was your fault. You converted.
You were
the monster.
converting, yeah. That was all you, Ginger.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
You were trying to kill me.
I was trying to kill my friends. Okay, it was an accident that I killed myself.
You were trying to kill me.
Yes, exactly, and your mercenary.
See, if you're trying to kill your friends, you make elite bar, and then you go to tombs, and you're like, all right, y'all all die.
Jack killed us. He killed us. We were literally in the canyon.
I don't get hit.
We were literally in the canyon of the Magi, and we were surrounded by like 10,000 beetles. I don't know why there was that many beetles. And every time he leaped, he would knock them all back, and he would cause them to emit lightning. And he sat there and just kept leaping as we all just died screaming.
They'd all be in hit recovery. They couldn't do anything.
They couldn't do anything except for emit lightning. I had like 80% lightning resistance and I was still dying. That's how many lightning things there were on the screen. I couldn't even see. I didn't even know it was possible to have that many lightning effects on the screen at any given time. Honestly, it's what it feels like freaking some of these builds I'm making on D4 are. They're so spammy. They remind me of like the freaking Javazon, like, or the Procazon that I created, where you got so many effects going off all over the place. It's just insanity.
So I don't remember from the video, but did you test any of those with the Rogue in some of their builds besides the sun grenades?
I mean, I was really kind of focusing on builds that I could think of at that particular moment. But,
okay.
I mean, I'm sure there's other builds that'll come to my mind eventually. Plus, I know they're going to make changes, so I delved into it about as far as I was going to, and then I decided that, this isn't the final, this isn't even my final form. So they're going to be changing a whole bunch of stuff. So we'll have to see what changes they make, and then take it from there. I have a feeling that, especially since they went to check out my videos, they're probably going to look at the builds I made, and they're going to see what crazy shenanigans I was up to. They're either going to feed into some of those crazy shenanigans or nerf them, because they're like, oh, no, no, no. No, Ginger, we cannot have the infinite earthquake. That is just too much.
But it's fun.
And that's what I told them. So when they were there, I actually said, you guys talk about finding the fun. Like that's a motto of yours all the time, like in the campfire chats and stuff. And I got to tell you, you found the fun. And then he responded with, he goes, well, there's finding the fun, and then there's blowing up the servers. He goes, if you could see the stuff that we did on the back end for testing, some of the stuff that we did, they literally would cause the servers to like choke and die, basically. Like they had been testing a lot of very interesting mechanics, like trying to figure out what they could get away with and what they couldn't, as far as like runes were concerned. And man, I would love to have the ability to test out some of the stuff they're doing. I bet you they had it set up where there was just like meteors raining down from the sky like it was freaking Armageddon.
Wait, yeah, they're worried about the servers, but there's a mosaics in?
So this is for D4. But yeah, I mean, like, I don't think the mosaic sin doesn't actually crash the servers.
No, it was a video card thing, wasn't it?
Nah, it's an engine limitation. It's a VFX problem within the engine. It's been in the game for forever. Like, it's not like it's a new bug. A lot of people who have the VFX limitation problem, like when they kill Shank would cause them to crash because the Shank also has the same VFX limit problem.
Yeah, I remember
sometimes
being an issue.
Sometimes Shank still causes me to crash, and I have a great computer.
It doesn't have anything to do with the computer. You just gotta turn your VFX settings down.
I did, and it helped out a lot. But even then, like sometimes if it comes too quick or all at once instead of over the next, like, was it 4 seconds that everything comes down for Shank, it can just cause chaos.
Well, I noticed it also.
The bad thing in Diablo 3 is the stupid sewer level with all the water, and your computer would just freaking.
So the limitation on the VFX also includes yours. So if you have like a bunch of like torch procs, for instance, or things like that going on, that can also like make it worse. Or especially if you're a fire sorceress, because it's actually fire effects in general that seem to be the biggest issue. So like meteor, fireball, firewall, blaze.
Last time Mosaic kicked me out of a game is because they did the meteor one on Bale.
Yep.
And just like
crash everybody.
I don't know how many dropped, but
a lot.
The game wasn't there no more.
Yeah, we actually did the math on the meteor thing, and it was insane. Like the number of fire effects that are currently on the screen when you do the meteor, if you get like a max setup mosaics in, it was like some sort of absolutely insane number, which is no wonder that it starts to crash the game.
Yeah. It's like, well, that was pointless because now no one gets a drop.
I remember back in old D2 LOD, you'd get in like bot runs, and the bot sorceress would cast so many it would kick everyone out at the end of Lister, and would get the bell drop for themselves.
I used to just run the Necromancer. That was my fun.
Oh yeah, all the summons you just
back in the day before they capped out the skeletons and stuff, and you'd have like 30 skeletons and like 30 mages and
that was a fun time.
Golem, Merc, freaking all the revives in the world that you could just summon. You would just keep summoning every revive. Your army would take up like the whole River of Flame causeway, like all the way across from all sides. You were just like, it was like a giant blob of enemies just moving forward slowly. Dude, I freaking love my Necromancer.
Bone wall.
Oh yeah, bone walls too. Throw those in there as well.
Like that's how they duped back in the day. Was just bone wall, bone wall, bone wall, bone wall, bone.
Well, I mean, there was like no limit, right? You just kept on summoning bone walls.
Yep, and then the game got really choppy, and
But for reference, They actually have had patches in Diablo 4 specifically to address lag issues. So in Season 5, or was it Season 4? I can't remember. They had this whole like lightning spear build, and it was like the companions or whatever, the like the little familiars or whatever that the sorceress summons, like the ice blades and the lightning spears and whatnot. Well, there was no cap on the number of lightning spears that you could have active at any given time. And then on top of that, they added this new aspect, which kind of like scaled this like almost an infinite amount, like depending on how many lightning spears you had active. And it wasn't really doing very much damage, but you could have a large number of lightning spears on the field. So they actually had to do a patch. They had to lower the damage on, or up the damage on the ability and lower the number of effects, because it was literally crashing servers. They legitimately said it was crashing servers, and like we're not trying to nerf the ability. Like, we don't want, you guys to get upset, but we can't leave it like this. They're like, the servers are on fire.
Yeah, that was this season.
Yeah. The servers are on fire. Please let us fix it. And from what I understand, the change that they made was relatively well proportioned. They reduced the number, but increased the effect, and it balanced out relatively well.
Less stuff, but more damage.
Chunky, did you want that helm?
What helm?
I don't know, the one you cheered at that I put in the thing earlier?
Oh, the 3 to cold, 20 FCR?
No, the druid one.
Oh, that's on my non-lighter. That's on my druid.
Yeah, that's one I found back in like season 5 or 6.
Like 2 seasons ago.
Yeah, it was a really good one.
Yep. So I threw that on my NATO druid.
No, before that.
Chunky, were you the one that still needed a cold Sorc amulet?
I just respect a lightning.
Oh,
Need
okay.
a lightning because I'm just running a 1 to source Amy right now.
Well, if you were still a coal, I would have given you that crafted one I posted yesterday or 2 days ago, whenever it was. Because that one rolled beautifully.
What helmet are you talking about, though?
It was this afternoon. Or, well, no, this morning.
The 2 to Ellie skills, 3 to
yeah,
volcano,
the 5
3
volcano,
to
5.
fissure.
Yeah, 5 volcano, 5 fissure.
I mean, you take out the Larsic and get 2 sockets in it. You got. It's level 30.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a use for it. I just.
Yeah, but it's probably got quite a bit of value.
Now, you're just the only one that had any kind of reaction to it, so I was like, do you want it? You can have it.
Whoa.
I mean, that's a really good low-level duel. Fire druid.
How may I be of help?
Man, that's a great helm until you get a flickering flame.
Well, I mean, at level 30, if you are just using it for level 30 duels, and then you get lucky and get 2 sockets in it. But whatever you want in it, as long as it's level 30 or below.
Boom, 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 boom.
Right now, this is my amulet. I've been gambling, trying to find.
Would a zeal grief kill an exile?
But I ran out of gold.
Yeah, you can kill exile. Blah, 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 blah. You can kill Ubers with a Zealer. Yes, it's just not as effective as a Smiter because he can hit, like better. He has a higher hit rate, but it's not going to be that much higher. You're going to need lots of attack rating, like 15,000 attack rating or higher, I would imagine for the Ubers.
You need like my Zealer on non-letter.
Yeah, the main problem is your attack rating is going to be a big issue. You also do need life tap, which you said you're going to use exile, so yeah, exile would work. You have to have life tap to kill Uber Mephisto. He doesn't have any. You can't life leech from him. He is unlife leechable. He has a 0 drain potential.
He's undead.
Some guy on one of my videos literally was talking to me about the Ubers and how he could do the Ubers on his druid or something like that. I can't remember, and the guy was like horribly wrong. And he said something about, well, I have enough life leech to sustain off of the Ubers. I don't need life tap. And he said I killed Uber Mephisto just fine without life tap. And I'm like,
doubt.
I'm like, so you liar? I was like, you can't life leech off of Uber Mephisto. He's like, well, I was able to life leech just fine. I'm like, Uber Mephisto is a drain effectiveness 0 monster. You cannot life leech from him, you dirty hoe.
Well, does hunger work on undead, or is that just...
No, hunger doesn't work. With
Yeah.
it's basically just life leech.
All you can do with the stove and not having life leech is
Kill him
have enough
before he kills you.
blow and damage and be able to kill him very quickly.
Yeah, if you get a bunch of juvies and you can kill him fast enough, you can like just chug the juvies and stay alive.
A bunch of max damage charms.
There's some lightning Javazons that literally do that with if you have like an infinity and you do like a spear Javazon and you run in there with your charge strike and you just start stabbing the crap out of Mephisto, chug a couple juvies, you can usually kill him before he kills you. But that's not life leech. That's just you killing him before he kills you.
Well, Fury attacks random things next to you, right? So maybe if he's pulling all 3 at the same time?
I mean, Uber Mephisto skeletons, which also have a drain effectiveness of 0. So he would have to pull all of them at the same time, yes, and he would have to get lucky enough to have...
Ubers.
He would have to be lucky enough to have the monsters that can actually be leeched from. So the Hit Lords can be leeched from, the Ghosts cannot, the Ghouls cannot, the Skeletons cannot. Pretty much most of the stuff in there has a drain effectiveness of 0, like for the most part. I think the only things that you can actually leech off of are Diablo's minions, which is the
Pit Lords.
The Pit Lords, and I think that's it. Everything else in there is immune to physical.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have all 3 of them on you, and somehow you guarantee that Mephisto's always the first one to die, you could be leeching off the other 2 at the same time.
That's such a low percentage chance, though.
Even then, though, like with Fury, you're not going to guarantee that all of your strikes are going to hit the monsters that are going to be leeched. And then on top of that, now you're at another issue, which is, okay, you're spreading out all your damage with Fury, so you're probably not applying open wounds quickly enough to the target to actually keep the Ubers from regenerating. So they're just going to constantly regenerate, and you're never going to kill them.
I would say that's the only argument I can see. Is like, but I don't know how you're specifically going to guarantee that Mephisto dies first.
Yeah, it's just the whole thing is just silly. I mean, it's some people just don't know the mechanics of the game and then try to brag, and then they just don't. Like I remember one time somebody bragged to me. They're like, oh yeah, I've gotten a 99 before. I've gotten several 99 characters, and I'm like,
yeah, but glitched over doesn't really count in my book.
Well, no, like I knew for a fact that they did.
Or the cows.
Because they didn't. They've not even put enough time. They don't even have enough like total play time to get one character to level 99, let alone multiple.
I've never had a 99. Like I get too bored of the things that maybe with Terra Zones it might be a little easier nowadays, but
it's easier. I wouldn't say it's easier. It's just possible. Like I would say before it was basically impossible. Like before it was at the level of just impossibility. Like you had to like slave your life away just to get 99. Now it's possible. Still difficult. Still very difficult, but possible.
It's still very, very time consuming.
I mean, I've done it.
800,000 bail runs.
Yeah, you don't got to do bail runs anymore. Terra Zones have like fixed that entirely. You
I
just
dinged
you
in,
just run terror zones now. That's what you do.
I dinged in the Bloodmore
Yep.
solo,
Terrorize Bloodmore.
getting my non-ladder. Well, it wasn't non-ladder then, but getting my Zeal Ballet to 99.
We had a whole season where like I think 8 or 9 of us got to level 99, all in the same season. We all pushed it and we all managed to make it. I mean, if I was gonna go to 99, I would definitely pick a character that is gonna have an easier time getting to 99. But
Wasn't Wolfie the first one?
I don't remember.
Because he didn't do anything that season.
I don't remember. I think that I put shout outs to him in the announcements page, I think, every time somebody leveled up. I was second, so I remember that.
Yeah. I was fourth.
It was a fun season. I mean, we all saw how hard it is to actually get to 99, and like, I had a lot of fun with it. A one socket Colossus sword. Well, that is garbage.
Sag.
I mean, it looks like it's going to be difficult to max out your Paragon points in Season 6 for the Paragon board. There's only, what, 300 points total? But from what I saw, it's going to take a bit of time to get the 300 points. Superior Archon plan. Oh, it's all got no enhanced defense on it. Well, that's garbage.
Are you back online?
Me? Yeah, I've been online for a while.
I don't know if you were still.
Just doing the TZ. It's Ancient Tunnels right now. Would you say, what would I say is the hard part of leveling to 99?
The boredom.
It just, I mean, it really comes down to getting the right TZ. I think that's the hardest part. Like, I feel like you can spend hours in, like, the terrible TZs and get relatively no experience, and then you go to one of the good TZs, and all of a sudden you're getting, like, massive amounts of experience. And it's just, it's night and day difference between the two. I mean, my top TZs were, obviously, Worldstone was really good, Chaos was really good, and Canyon of the Magi was really good, and then the sewers, depending on what kind of character you're in, Act 2 sewers, they were really good too, EXP-wise. Everything else was just kind of mediocre. Like, and then some of them were just outright terrible as far as EXP was concerned. They were just like the worst options for EXP, and it was like a waste. It was like an absolute waste to even go in there. But the thing is that like it doesn't matter how bad the Terror Zone is, because if you don't keep going, if you stop all the time and you take breaks, you're just never gonna make it. So what you find yourself doing is you find yourself farming even the garbage zones. You go into the really garbage areas and you just EXP even in like the Bloodmore and like the Mausoleum and stuff, because that's the only way you can make forward progress.
Is there a chance I could get someone to help me out with normal ancients so I can just go into some pub bill runs and level?
Yeah, what game are you on?
Farms 3.
Farms 3?
Yep, our usual password.
What's my end weapon for my Necromancer? What is the end weapon for my Necromancer? That is the end weapon for my Necromancer right there. I need I need a negative 15%. The normal password.
I don't know what that is anymore.
Why you been gone for so long? It's 16. The normal password is 16. Probably don't even got tags on your character. Probably don't even got tags. Okay, he's got tags.
At least he remembered that.
Alright, where are we going? Ancient's Way, level 63, Barbarian you.
And I'm literally like a sliver off of 24, so this is gonna work out great.
I'm a sliver off 89.
Did I get the waypoint since you're at the Ancient's Way?
Alright, left. I'll get to you after.
Thank you.
I got
Just-
no minions, but this is normal difficulty. It's not like I need them. My golem is gonna body everything by himself.
Ooh, Arcane Sanctuary.
The golem of bodies. Get in there, golem. Do your job. I don't even know where you are, Jack, but I bet you're enchanted.
I got it.
I bet my Merc has already enchanted you.
He has. I don't know how.
He's got some hacks. That's what he's got. Alright, well, he said he's there, so. Go murder.
Built as
Is Bone Spear in Season 8 good? Bone Spear is just really heavy on the requirements for the synergies. It's hard to build a good one because of all the synergy bonuses problems. You gotta spend like every single point you've got in the synergies, and then
There you go.
it's tough.
Thank you.
Oh, you're not level
That's-
25.
I'm literally a sliver off. I have
Oh,
less than 2,000 experience.
You dirty hoe.
I know.
Well, you're not gonna get it in there. You can go to like Canyon real quick, and I'll murder a bunch of stuff for you and level you up.
Shh. We could probably just go kill Shank and I'll get it there.
Might be too high level for you. 24 is a hard cap.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't be an Act 5 at 24. You're gonna get like nothing.
Dang. I literally just killed Diablo at 23. That's kind of sad.
Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to get to 25 at least before you start working into the next zone. I don't know why the hard cap exists, but it's there.
Oh, you
So
did go
it was a way to try to prevent rushing.
Couple of kills here, you'll be 25 in no time.
I need mana.
There you go, full army.
I still need hell ring.
There we go, 25.
Yeah, and now you're in the sweet zone, so now you can get as much EXP as you want.
Yay.
We can take you to
Wait,
like
so
Nightmare.
you didn't get the free level from Ancients if you're under 24? Or under 25?
You do. You do. You get it as long as you're above level 20.
Oh, okay, so you were 23. I got you.
Yeah, he was one level under, so he ended up almost 25.
Gotcha.
You just don't get EXP for bell runs until you hit 25.
But
Well, you
I
don't
am now there.
don't get good XP.
Well, thank you very much.
I mean, we can get you a bunch of EXP real quick if you got access to Nightmare.
I mean, I gotta kill Bale.
Onward to Bale. I don't have Worldstone keep level 2, so I guess we're going back into the area at Summit.
Hold on, I'll be back.
Here, I'll go teleport to it real quick.
I got it.
Oh. Well, fine. Boom, boom,
Why didn't I
boom,
just take
boom,
that?
boom, 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 boom. Yeah, this is a neat Necromancer I made based around the enchant perk. It actually worked out surprisingly well.
I feel like this is one of your favorite classes. It's like what? You didn't play it last season, but I know you did the season before.
Yeah. I mean, I like Necromancer. Necromancer's fun. I did 2 boss killers last season, so I figured I'd do something else this season.
Remember that wand I found?
Mm-hmm.
For your Necromancer last season?
I know, I still got it.
The season before?
Come on, Beatles.
Beatles, everywhere.
I did give it to you?
I think so. The 3-3?
No, it was a 3-3-3. It
Yeah.
was necro skills, summoning skills, and 3 to fire golem.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm still using it on that character. When this character falls over to non-ladder, I'll probably delete one of them, and whichever one's the highest level or lowest level, and then I'll consolidate all the equipment into one.
It was 3 to source, or 3 to necro skills, 3 to summoning skills, 3 to fire golem, or something. It was just a blue wand.
So born you hit.
Or was it 2 to necro skills? Can it go to 3?
3 summoning.
Yeah. I know it's 3 something.
You can get a
but I
max
don't
of
know
6 to fire golem, which is what you're looking for. So you're looking for 6/6, and that gets you 12 to fire golem on your swap. So when you cast your fire golem, it's just like insane. Right now, mine's only level 46, but I almost had level 60, I think, on the previous one.
Good
Yeah, but
lord.
that one had necro skill.
How much
for real, how
mana
does he-
cost?
Like 600. I had to put on Frosties just so I could cast him. I remember that. Am I gonna do another 8-man run anytime soon? I don't know. I really don't know.
Yeah, we split up somewhere.
I'm in the throne.
Right.
Fort up.
So how did you give your mercenary enchant hacks?
Ooh. He always has enchant hacks now.
That's
He
pretty.
has an enchant mercenary from Act 3.
I know, but how does he enchant across the zone?
I don't know how he does that, but it's been that way ever since they changed him. He just enchants everything all over the place all the time.
Yep, if you come into his area outside of town and you're not enchanted, he will enchant you.
Yeah, and I have mine min-maxed for fire damage, not AR. So he's currently level 43 with a 404 fire damage. So basically what happens is he enchants all my minions, which I currently have, you know, like right now I got 26 minions, so that's 404 times 26. He also enchants the golem too, which basically just gives me a large amount of fire damage, which is how this build works. And then I build for negative
I
res.
saw the build, but I just didn't. You didn't go over the fact that your dude was like hacking.
Everybody gets enchanted. That's all I can tell you. Everybody gets enchanted. That's one of the cool things. I think I covered that in the build when I was talking about how it doesn't matter even if you aren't a pyromancer. Like as soon as you're in my group, you are a pyromancer because my minion is going to enchant your entire army too. He doesn't care. Like you could have 7 summon-mancers with 1 pyromancer, and then you could literally just have 1 pyromancer's enchant merc enchant the entire other 7 packs, which is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I got that. I just didn't realize he was doing it across the zone.
So I'm gonna make farms 4 so that we can do your nightmare cows and get you some levels.
I'm going back to trap.
NiNi tear zone. Can I craft a +2 Ami?
What level's your character?
88.
So 88 divided by 2 is 44, plus 90 divided by 2 is 45. 45 plus 44 is what? 89? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 89? I think yes, you're fine.
My math's not that fast.
Hmm?
It's already 10 FCR playing. I really need an amulet though.
Well, if you were still a cold Sorc.
What about cold Sorc?
Oh, I have this awesome crafted amulet.
I need mana.
Hmm.
Well, I was clearing. I'm
8,
able to clear chaos faster.
8 bosons and 8 Valkyries? That sounds like Jack's nightmare. You know how much he loves the sound of the Valkyrie.
I did find a 2 to Dex 11 fire res small jump.
Where is the leg?
Well, see, I found the volume control. Dude, I so mad this morning. My first killer charm, masteries.
That's
Sad.
my first one too.
I actually have a mastery skill or charm in my stash waiting for a barbarian who wants it for free.
Oh, free 99.
I just can't see a use for it ever.
No, nobody wants it, but someone will use it as a placeholder.
I think there's one use for it, but did I make this? I didn't. That's why is she only selling crappy potions in Nightmare? What the hell? The Wolf Barb, I think, could get the most use out of it. I think he's the only one.
Wouldn't you just want like physical damage charm instead? Like, is your mastery gonna be that important?
It's the only thing you can get as a Wolf Barb. Like your combat skills don't matter, and like, I mean, your war cries are okay, but I guess you can get some more HP and some more defense. But you're actually going to get damage through masteries. You'll get your critical strike chance, your damage output. You'll grab some resistances, defense, run walk speed.
Well, yeah, that's what I looked at it for. I'm like, I can wear that, and I'm like, oh wait, it's freaking 2%.
Well, yeah, but for a character that can't get anything else, really, I mean, it's not a terrible choice.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like you just want like a max damage attack rating charm.
Depends on your build. So I actually did a version of it. You know my Thor Barb? Have you seen that one yet?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I did a Thor Barb version of the Wolf version. So I basically did like the dual crescent moons on like the Wolf Barb and went for lightning damage. So max
Sir,
damage wouldn't really be
good name for
interested.
that build, by the way.
What? Thor Barb? You don't like my Thor
He does not
Barb?
have a hammer. He doesn't even have an axe. What?
Okay, well the what? Who cares?
Thor uses a hammer and an axe.
I've seen Thor use swords before. In Avengers Endgame.
It was an axe.
He used a sword when he was in the arena, when he was fighting Hulk.
Oh yeah, in
That wasn't in game.
it's not in game.
That was Ragnarok.
Yeah.
Right, but that wouldn't have been a crescent moon. That would have been a cracked broadsword.
I don't know. I like the build worked really well though. It was a very fun build. I'd love to redo him at some point.
Rethink the
Even
name.
better. No, I don't want to rethink the name. He's Thorbarb.
Like, Drizzt. Maybe.
Because he summoned forth the lightning.
I mean, those aren't the worst boots I've ever seen for level 14.
Magic Find. Cold Res. What characters will win in WoW versus Diablo? I don't know enough about WoW to make assertions like that.
Well, Well, WoW doesn't have teleport, so therefore sorcerers wins.
I mean,
Well, any character in Diablo with Enigma beats you because you just can't hit them.
I feel like Corpse Explode just wins in general. Corpse Explode is ridiculous. Especially with how with how inflated the HP pools are in World of Warcraft. Can you imagine can you imagine the Necromancer hopping into WoW and then like the boss has like 10 trillion HP or something and he just corpse explodes the boss and kills like the entire raid? He's like, oh yeah, you guys won and the loot dropped on the ground? Congratulations, pop!
That'd have been really funny if an MMO did that. Like, they just like, alright, you killed the boss, and then all of a sudden this Diablo 2 Necromancer appeared and corpse exploded your raid.
Well, should have had physical and fire resistance.
And then he teleported away.
Yeah, but I doubt the Warlock's corpse explode ability is anywhere near as powerful as 70 to 120% of the corpse's life. $70 to 120% of the corpse's life is kind of insane. Especially when you have a problem where your life of your monsters is scaling way too high and your characters are doing like billions of damage. Pop. Oh, there's 120% of a billion HP. To everybody around. Half physical, half fire damage. Hope you've got armor and fire resistance. I don't even think you could resist that, even at like 85% damage reduction, and maybe even some absorption. 85% of a billion is still a lot of damage. I don't think anybody's surviving that.
Well, look, here's the thing. The next time you did the raid, somebody who had played Diablo 2 would have been like, okay, guys, I got it. Necromancers only put 1 point in corpse explosion. The radius isn't big. Everybody stay back, and just the tank dies.
And then they find out that this was the Necromancer that actually capped Corpse Explosion. He's got like a 20-yard radius on his Corpse Explosion, hits the whole battlefield. Nobody survives.
There's another big pack I'm bringing towards you from the bottom left. Oh,
pop.
I say big,
Pop.
it's
pop.
medium.
Pop. Hidden stash. Small charm. 5% faster.
With
most of them over here. Try not to kill them all. I don't know. Not very big pack. I think that's pretty much it.
I need somebody to
You are right.
make another build.
Oh, there's some right here. There's like a moderately sized pack.
I'm running as fast as my little legs will let me.
I'm trying to keep away from them so they don't murder them all in like 2 seconds. Wait for me, I got little legs.
I think that will be it for this run.
There's a horny helm on the ground. +1 barb skills, +2 natural resistances. Huh. Level 30. Hmm. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Ugh. That's ugly.
What'd you get to? 28 from 25? So
yeah.
3 levels.
28 and a half. It's not bad. And I found a cold steel eye cutlass, which will be a good placeholder for a few levels. Once I
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
We're gonna do what, number 5? Let's do 5.
Yeah.
Characters have 8 million HP. Okay. 120%.
That's a lot of
8
health.
billion. Still probably gonna kill you. We get smacked around for 8 billion. Let's see how that works. Actually, more than 8 billion because the monster has 8 billion, and then I hit it for 120% of 8 billion. That means I get a 20% bonus. So it's more like 10 billion.
Don't forget he's gonna amp damage you first.
Oh yeah, I'm probably gonna amp damage you to lower your physical resistance as well. So negative 100% physical resistance. So everybody gets cursed, and then the Necromancer pops up. I'm like, bye guys, pop. Amp damage is such a ridiculous curse. It's not double damage, like a lot of people think. Like when you originally start thinking about amp damage, you're like, oh, it's just double damage. No, it's not double damage. Okay, it's negative 100% to your physical resistance, which is way worse than double damage. Now you go from a tanky god to a pathetic weakling that can barely even protect yourself.
Okay. It's only double damage if it was already going to kill you anyway. Meaning you had none.
I mean, technically, in some situations, it's actually like triple, depending on like what your resistances we're currently at.
Hello. Hello.
What's my favorite build in Diablo 2 Resurrected? I think the North Star Smiter, probably. Just really powerful build. Do it all kind of a character. Like absolutely nothing in the game really. Just it's not bothered by anything. It kills Ubers with ease. Friggin'. It's a hilariously powerful character. It's so powerful I actually kind of sometimes don't even play it because it's. I usually prefer a little bit more of a challenge to my gameplay. That character challenge isn't part of his vocabulary. There's pretty much nothing in the game he can't kill. Now, he can't really do the cow level effectively because they're beasts, and he's a Fist of the Heavens / Smiter. He can still smite the cows to death, which is moderately effective.
But it is slow.
But I mean, that's not where he shines anyway. Like, he wouldn't be farming cows, he would be farming chaos.
No, that one's my fault. I got stuck in a melee. I'm back in.
Oh, okay. Just try not to kill things without you. Yeah, melee is not really a good place for cows anyway. Cows love to rip melees apart.
When you get that cow itch, you just make your jabbas on and you go do your cows.
Yeah, I think I'd still rather prefer to just do it with chaos. I think chaos is better than cows anyway.
Cows is really fun on Sailor.
And we're gonna make a crushing blow kick sin. Haven't I already done that? Like the mosaic sin was basically that. I combined together the physical aspects of a crushing blow kicker with the mosaic sin and just absolutely annihilated everything.
I mean, any kicker is going to be Christian blow.
Yeah.
Unless you do a Rift Sin. Rift Sin doesn't need... It doesn't need it, but it definitely will use it.
I don't see any reason
can't think.
not to use it.
I can't think of a reason why you wouldn't at least just throw the. What's the better one? It's not Goblin Toe, but the other one.
The War Riders.
Yeah, the ones that'll give you the run speed too.
Yeah, I mean, Gore Riders are very impressive boots that most melee characters end up taking. It's kind of hard to turn down all the DS and open wounds and everything. I mean, I've got a lot of fun characters over the past couple seasons, though. Like,
you're just throwing so many hits with your kick. Like, why would you not?
I mean, if I really had to pick like a favorite character, that Vengeance two-handed paladin I made from last season was absolutely a hoot to play. Like, he just running around, just chopping everything, and everything's dying left and right. And it's like, hey, I don't think anything stood in his way. That big old honking space axe he was running around with, just chopping everything with the amount of damage he put out as a Vengeance Paladin with the two-handed weapon was just insane. Yeah, so there was nothing. P8 didn't matter. Ubers didn't matter what it was. You put him up against anything, he ripped it to shreds. I mean, he wasn't as powerful as the North Star Smiter. Like, don't get me wrong, but versatility. Like, talk about versatility. I ain't never seen a character that could just walk up to any monster in the game and just bop, you dead. Didn't matter if you were immune to lightning, immune to fire, immune to cold, immune to multiple elements. He didn't care. What are you immune to? I don't care. Did he use Sunders? Nope. He didn't even need Sunders. Because he did physical, fire, lightning, and ice damage, and he literally just, like, knocked stuff on the head and they fell down. And that was really all he cared about.
Like, I cannot make a paladin not use Holy Shield.
I'm telling you, if you play that character the way I had him set up, it would change your mind. Like, the amount of damage and how powerful he was just was ridiculous. And you could set him up with a Breath of the Dying, like, Berserker's Axe or whatever, but it just wasn't. There's just something special about running around with that big old axe and just blocking stuff on the head, and it just falls down, and you just laugh. And you giggle
Yeah,
a little bit,
like I
and
said,
you
I
move on
don't
to the next
think
monster.
it would be as good with the one-hander. And I just can't. Holy Shield's too good. It may be the best skill in the game.
It's locked.
Crutch.
I mean, it is, but I came up with ways to compensate for it. I've recently started to come around to the idea of the two-handed paladin. He really is one of the most powerful characters in terms of, like, melee abilities. And it's crazy what you can accomplish when you just throw a two-hander in his hands instead of a measly one-hander. And how much damage he can put out with that two-hander. Damage that makes the Barbarian blush.
It's locked.
I mean, the Barbarian has so much utility. I would be mad if he was the best damage character in melee.
I mean, I think by comparison, like if I wanted to do like a direct comparison between Berserk and Vengeance with a two-handed weapon, I think Vengeance wins. I think, because the whole entire purpose of Berserk is that, you know, you're doing all, you know, this massive amount of magic damage and you can bypass resistances, but you can't bring the monster down below 100% or 0% magical resistance because they're just stuck at whatever they're at. Like, when you play the Vengeance Paladin, it's basically the same thing. You convert physical into elemental. Except with the addition of Conviction, which has negative 150% resistances, I'm bringing most of the monsters below 0, which means that my damage is actually going up even further than what's stated.
And it lowers their defense, so you guarantee the hit.
Yeah, and it's like, as amazing as Berserk is, Vengeance just seems to be the better tool. Plus, it doesn't take away your defense when you use it. Now, granted, nobody's going to be able to beat Find Item. Find Item is just amazing. And did you see that Christmas patch where they gave everybody Find Item? Everybody gets Find Item. You get Find Item, your mom gets Find Item, your granny gets Find Item. Man, you need some faster hit recovery there.
I bet Blizzard Source was like just rolling. I get to do Trav now? Because they were already good at doing Trav, but they didn't have money.
Big old pack over here.
I'm right behind you.
Just trying to make sure my minions don't murder everything. Go forth, my minions. Go forth and destroy. Murder. Kill. Maim. Especially maim.
Oh, that's a quote from a movie. What movie was that?
I don't know. I didn't even know it was a quote.
It is. I don't remember what it's from though.
Lost in my brain meets. What do you know? 31.
Yep.
What level are you trying to get to?
I don't know. Strong enough where I can just walk through Nightmare solo for a while. Ideally, I like to get to 40. That way I can just walk and level through Nightmare pretty easily without having to struggle too much. 35 would be perfect because then I could put on one of my good belts.
So many gems.
What kind of character are you?
I'm building like a conviction elemental zealer using Jimmer Shred.
He wants to do like a zeal elemental paladin.
I think it would be fun.
You just need to start collecting charms.
What is that?
Yes.
Famine? He wants to use famine on that?
So we were talking about that earlier, and it actually plays out better for me to use Jimmer Shred because it gives way more elemental damage up front. Famine has higher physical damage, but there's very little IAS, and you can only make it in an axe or a hammer. So you don't have a whole lot of high base speed options.
Can you make it in a divine scepter or a
Nope.
caduceus?
It's hammers only. It's not maces, it's hammers.
So it would have to be.
I believe that's a reroller, which I was playing with, but it's got lightning
The
damage on it.
133.
I don't know.
That'll help.
I was looking
The other
to
two you
see.
gave me really help.
I was looking to see what I got in here for
See, I knew
lightning
I
jams.
dropped quite a few over this season already.
You probably want to add some poison damage in the build too. My recommendation would be not to add venom into the build, because venom will stunt the poison damage. But like have a couple poison charms so that you're also applying poison damage at the same time. That'll probably help out tremendously. Because that'll
help out with recovery and monster heal stuff.
Yeah, I mean it'll keep the monsters from regenerating, which is what you want.
I've got a 175 small charm that I'm not doing nothing with.
I mean, you basically just want to stack everything.
Mm-hmm. I can come pick that small charm up if you don't want it for anything.
Let me see what level it is.
It's gonna be like level 55 or something like that.
No, actually, it's 80.
Damn.
I'm trying to think what the hell you would do with all your extra points, because you're probably going to go, what? Fanaticism, Zeal.
I'm not even worried about fanaticism. I'm just sacrifice.
Sorry, Conviction, Zeal. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, conviction, zeal, sacrifice, holy shield, because I'm probably going to be using a shield. Probably level up, put 1 point into all of my defensive auras, just in case.
I mean, you could probably throw in the Godzilla in there with like the principle and the like the laying of hands combo, and you can get
Yep.
you can get holy bolts as well.
Stay
Yeah,
away from
I
them
could
quill
definitely max out
rats.
Holy Bolt.
Oh, he's gonna have problems with that. Like that's actually gonna be an issue because he's gonna have lots of elemental damage, but relatively fast speed. So the quill rats are gonna be an issue, just like any fast speed build would have an issue with them.
Mm-hmm. Quill rats are a pain for everyone, but hopefully I'll have enough block chance that it's not gonna wound me too much.
Oh no, the attacker takes damage of goes straight through your block chance. That doesn't.
Oh, I forgot that they have that. Oh man.
Yeah, so as you're
Sorry.
striking them, every single time you strike, you're gonna apply the attacker takes damage of directly to yourself, and it's gonna. You don't even have to hit them. That's the thing. So like you just swing in their direction, and it applies the attacker takes damage of. It's rough.
Oh joy.
My Godzilla died to it once or twice. Like I ran up to a quill rat, started zealing, and like I was like, oh, I'm dying.
That was the first season of Tear Zones in the Bloodmore.
You just gotta convert them.
He didn't have that much time. I was sitting there watching it.
Oh, I got laid low that season. I remember. I just got laid
Hey.
straight to the dirt.
We were testing out the Tear Zones. He walked out there. I was behind him.
It was an amp
then-
multi-shot like spectral hit quill rat pack, and they just crumpled me straight to
And
the
they
dirt.
were mited.
Yeah, and they were mited. It was not a good day.
He was just not there anymore, and he was like level 98.
97.
When that happened?
I was 97.
97.
Damn.
There and gone again. The Godzilla story.
Yep. He never had low health.
No, they're just those
had
quill
full
rats are
health
just
and
nasty,
then-
is what they are. That's not nice.
He had full health, and then he had.
Why you gotta bring
low
back
health.
my horrible memories of this horrible event? Well,
Because it was a good memory for me. Like I thought it was funny.
Chunks revels in my death. You see this? Like he
You-
giggles
well,
and
like,
laughs at it.
He likes
you
to
ha-
torment you.
You had a character called the Godzilla, and we're talking about how he couldn't die.
I mean, I don't
And then
think
he got them
I
cheats.
don't think I ever said he couldn't die. Now,
Well,
I'm not gonna like summon the wrath of the Titanic on me here. The unsinkable ship. Yeah, we'll see about that.
20, 40, 60, 80. I could max out Defiance just to max out the defense and Holy Shield, but I don't think that's going to give me much.
I like Holy Shield just for all the points it saves.
I think maxing out the synergy for I think maxing out the synergy for Holy Bolt and going Fist of Heavens would be smart just to get that extra magic damage for Laying of Hands or Principle, because Principle is actually not a bad option for this build.
So for the Godzilla specifically, you don't even need to max out Holy Bolt. You only have to max
That's
out
just
Fist
Fist of
because
Heavens.
it's the synergy for Holy Bolt. Like if you
Yep.
you don't have to go full into Fist if you don't want to. You just build the synergy for Holy Bolt, ignore the synergy for Fist of the Heavens, and then you can save 20 points by going that direction. Or you can
And I
go
think
full
that's what
in
I'm gonna
though.
do.
You can go full into it, and if you go full into it, then you got to do the full 20 and Holy Bolt, 20 and Fist of the Heavens. It depends
Yeah,
on
I'm
which
not gonna go
direction you want
full.
to go.
I think I'm just gonna maximize the synergy to get the proc to do good damage. That'll be
I mean, I feel like
several
it fits.
thousand.
It fits with your build because you're doing an elemental build, so you're getting fire, ice, and lightning, and then you're also gonna get the poison damage from the charms, and then you'll grab the holy damage from the holy bolt. So now you've got all 4 elements. So you're literally just quad, or actually more than 4. You got 5 elements. You got all 5 elements. You're a quad element character at that point.
I am the Avatar.
So if
No.
if anything is, I'm not really big into that. If
Aw.
anything is, like immune to you at any point, like it doesn't really matter. You're like, oh, you're immune to fire. Okay, well I got 4 more elements for you. Oh, you're immune to lightning. Oh, I got 4 more elements for you. Are you immune to fire and lightning? Okay, I've got 3 more elements for you. Don't worry about it. Backloaded right here. I do think that there's a certain like, so skill damage will help your bonuses, like give you more skill damage if you can get skill damage from any source. So facets could be useful to your build. And it kind of makes me think that if you built into one specific element, you could actually stack facets for that element, and then you could get more damage that way. But when you're doing all of them, like, there's no way to get skill damage for every element. You can really only get skill damage for the 3. Fire, cold, and ice. Or fire, cold, and lightning.
And poison?
Oh yeah, you can get skill damage from poison too, but he's not really going to be stacking and lowering the resistance of poison, because conviction doesn't do poison.
Poison's just going to be a charm or two just to get that residual damage.
Added anti-regeneration and residual damage is really all it's good for.
I'm hoping once I get like Jimmer Shred and all the other items for this build, because I'm going to be using that Koa that we found the other day as his helm to get that extra DR, that he's just going to be able to rock straight through most things in the game without batting an eyelash at it. I think the biggest rune I'll have to find is probably a goal to make principal.
I mean, there is another way that you could approach this, which I don't know, I was just thinking. Because, you know, you're a paladin, so you do have access to all of the auras. You could potentially have, like, I don't know, like a dragon armor for, like, one tick of holy fire. You could do, like, a dream helmet for, like, 1 tick of holy shock. But then you'd have to build the synergies for all of them, and that's just a lot of points.
There's a lot of ways this build could go, and it's just figuring out what I really want to do for now. But I think starting with Jimmer Shred and going there first is probably the safest option. That way I have farmability with this until I can find the gear that can help out with a certain element or things like that.
I actually tried to like set this character up one time before, not with a paladin. So, not to completely like rewrite your whole history here, but I had actually thought about doing this on a sorceress. So the build that you're trying to do, which is stacking charms for fire damage, lightning damage, and whatnot, like I had basically set up a throw sorceress using Gimmer Shred, and then like stacking out the fire, lightning, and cold masteries so that I could stack as much damage as I could that way. And then that multiplies all the damage, of course, using enchant, and then grabbing like the wisdom helmet and the razor tail belt for the piercing, and then also stacking as many fire, lightning, and ice charms as I could. I was able to multiply all that damage and then throw the Gimmer Shred, which then pierced through the enemies and did like massive amounts of damage. I'm sure I still have her around somewhere. It was actually a really fun build, and it worked. There was nothing wrong with it. Like the fire mastery and the lightning mastery helped multiply the charms, which was amazing. And then I think I also set her up so that she was proccing some effects when she was throwing too, if I remember correctly, because she's a sorceress. So I did a little bit of like synergy investment. And it actually worked out surprisingly well. I think I called her like the elemental like throw sorceress or something. I can't remember.
It sounds interesting.
I mean, it seems like it's in line with what you're trying to set up. Let me see here.
I mean, worst comes to worst, I could always go find an Azure Wrath and just go a little bit more into the physical cold and magic damage side of things.
Yep, there it is. Theorycraft Sorc.
Sorc. I like that.
I'll link it for you. That is the Sorc. And if I remember correctly, it did work surprisingly well. Like, how's that a way to go, Molly?
Move out of my way.
Let's see.
What level are you?
She's in the cow level. I'm 91.
Yeah, I feel like if you go the Dream Dragon thing, at that point you probably want to go like vengeance. That way you can just synergize your auras with your.
If I did that, I'd just go full Oridan and do double dream, double or dragon with HOJ.
Oh, this is the one where I synergized the Nova. I remember. Ah, yes. I was playing around with the what was it? That end game throwing weapon that has the free Nova procs. It's like a 50% chance or something to proc.
Oh,
like
War Strike.
yeah,
War Strike.
Strikes. And basically she's just spamming War Strikes, and she's getting like tons of Novas that are procking all the time. And she's also stacking elemental damage. So
Yeah, War Strikes is such a good weapon.
I was actually surprised at how well this build worked. It was not bad. Not bad.
Will you try to gamble me a Vampire Fang belt?
Vampire Fang build?
Yeah, for like crafting a caster belt.
You dirty bastard crafter.
Well, mine rolled garbage. It rolled 6 FCR, 35 mana, 10 region, and 1 light radius, and 15 attack rating.
I don't think level's gonna matter on a belt.
I got 2 shark skins. You want a shark skin?
Yeah,
or has it
it's
got to
fine.
be a vampire?
I mean, ideally I would want an elite, but a shark skin still has 12 slots. And the eye level is gonna be based on you, so.
Okay, well, I tried to gamble you like many belts, and I got like 6 shark skin belts. Come to farms 6, normal password.
I'm on the last side of Arcane here.
Oh.
Let me finish this.
You dirty hoe.
Yeah, I don't think there's any desirable mods that are level
Yeah, I'm not really sure why you're...
restricted in belts.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you're looking for a high-level belt. I don't think it matters for belts. In fact, I think it might actually be detrimental for the belt to be a high-level belt. It might be better if it was gambled by a lower-level character.
Well, I mean, I'd like to get some resistance on it and higher FCR.
Well, the FCR is static. It's you can't.
5 to 10.
That's what I'm saying. You can't alter that. It's going to be 5 to 10, no matter.
Well,
what.
I know that.
I'll roll you 2 belts. Here we go.
I am overburdened.
I'll take 2
Let's
of
see
these
how
shark
they
skins, and I'm gonna roll you 2 belts. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6. 9% with a bunch of junk stats. Okay. Man. %, with 17% faster air recovery and 15% poison res. 14% chance
Not
to cast
bad.
level 5 Nova when struck. That one's not like dirt awful.
Poison res is 72.
You want resistances?
I mean,
I don't
them
got no
first-
resistances.
Them first 2 stats are ideal.
I mean, the one I'm wearing, like I said, is 6 FCR, 17 faster hit recovery, 35 mana, 15 attack rating, 10 mana region, and 1 light radius.
Good afternoon.
So, I mean, it's not bad, and I hit the...
Yeah, I mean, if you hit your
with,
breakpoint, I
with,
think you're
with
good.
lightning, you need 117 SCR. Now I'm at 118, so... But if that light radius could be like lightning resist to counteract the thunder, that
Ah,
would be
you don't like light
awesome.
radius? You terrible person, you.
Nobody likes light radius.
What's the matter? You don't want to see, like, the moon?
No.
The joke's on you. I am the sun.
I am the sun, the sun, the sun. Alright, I'm in GGM1 chunks, and I'm gonna drop your belts on the ground. If you don't come get them, then they will just get lost in the ether of the world.
Well, I've got a huge pack of ghosts in front of me, and I'm on the last lap of the last side of Arcane.
Okay. Well, come whenever you want to. They'll be on the ground. In Act 1. Go farm some
Just
stuff.
imagine if light radius also increased your area of effect.
Light radius increases your aggro radius. It makes you into an aggro bomb. Everything wants to fight you. If you get negative resistance, they actually like stop looking in your direction.
So Nadir's not just a negative, it's a good thing?
It's a very good thing. It basically turns you into like a target that doesn't want to get attacked by anything because the monsters can't see you.
It's funny that it gives you Cloak of Shadow charges on something that's already going to lower your chance of being targeted.
What I understand is it's a light radius thing. So like when your light radius touches the monster's light radius, that's when the monster technically sees you and then like goes to attack you. So if you don't have a very large light radius, then they don't attack you as much. So, like you can get negative light radius items. Like there's Gloom, Nadir. What's that one helmet? The one that like gives you the dim vision proc.
Duskkeep.
Something like that. Yeah. I don't know. If you combine all that stuff together, all the negative light radius equipment, you can get like really low light radius, and the monsters don't target you as often.
I just found some baby gores in these pub runs. Nothing wrong with some G-toes.
Some G of the toe.
I've got 2 spots.
Like a run walk is probably
to get my light enters and stuff. It's at 22. I've got 2 7 light enters as small shards.
Although it's Arcane Sanctuary, that's why you're in Arcane Sanctuary.
Yeah.
Poor guy. Get wrecked. Evil ghosts? What it is with ghosts and the way that they react when you teleport. They're just like, they spread out like, I don't even know, linebackers. I definitely do not like being teleported. Hey, grandchild.
Now I have 36 left.
I think I just found a Keats. Oh, wait, no. Never mind. It's not a Keats. What is it?
It's a light
87
increase
pulse.
max too?
All super chests.
Barn. Jules just having a dropper. Is that worth keeping? Even though it doesn't have any skills on it.
I think honestly mosaics tend to avoid superior equipment because it's so hefty to repair all the time.
Yes, they break as fast as they are. My whirlwind sin can attest to that.
I mean, you could put it up there and see if somebody stupid wants to buy it.
Still,
I mean, if it has the right skills, someone will buy it.
It's got no skills. Hey, a blue vampire fang belt, Chuck. Don't you want to come get this? Sitting on the ground. At my portal.
yeah. Found that too.
14% enhanced 6-socket gothic though. Be nice for a low level character.
I don't know what you can make in it.
Gotta be anything. Could just be the best chippy bow you've ever had.
Yeah. Yeah, it could.
Wait, so Mosaic Sin doesn't use kicks to trigger it?
No, they do. They do.
They do.
Well, wouldn't you be burning the durability on your feet and not your weapons?
Use it with your weapon.
Well, you gotta build. You still have to build charges. So that also burns durability on your weapon. Everything on my mosaics in was broken perpetually. Like that's all I got. That's all I got to say about it. It's another one of the many downsides of the mosaics in that people just like don't tell you about.
Same thing with, well, anything that actively uses the claws, yeah.
I mean, it's not just the claws, it's their armor, too. Your armor is constantly broken on the mosaics in, too. Don't even dare. Don't you even dare use a superior base for your armor or your helmet or your anything. Don't you dare use a superior base, because if you use a superior base, you're going to be like in Hawk to Charcy.
I mean, we have a technically infinite money glitch we can exploit.
Oh, we do have an infinite money glitch that we can exploit.
I still need to find me one of those grinding exceptional weapons.
Just gotta shop it. I got like 4 or 5 of them in one day shopping, and I handed them out to everybody. I don't even know if Jack even knows about the infinite gold glitch.
I know.
It's
Yeah, it's called D2R. Would find item.
Yeah, it's just faster than You can make roughly about 25,000 gold just by selling an item back to the vendor and then buying it, and then selling it back to the vendor and then buying it. It's a very specific item. And you can literally just sit there and just rack up 25 gold like that. Just like 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25. And it goes so quickly that you can fill up all your stashes within a matter of minutes.
I'd rather be killing Trav and risking getting and chancing getting a good drop.
I mean, wouldn't you just focus on... In that case, you would just focus on Magic Find instead of focusing on Gold Find.
Oh, you don't focus on Gold Find? Like, what? I've never focused on it. It's just... That's just a side effect.
Some people are literal gold find barbs so they can...
Yeah, lemrunes in the weapons, like the whole 9 yards.
I've done it.
Yeah, this completely replaces a Gold Find barb.
It's how they feed their gambling addiction.
Yeah, we did a lot of gambling with the Infinite Gold Glitch. I gambled a whole lot of stuff.
We found some really cool things.
And I gave everybody else the Infinite Gold Glitch so they could too. I even set up a game, literally, where I just, like, did a little macro on my keyboard to sell the item and buy it back over and over again. And just called it, like, Gold Fountain. And everybody just, like, hopped in and just, like, picked up the gold that was all over the ground and just gambled with it. For hours. Hours and hours.
I burn all my gold.
And then I get bored of gambling. I'd be glad when I run out. Alright, cool. Now I can go back to killing stuff.
I don't know. I was having fun with it. I was gambling rings. I was gambling amulets. I was gambling all sorts of stuff.
I
Gambling
burned all my
circlets, and then I
gold.
dropped it all in the swappies for everybody.
That was the best amulet I could get.
I mean, that one's not bad, especially if you're going lightning, because it has that lightning resist on it.
Yeah, but it's just one skill.
Barracks and ale. Ugh.
I hate that one.
I think it might be time to go to bed.
I'm almost there.
That's a nap time. TZ right there. Ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba.
Once I hit level 40, it's bedtime, because tomorrow's going to be playing through Nightmare solo.
If any of you guys want to know what the hell we're talking about with the infinite gold glitch, I can go over it very briefly with you and like show you how to do it. It's super easy. So like right here, here's a grinding Chris. So see this thing? This isn't the right. You want an exceptional one, which would be I don't even remember what the exceptional Chris is, but you want the exceptional version, not the base. But as an example, let me just show you really quickly how the glitch works. So with a grinding weapon, because it's based on the character level, it's not based on your actual, like the stats on the item. It's based on your character's level, and then the character changes the stats on the item. You see how the item sells for a total of 1,373 at the moment. So if you take the item and you put it in your hand instead, see now it's 7,784 for some reason. And this is because, of course, the scaling level thing only affects it when it's in your hand. So if you switch to the old interface, you can use the sell button, so you can actually sell it from your hand. So it sells for 7,884, right? And then you can buy it back for 2,127, which is obviously pretty cheap. You can then sell it again for 7,807. You know, and you can continue to do this over and over again. Right now, I'm making a profit of what, like 5,000 some odd, like 5.3k or something like that at the moment, which isn't really a lot. However, when you find the optimal item, which is actually really easy to do, you just spend a little bit of time looking in here for grinding items, which I actually usually go to Act 4 is my place, because Act 4 has like a lot of really good bases there. And you just run in and out of town. And you just check Halbu over and over again, and you look for a grinding exceptional item. So you want something like a Gothic sword, which is I think the Gothic sword is the exceptional version. Or you want like an ancient sword, which is the exceptional version of the one-handed. Or you want an ancient axe, which is the exceptional version of the big giant axe. So you want that one. Or you want like the Naga of grinding. And there's like a whole bunch in here you can find. And we eventually came across like certain ones that were just way better profit ratio than others. Like the grinding Gothic sword was like 25,000 gold per sale. So you just sat there and just sell it back and forth. Do keep in mind though that if you're using this glitch, you do have to actually be able to put the item on, which is something that some people don't realize. So even though you find one in there that might be like the right stats, it then has a stat requirement. So you've got to be able to meet the dex or the strength requirement of the item to actually be able to put it on. It didn't really take very long, to be honest. I've already bought and like given away a whole bunch of these and played around with them myself. And the amount of gold that you can get from it is insane. You can fill up all 4 of your stash tabs in relatively no time whatsoever. I think I'm still sitting on a pretty hefty amount of gold from the last time I did it. Yeah, I still got at least 1 full stash tab. Might be time to whip out another one. I've been experimenting with other grinding weapons too, like dimensional blades and all sorts of other stuff to see how far I can take it.
Oh, that one's really nice. That D blade you just highlighted?
Yeah, it's an ethereal dim blade that has the grinding mod, and I was actually kind of curious how this one would like function with it. So it sells.
I think ethereal weapons don't get.
So they have a
can't be repot.
Oh yeah, you're right. Well, but
You got an extra jewel?
So it's only grinding, not fools?
So Fools works, but it's just not as good. It's only the max damage, not the AR. So I tested the AR because I wanted to see if the AR had any effect. Because there is one in there that's even better than Fools for AR, and I tried that one and it didn't really work. So it didn't have any change whatsoever. It's gotta be either grinding or Fools, but grinding works the best. And you want it if you get an elite one, it's too expensive. So it's like 35,000 to buy it and 35,000 to sell it, and there's no profit. The normal ones are too cheap and they don't go up high enough. So like if you find like a war sword of grinding or like a great maul of grinding, they just don't really have a good profit ratio. Like the best you can hope for is something like 15k maybe. Like if you find like a really good normal difficulty one. The money comes in when you're looking at the exceptional ones. It seems to be any exceptional base combined with the grinding mod, and when you start adding in other mods, it actually makes it worse. So if you find like a grinding with something else, like it doesn't give good value. The extra mods actually start to take away from the profit. And then this also, the higher level your character, the more you make too, because obviously the higher level your character, the more max damage is on it. So it just keeps going up from that point. How do I sit 8 straight hours without any back pain or anything? This beautiful chair that Andaseat gifted me, which you can have your own Andaseat chair if you want to. There's even a discount code that pops up in the stream every now and then if you want to use it. It's actually really comfortable, this seat. I'm actually kind of surprised at how comfortable the seat is. I also use a thing at my feet, like kind of like a footstool, because it helps to like keep my legs up a little bit, so that they're not pulling down as much. I used to have like numb legs all the time because my legs were pushing down too hard on the edge of the chair, cutting off my freaking blood circulation or something. I don't know what the hell's going on. It wasn't pleasant, I'll tell you that much.
Hey Ginger, what's it like having a chinchilla?
Oh, they're really fun. They sit on your shoulder, they ride around with you all over the place. I mean, they like to chew on cords.
I mean, like pet care, they like what's the level?
I mean,
Like
you would have
dog,
to, like,
cat.
cactus. Like, you really have to try to like, hurt them in any way, shape, or form. They're desert animals, so they're born in the desert, and they lived in the desert. So they're kind of used to being, like, I hate to say it, but, you know, like, mistreated. You know, as long as you give them food and water, they flourish pretty good. They do need roughage.
So
like they need like some
temperature. Not does cold temperature like.
So they're actually the opposite. So in the desert, you know, when it's nighttime, it's really cold. So it's the opposite. So they're nocturnal, or rather they're more like dusk to dawn creatures, but they only really come out during the cold hours instead of during the hot hours. So like whenever the sun goes down, the desert gets really cold. So they basically just exist during the hours of the cold temperatures, and they hide during the hours of the hot temperatures.
Gotcha.
Like, I don't know, like, let's take like the Sahara Desert as an example. Night temps. So the night temperature in the Sahara is about 25 degrees Fahrenheit, or negative 3.9 degrees Celsius.
Sir, I don't need that. I'm American.
But but during the daytime, of course, it's really hot. So they basically just like find places to go, and they hide, and they, like, you know, they chill out during the daytime when it's really hot, and then they come out when it gets cold. They're really fluffy, like super duper fluffy, like the softest little fluffy things ever. Their fur is so freaking fine that it floats in the air like feathers.
Well, that's why I'm thinking about it, like, cause I've always wanted, like, I don't know if you know about the little teacup cats. I've always wanted one of them, but them are like, oh my god.
Well, the chinchillas aren't going to run around your house.
Right, I understand that.
They'll be
but
in a cage.
when you want to get them out, you get them out.
Oh yeah, you play with them, and they can sleep in your shirt. No, you can. Mine used to just ride around on my shoulder with me everywhere I went, but I definitely would not let them run around the house because they chew on wires and do all sorts of naughty things like chew up your furniture. They're rodents, so they have the ever-growing teeth, And because they have the ever-growing teeth, they always want to chew things, and it's just like a natural biological imperative.
What's their life expectancy?
Anywhere between 3 years to 27, depending on how well you take care of them and whether they're inbred.
27 years is a long time for a classified rodent.
I mean, it really comes down to taking care of them properly. Like, it's not really that difficult to take care of them properly, but a lot of people just don't know how to. Also, like I said, some of them are inbred, so they end up dying from like congestive heart failure and stuff, which is nothing that you can help or handle. Like, there's nothing you can do about that. I mean, if you happen to get a chinchilla who's inbred and it dies from congestive heart failure, that's not your fault. Two of mine did. They were both inbred, apparently. That's what the doctor said, anyway. It was a common, like, problem. And that's why I got my next chinchilla from a pet store, because I was tired of having chinchillas die on me, and that one lived for, like, 12 years. So, pretty big difference between, like, 3 and 12.
Do they require a lot of vet stuff?
I mean, to be honest with you, normally by the time that you know they're sick, they're already dead. They have this very bad habit of hiding their illnesses very well and very effectively, and there's pretty much no way that you're going to know that they're sick up until the point where literally they're...
A lot of dogs do that too.
Up until the point where they're so sick that the vet can't do anything about it, so... Like, by the time they're in that condition where, like, you feel like you need to take them to a vet, it's pretty much just like, oh, well, you know, we'll put them down for you.
Yeah,
yep.
I've been there. Like, my cat's tooth fell out before I knew something was wrong with it.
Yeah, I mean, I've had that happen with one of the chinchillas. I had one that was 17 years old. Not even joking. 17 years old. And the 17-year-old chinchilla, he lost his bottom tooth. And so I, like, spoon-fed him, basically. Like, ground up the food and fed him with, like, a syringe and, like, a bunch of other silly stuff until he eventually started to come back around and his teeth started to grow back. And then, frickin' little bastard, his other tooth fell out. And it was, like, over at that point. There was nothing I could do. He was already too weak from the first tooth falling out, and I couldn't... 17 years is a long time for a chinchilla, though. So, like... I mean, Guinness World Record is 27. 17 is... At that point, he's pretty much, what, like in his 70s or 80s?
Something like that. That's an old animal.
I just found a fascia with grinding mod on it, and I have no clue what it would sell for. I can't put it on because I'm not an assassin. But it only has a base sell price of 4,936, which is actually a good sign. That means that it could potentially sell and buy back for a very nice value. I mean, I can...
You want me to grab my assassin and check for you?
Yeah, I mean, I can hear. Let me do at least this. I can sell it to the NPC and see what it buys back for. So I'm selling it for 4,936. That's just the base sell price. And then... Oh, there it is. Okay. It went in a weird panel. That was odd. Buyback is 33,905, so that's not good.
Oh.
No, that's way too high. There's no profit in that.
No, why is that so expensive?
Why would the buyback be so much higher than the selling price?
Class specific?
Oh, thank you for the Prime sub Daylight Surrounds.
My only guess is because it's a rare and, like, was it Chunks or Jack said it's class specific, so that could be something.
Yeah, I would expect though if it was that valuable, it would have, like, you know, been more
sold
to
for
sell.
more.
Yeah, it would have sold for more. But but I think claws have some sort of like problem where they're deliberately cheaper than other items. I haven't really confirmed it, but it feels like claws are always cheaper than anything else of equivalent value.
Well, I noticed when I was like shopping like blue claws from her, like they were always like super expensive.
Man, Cody's just zonked out over there. Cody the monster dog. As far as chinchillas go, though, you do gotta kind of buy them in pairs. They're they're animals that like to be in packs. They're it's like It's like a bonding thing. Like they kind of want like a friend. So when you buy them, you usually get them in a pair. You can usually rescue them. Like honestly, like you don't even have to pay for them. You can just go on like Craigslist, look for ones that people are trying to rehome, and you find like a pair of them. They're actually surprisingly affectionate if you can bond with them, which there's like a really weird bonding thing with the chinchillas. I don't even know how to explain it. What's that Stockholm syndrome? You know, like where like if you go through like a tragedy with somebody, like you start to...
Oh, trauma bonding.
Yeah, trauma bonding? Yeah, they do trauma bonding. Like there's a whole trauma bonding thing with them. Like when they go through trauma together, and trauma can be anything. Like it could be the car ride home. Like you could just have them like.
So that's why you hold him upside down and he's flailing over it.
Yeah, you could just hold them in your hands while you're driving home, and they'll trauma bond with you.
Interesting.
There's actually a technique to get two chinchillas to like each other. It's called squooshing, which is where you buy like a little tiny cage, and you basically take the chinchillas and you put them in the cage together, so that they're like basically within contact with each other and they can't fight each other because there's no room. And then you just like drive them around. You just put them in the car and you just drive them around. And like apparently just driving around in the car is a significant enough trauma to cause them to bond with each other, and then the two chinchillas are like buddies for life.
Could you imagine being something that small and never have gone 30, 40 miles an hour in your life?
You're just driving around in a freaking race car.
It'd be pretty traumatic.
Wow.
Now I had to do that with Nimoy and Dusty because they were always fighting each other. And I put them in the cage together, drove around for a while. Sure enough, they were like best buddies after that.
So, do yours look alike, and we just can't tell that they're different?
Well,
or does
standard.
only one like to hang on you?
They're still both standard grays, but unfortunately Nimoy died a little while ago, so I only have one left. He don't know what happened with him. I don't know. It could be maybe even the same thing that killed the other ones a long time ago, but doctor, I took him to the vet. The vet said it was liver failure.
Poor guy.
I don't really know. It was not a fun day, that's for sure.
Impossible.
I only have one now, though, which means I need to get another one. Dusty is a baby. Like he's a baby. Like I don't even think he's more than a year old at this point. I only got him like a little while ago. Yeah, probably keep an eye out on, see if there's any ones that I can adopt. I try to avoid the females, though. The females have a defense mechanism. Very interesting defense mechanism, mind you.
Do they chew off the testicles of the males?
No. They stand up and piss on you.
Right?
Oh, yep. Well, that's great.
Like a squirt gun, like a super soaker, even. I had some females, and you don't even have to. You don't even have to be the target. Like sometimes, literally, I would just be walking by the cage, and one of the other, because I had the male and the female housed at a certain point, and the male would piss off the female, and the female would just try and get him, and that jank would come right out the cage, and I'm like, oh god, right in the eye, oh god. It was pretty bad. Like, I mean, they don't do it unless they feel threatened, but let's just say that if you got a skittish one and you reach your hand in there to take the chinchilla out for like playtime, and you scare the crap out of them at that particular moment, like they're really accurate. Okay, they're really freaking accurate, and it's not fun. It is not fun.
I don't think it would be.
They're way too accurate. The males don't do that, and they don't have any weird quirks. So I have had little chinchilla babies though, which was very fun. And the chinchilla babies are very interesting. Very few animals are as cute and as awesome as a chinchilla baby. Like squirrels, they come out like rodents and stuff like that. They come out little pinkies. They got no eyes. No, they can't. Their ears are closed up. Like their eyeballs are all purple and weird looking. No. That's not what little chinchilla babies look like. Chinchilla babies come out literally like full fur, jumping around. They're like horses, like an equestrian birth, where the horse comes out and he's got like all the fur on him, and he's perfectly fine, and he's like literally walking within like a few seconds of being born. Like that's the chinchillas. They're like these little tiny little fuzzballs, and they're just like bouncing all over the place.
Just born, ready to go.
And they're cute as crap. Like I can't even like it. And their muscles are way too strong for their own good. Like I had one of them. I remember I was like at one end of the bed, on the on the other side of the bed, and literally the chinchilla like took one little leap. A little baby chinchilla took one little leap, and he was on one side of the bed, and all of a sudden he was almost off the bed on the other side. And I was like, holy Jesus, that was a big leap. You don't weigh nothing, I guess, so there's no weight there. You're just all muscle and no weight. Springing around like a freaking, I don't even understand. They generally only have 2 babies too. Like they're not like most rodents that have like ridiculously large numbers of babies. They usually only have 1 to 2. That's it. I think they're really easy to take care of too. Like, especially if you do things properly. Like I got a little like one of those little robot vacuum cleaners to suck up all the stuff that they knock out of the cage. It's imperative that I keep him running because they're always knocking stuff out of the cage. F Colossus sword? What's the maximum sockets on a Colossus sword?
I will tell you. Give me 1 sec.
That's the 5 one?
Yeah.
So it's a death.
Colossus Blade is 6.
Yep.
Well, does anybody want a death base? That's a really solid early barb weapon. Pretty awesome, like Act 5 barb merc weapon too, if you want to do the 2-handed variant. What item am I looking for? I mean, there's lots of items I'm looking for. I'm really just mindlessly farming at this particular moment, seeing what drops.
Going to bed. 25
What's up, Mikey? Alright, Chucks. I'm probably gonna follow you soon.
I will be following as well.
Have a good night.
Not.
Later.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it too. Well, if you do end up showing up for D4, Jack, we got a pretty good group of people. Like tons of people playing Diablo 4 these days. There's Luli, there's Leon, there's Chunks hops in Diablo 4 from time to time. We got a pretty good crowd. So there's plenty of people to play with, plenty of people to trade with in the kinship. I mean, there's plenty of people still playing Diablo 2 as well. Hardcore too, if you want to hop in the hardcore crowd. We got a little hardcore group running.
Don't join the hardcore groupies. They're wrong.
They're wrong. The hardcore groupies are wrong.
They're
He doesn't know
wrong.
who he's talking to. I was the original founder of the hardcore groupies.
Then you're wrong.
Yeah, well, there's a pretty good hardcore like sect going right now. They're gonna sect, but there's tentacles. There's a lot of tentacles in that sect though. So yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna hop off. I'll see you guys at tomorrow.
Alright, night, Ginger. Have a good one.
All right, guys and gals, it's been fun. It's been okay. I did see your Prime sub, Daylight Surrounds. I saw it, and I appreciate it. I think I said it, but it didn't pop up on the stream, did it? Let me see if I can get it to pop up before I leave. Let's see. There you go. See, new subscriber. Daylight Surrounds. It's kind of confusing though, because you know a sub on YouTube, it's not the same as a sub on Twitch. A sub on Twitch is a paid sub. A membership on YouTube is a paid membership, right? So basically on YouTube, a membership is the same thing as a sub on Twitch. Anyway, I'm heading off. I'll see you guys tomorrow. As always, thanks for watching. Be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button. I've been streaming for like 9.5 hours and I'm hungry, so I haven't really eaten since I've been up here. I don't eat a lot while I'm streaming, except for the snacks that I have around me occasionally. Anyway, keep watching.